Good morning, everyone. We are live and live. It is April 10th, 2026, 9 a.m. Bright and early, Friday morning. It's Friday then Saturday, Sunday, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, we are finishing up Witch on the Holy Night today. Excited for it. Excited to get to the collab as well because, oh boy, there's only a week of that left over. Waka! Thank you so much for the 27 months. It is time. I am excited to experience what some may call peak. Yeah, just so everyone knows, obviously I know about Aoko's red hair and how she eventually gives Shiki the glasses, and I just don't have the context for what the fuck that means. Obviously there's been enough foreshadowing now that I've definitely got that Aoko has the ability from her family to access what is the fifth magic, but I don't know exactly what the fifth magic is. Now we understand that at the moment in the Nasuverse, there's only 5 known magics. I believe the first... the only ones I know of, at least at the moment, I'm pretty sure there's hints about the first, second, and fourth, but the only ones that I really know... Or which one's the one Zelrech has? Is that fourth? The ability to see different timelines. That's what Zelrech has. The multiverse. The multiverse. Infinity Stone. Oh, that's second. Okay, so we know the second and the third, and then third is Heaven's Feel. That's big on all the in the Fate Stay Night universe in general. That's been alluded to a bunch of different times, and they touch on it in what's it called as well? Fate Apocrypha. So Heaven's Feel I'm very familiar with. Zelrech's is pretty easy to understand. And then, so it would be the first and the fourth I'm still in the dark on, and then the fifth is Aoko's arc. And so I still don't know exactly what it is. I've seen the NP animation for Fate Goes Aoko, and it looks really fucking cool. I'm excited to see this sequence when it happens here in the finale. And I think I've said before, the only thing I can guess is that it would be... Or, when I first saw the animation, I was thinking it looked like it was, different Aokos converging into, one, and I compared it to, the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once, because in that movie, it's, the characters have the ability to literally control themselves in every timeline and be able to take the skills of themselves from different timelines and put them into one body essentially. And that's kind of what I got from the animation, but I don't know, we'll see. But that wouldn't really be the case, I wouldn't think, because it'd be too similar to Zelrech's, because Zelrech's is the multiverse one, or at least the ability to see into different timelines. And so I don't know if combining different magics could make a fifth, maybe? I don't know. That'd be interesting, though. Regardless, I'm excited to find out what the fifth magic is. And I know the name of that soundtrack that plays because I remember, one of the things that made me want to read Witch on the Holy Night was the collab. And then I saw Aoko's farming abilities. And I remember someone saying, Aoko farming may not be, the best way to farm, but just the fact that you get to hear the soundtrack 5 every time she uses her NP makes it all worth it. And I was like, ooh. 5, huh? 5, the fifth magic. It's all coming together. Anyways, we're gonna get into it. Very excited. Zelrech be the Watcher. Massive debate because the fifth can't technically be the second. Remind me, you never read Aoko yet, right? No, I have not yet. That's the sequel. I'm hoping to get to it one day. I know that Aoko has a cult fan base, but I do know some things because Aoko is supposed to be it's a sequel to Fate Stay Night. But because, obviously it being a sequel, they'd have to, pick one route. But the interesting thing about the sequel is they kind of made, all the routes technically canon because the sequel involves, the timeline shattering, essentially. So it would, I could see them mixing in the magics in there somehow, too. So that makes sense. Aoko is more like a slice of life for Fate fans have always wanted for the characters. That's what the cooking show was for me. What's the name of the cooking show? That shit's cinema. That was the anime is so fucking good. Today's menu for the Emiya family, is that it? Oh my god, I love that show. There's a cooking game too? Oh my goodness. It never ends with the Nasuverse. All right, without further ado, let's hop into it. So we literally left off on like a huge cliffhanger. Everything is leading to this confrontation with the two witches who are in terrible shape at the moment. So we left off with both Alice and Aoko getting their shit rocked by Toko. Toko is aiming to take over the land and the ley lines, I believe. I was trying to understand why this was like such a big deal in the mage world, and they started, some of it made sense to me, but obviously the mages have different perspectives on things than we do, but they made it sound like, I assumed it was for the ley lines mainly, but like whoever has jurisdiction over the land gets certain like rights in the mage world, and that's what Toko wanted, because Toko felt like because Aoko had taken over the role as the heir to the Aozaki family, Toko has held a grudge against Aoko, and they have like a sibling rivalry ever since they were kids. And obviously Toko, understandably, is pretty pissed off about that, but I would think she'd want to take it up more with the family themselves, other than, I guess it is towards the family themselves, but rather than her sister. But her sister definitely doesn't want to back down, and she left her alive because she wants to humiliate her. Like, Toko had the opportunity to kill Aoko and Alice, and she didn't, specifically because she wants, this was my interpretation, was that Toko wants Aoko to feel the humiliation that she felt herself, and Soujuurou seemed to be catching on to that too, so we got kind of confirmation through Soujurou's own internal dialogue, but he was basically making sense. He was basically coming to the conclusion that after understanding that Toko, when she shattered her glasses and got really mad as a kid when she found out she was no longer going to be the heir to the Aozaki family, after finding that out, she threw her glasses, or smashed her glasses that meant so much to her, and she'd been working towards this point for so long, and we still don't know. I believe we're still on the dark at the moment for why she was discarded as the heir to the Aozaki family, but I'm sure it's gonna have some weird shit to do with like Aoko just had better circuits or something like that. Who knows? Spirit fonts similar to the map in Samurai Remnant. Aoko's family has ownership of the fonts. Yeah, that's how I understood it. Or that's what I meant by, what did I call them? The spirit fonts, the ley lines. The ley lines, or the spirit fonts. The family has jurisdiction over those, and there was like 5 or 6 of them, and they had slowly been, they had a bounded field up that normally someone wouldn't be able to get past, but because Toko is part of the family, she was able to bypass the bounded field very easily, and then instead of going straight for the head of the mages, she was taking out the fonts one at a time until there were only 2 left, and then she was able to split Alice and Aoko up by having them each go to 1, and then she took care of both of them when they were split up, but left them alive because she wanted to humiliate them. And now we're leading up to the finale, where Aoko only needs about a day for like the spirit fonts to essentially reset for her to be able to claim ownership over them. And Aoko and Alice, in their terrible shape, their bodies have been ripped to shreds at this point. They can barely walk. They're still going to fight Toko, and there was even a moment where Soujuurou Shizuki was asking Aoko, like, why are you pushing yourself so hard? You know, like, what? It's not like if your sister takes over the spirit fonts, like, it just means that she has claim over the land. Like, you can still run away and you'll live. Like, do you value your life? You have the ability to run away and still live. And Toko, as we've learned through her character arc, is one that once she decides something, she can't back down, and she's a very prideful person, and so her pride won't allow her to do this. And like, it was we got a little backstory too, when she first found out that she was going to be the heir to the Aozaki family instead of her sister, and knew that she was going to have to trade in her normal life she had been living up to that point to be a mage. And even though there was a hint of her not wanting to do it, she was someone that like wasn't going to back down from a challenge, or as said back in chapter 5, something Soujuurou said that really got to Aoko was, are you going to run away from this responsibility too? She doesn't like that. She feels like it is always her job to take responsibility, and so she's not one to back down from a challenge, especially not when she's put her mind to it, which I had talked before about how I relate to that a lot. Obviously, probably not in a life or death situation, but you guys know I am a very stubborn person, and especially in video games and boss fights, when certain things happen and when I want to beat the boss a certain way, like when my mind is on it, like I'm such a stubborn person, I will sit there for hours banging my head against the wall until it breaks, and so I kind of related to her a little bit on that front. And it's Christmas in the current timeline. Yeah, that is also, yeah, it's true. That's where the title comes from, I assume, which on the Holy Night comes from the fact that this showdown, this final showdown in the final chapter is literally happening on Christmas night. So it was Christmas morning, like where we left off, and they're going to go fight Toko on Christmas night. Don't think it's explicitly said why Aoko was chosen over Toko. I think it's just insinuated that Aoko naturally gets better with the magic, and I think it's because Aoko's concept of life better than Toko makes puppets and dolls feels much more flippant about throwing away life. Theory is that magic just fits Aoko's more simple mana circuit as opposed to Toko's amazing one. I had also heard that you guys said that there was like always a plan for a trilogy too. So there's a lot of things. I kind of just assumed that if things weren't fully answered in Witch on the Holy Night 1 or this first visual novel, like Nasu planned to further explain some things that were unanswered here in later games, in later stories. But who knows? Without further ado, though, let's get into it. So we're gonna search for bookmark here. Here we go. Load data. And this should be, so Witch on the Holy Night 2, this should be chapter 12. And chapter 12 is a long one. I think it was like 4 hours long, I saw. So this one's gonna be like 4 hours long, and then the final chapter, chapter 13, is only like 2 hours, I think. A sequel for this, huh? I think this was released in 2014. Kinoko Nasu strikes again. Oh boy. All right. Here we go. Chapter 12. We're in for a doozy. The golden wolf's ears stood pointed, twitching in response to the sounds around it. That's right, we got a werewolf. Its meal finished, it curled up into a ball in anticipation of nap time and yawned half from boredom. The old abandoned classroom had fulfilled its purpose many moons ago. For a month, the wolf had spent his time resting on top of a heap of disheveled desks. His name was Lu Beowulf. He was a purebred werewolf, named after the sun at his birthplace, and a hero of legend upon leaving there. It goes without saying that he was not from this country. He came from a land deep within the European wilderness, surrounded by mountains and forests. His homeland was a realm no human had ever set foot in. In their isolated world forgotten by time, a diminishing race of werewolves lived in peace. This was where Bayo first appeared. In a cave on the outskirts of the village, the werewolves found a child bearing the same golden coat as their ancestors. The child was sleeping soundly, as if in his natural habitat. The village welcomed their new member with open arms. 2,000 years of advancing civilization had been cruel to them. As the forests were destroyed, valleys unearthed, and waters polluted, the werewolf birth rate dwindled. They were now facing one birth a decade. The child's golden coat deviated from the typical gray and white shared only by their ancestors, who were treated as gods and felt like a sign their prayers had been answered. A bloodline in atrophy. The werewolves were forced to embrace change. The radiant child, at least temporarily, made them forget about their troubles. Alas, as time passed, their hopes turned to disappointment. The golden wolf was not their salvation. For some reason, Lu, that ray of golden sun, remained a child. Decades passed and still he did not grow. Forever young, immortal, cursed. He searched the village for his birth mother, but to no avail. He searched the village for someone who understood his plight, but to no avail. Over hundreds of years, he came to realize something. He was different. Very different. Neither male nor female. Neither strong nor weak. Ignorant of life and death, joy and fear. That thing is a spirit, born of nature. Might look like us werewolves, but don't let that fool you. But the child himself needed not conjecture to know his own true nature. He was perfect, and therefore, he was alone. To the golden wolf, the world was too small. That was why. Indeed, that was the very reason. He wanted to know what life was. He wanted to know loss. If he was all-powerful, he wanted to know the mystery behind his all-powerfulness. Because as it was, his existence was meaningless. The golden wolf was at a loss, as were the werewolves around him. They revered him, but at the same time wanted nothing to do with him. Lu moved back to the cave that he was discovered in and resigned himself to a life of seclusion.
太陽のルー？ルーガルーじゃなくて？そりゃ面白い。偶然にしちゃできすぎだ。
And then one day, a quirky mage visited the village.
またガタガタとうるさい。トウコさんはあれだよね。派手好きなくせに豆だよね。
From his place on top of the rubble, Bayo peered into the hallway. He thought his fussy master was busy dealing with Misaki City's ley lines, but she was engrossed in making traps. 1 month passed since they had made this dilapidated building their makeshift workshop. Creating a new trap for intruders became a daily pursuit of Toko's.
安全を用意しておくなんて、他の生き物は大変だ。
Having been like this since birth, knowing neither infancy nor dotage, he thought differently than others. For he was perfect from the day he was born, never declining and never improving. As such, he had no comprehension of weakness. Childlike, fickle, and without morals, he had no concept of good and bad as either a human or a wolf. A beautiful creature disconnected from the world around him, he was on top of all other creatures. With one exception, his master, Aoko Aozaki. She showed him a sparkling, delicious world, and above all, he found her scent refreshing. To him, the world was divided into what was cool and what was not. Your preference and leisure pursuits were of no consequence to him, and he never took gender into account. The only thing that mattered to him was whether a person's life was logical, and therefore cool. Aoko Aozaki had her faults, but she smelled good.
ベオ、昼食は済ませたか？
He seems, I know that someone in chat mentioned that Bayo was like, because when they mentioned that he was like a primordial werewolf, last stream, one of you mentioned that he was like an elemental, and the way they describe being in limbo as Beowulf is, reminds me a lot of the fairies in general too, and how they were described in LB6. Bao's master entered the classroom, presumably done with her traps for the day.
夜が本番だ。それまであまり羽目を外すなよ。
Sometimes, like now, she would nag him, but on the whole his master pleased him. In reality, the contract binding her to him was not particularly powerful. If he wanted to, he could tear her to pieces at any time. No human could restrain him. However, he had no intention of killing Toko in exchange for his freedom. And there was a reason for this. In order to move about freely in human society, he needed someone like her. As long as she did not offend him, he had no reason to rock the boat. However...
やっと本番か。待たせすぎだよ、トウコさん。
The promise she had made him in his cave and the reality of their situation had begun to come apart at the seams.
最高の神秘と戦わせてやる。
I'll let you fight the most powerful mystic there is. He was compliant up till now, but his patience was wearing thin. The fight with the newest magician last night was an enormous letdown.
そういうな。私も昨日は拍子抜けだったんだから。
She never went all out though, I assume. She never used that true magic, right?
いいけどね。実はあの子、使わないんじゃなくて、使えないだけじゃないの？
Yeah, there it is. I'm not bummed, but why won't the girl use it? Because she can't? His master's expression turned serious. Not in agreement at the wolf's question, though. For she had already asked herself the same, and many other similar questions.
いや、使うぐらいなら死んだ方がマシなのかもな。
And I've read back the dialogue, or the written dialogue for the moment where Aoko, like, supposedly used it in the fight against Flat Snark. And she says a couple things that were interesting. A couple, like, there's one piece of dialogue that says something like, it wouldn't be anything worthy of disdain. It wouldn't be anything worthy of complimenting. She would simply cease to be herself the second she used that magic. And I was like, ooh. So there was definitely a lot of foreshadowing in that scene. Whether she used it or not, I don't know. I assume she used it, but I don't know. Maybe she didn't tap into it fully, and that's why.
そんなバカなことがあるの？使わないと死んじゃう状態だったんだよ。
That doesn't make any sense. She almost died because she didn't use it. Maybe she knows that if she uses it, it'd be some kind of fate worse than death.
だから、そんなバカな考えが成立するぐらい。
That it must be too terrifying to use, Toko finished in her head. She stopped short of voicing it and chuckled at her emotional outburst.
どれほどのものか想像がつかないのは確かだ。だがまあ、根本は変わらないさ。魔法がどのような奇跡神秘の類であれ、魔術師である以上、青子に勝ち目はない。
Whatever sort of miraculous mystic her magic is, as long as she remains a mage, she can't win. With those words, Bao's master walked out of the room, emphasizing that his role in all of this was to face Aoko only at that very moment. Oh.
魔法ね。
The bored look in his eyes shifted. He recalled the taste of that girl, his long tongue slided over his chainsaw-like fangs. Make no mistake, he would finish his meal. He was the oldest werewolf, the golden god of the forest. For as long as he could remember, no, from the moment he appeared, he had been the most powerful creature of all. All man-made mystics were trash before him. Magecraft was laughable, and even mystics' artificial miracles were futile. Their very existence was an insult to him.
もちろん、そういう契約だし、ちゃんと平らげはするけれど。
That was the extent of their pact. Once he had dealt with this so-called true magic, he was free. His eyes burned with the wolf inside him. His fangs, maw, twisted into a sadistic, beastly grin. Chapter 12, Witch on the Holy Night 2. It was just past 7 p.m. Misaki High School's old building stood silently. While light from the city reached the area, the forest and mountains kept the area hushed. Nothing unusual. During winter vacation, the old building, now still covered in yesterday's snow, was rarely used. Without signs of life, such unused structures were mere monuments of what once was. Nothing more. The old school building would remain that way until the start of the new semester. Behind it, the vast forest grew darker by the minute. If the building had died in just under 2 weeks of vacation, what had become of the forest over the years? The wall of overgrown trees filtered out the noise of the city and most of the moonlight. An otherworldly realm had taken root, not even 2 miles away from the town. Piercing the cold night air, footsteps crunched through the powdery snow.
この辺りに仕掛けはなさそうね。それで、どうするの？このまま旧校舎に忍び込む？
まさか。私らがやってきたことなんて、とっくにバレてるわ。
I'm getting like nostalgia to Shiro and Rin approaching the Einsburn castle in Fate Stay Night and Rin hitting the traps.
隠れても意味はないし、何より敵のアジトに入ってどうするのよ。盗みが目的じゃないでしょ、今回は。
後ろから切りつけるのは強盗というのじゃなくて？
それができれば苦労はないんだけどね。まあ、忍者の真似事は私というかアリスの芸風じゃないでしょ。そもそもやる気満々なのはこっちもあっちも同じってこと。
Yeah, do they even have a plan? Or do they just have concepts of a plan? The sound of their footsteps stopped in unison. The old, forgotten Misaki High School building stood before them. What used to be the schoolyard was now a barren snowscape. Reclaimed by the forest, the building looked a shell of its former self. Their surrounding trees resembled standing mourners at a funeral.
せっかちなお嬢さん方だ。タイムリミットまであと4時間はあるというのに。
Alone in the middle of the white altar was the lone, scarred red mage. As she came out from the forest, Aoko lowered herself slightly, scowling at the distant target. Next to her, Alice stood, motionless. Alice said we need a plan of attack, and Aoko said we do have a plan attack. The bare branches of the trees cast long, thorny shadows. Aoko was reminded of Sleeping Beauty, except this mage wasn't nearly as pleasant as the princess in that. Not to mention, she wasn't sleeping, and there was no prince. Regardless, this princess came out of her schoolhouse castle to greet her challengers.
その体で無理をして。あなたのそういうところ、姉としてどうかと思うわ、青子。
Toko grinned faintly. Aoko fought back the urge to respond. Meanwhile, Alice stood in silence, uninterested. What did it say? Uninterested in the sibling rivalry. Toko stood about 100 feet away, with her senses sharpening through magecraft and the silence of the forest. They could hear each other perfectly. The golden wolf was nowhere to be seen. Toko faced the two girls alone. Alice's black overcoat and winter hat were typical items of clothing for a mage battle. A few paces in front of her was Aoko, whose combat garb was comparatively out of place, a Misaki High School uniform. She had asked Alice to bring a change of clothes for her, but there must have been some misunderstanding. Though it was a trivial miscommunication, Toko seemed to think it had some special meaning.
ところで、 始める前に一ついいかな。気になって仕方がないし、この先機会もないだろうから聞くんだけど、あなたの戦闘服ってそれなの？青子。
Toko spoke clearly, and despite the distance, was able to communicate her deep-seated scorn without trouble. Aoko would rather attack than engage in small talk, but she decided to take the bait.
そんなわけないでしょ。今までこういう機会が多かっただけよ。数えるなら今日を含めて4回しかないわ。私はまだ現役だからそれも悪くはないかもしれないけど、いつか流行るでしょ、こういうのも。
Aoko was sure to emphasize her words. For a split second, Toko's eyes narrowed.
呆れたな。相変わらずのローセンスだ。
それはどうも。人形を実の妹に見立てる異常者にそう言われるなら、一周回って安心よ。
With that, the two fell silent and glared at each other. Their bloodlust cut through the thick, cold air like a knife. While the two of them sized each other up, Alice surveyed the area around Toko. There was no indication anyone or anything was lying in wait near her. Perhaps she could see if there was a werewolf still in that old school building. Maybe Toko didn't feel like Aoko and Alice were much of a threat in their injured states. Or was she really not expecting a counterattack so early, so the werewolf wasn't ready? After some contemplation, Alice surmised it was the former. She really was going to fight alone. Her arsenal comprised her mystic eyes and rune magecraft. That was more than enough to deal with Aoko and Alice in their current state. Alice, all I need is one shot. Aoko signaled to Alice behind her with the movement of her finger. Alice had no objections. The original plan was for her to keep the werewolf busy. With the mirror as a backup, Aoko was hoping to catch Toko off guard. They had a few other cards up their sleeves, but the fact remained that as mages their attacks wouldn't affect the werewolf. So they decided to ignore it and focus on taking out Toko. Not the best strategy, but it was all the two of them could come up with. But they had been thrown a curveball. Toko had the upper hand, so she was reluctant to even use the beast. Aoko wasn't about to let this opportunity go to waste. By distracting her with the sibling banter, she would settle things before the werewolf even showed up.
じゃあ、今度はこっちの番ね。どう？結界の張り直しは進んでる？
まさか、昨日の今日よ。まだ手をつけてもいない。せいてはことを仕じる。大体、私の目的は霊脈の奥にあるもので、結界そのものじゃない。張り直しは予定にないさ。まあ、土地を暴くなんて面倒な真似をするより、お前を暴いた方が早いのかもしれないが。
ふん。やっぱりそれが目的だったのね。ならなおのこと、あんたを魔法使いにするわけにはいかないわ。
Aoko's blue eyes burned brightly with a fiery fighting spirit. Even though her sister was ready to pounce, Toko remained motionless, but for her mouth, which twisted into a
魔
smirk.
法使いか。確かにまだ執着はあるね。私には移植されなかった魔術刻印と青崎の伝える魔法の正体。だがもういいよ。惜しくはあるが、到達すればどちらも自分で用意できる。それとも、今ここで私のために魔法の正体を見せてくれるのかい？青子。
Toko's words came out flatly, but her eyes mocked her sister. It was true, however, that if Aoko wanted to defeat Toko, her best chance would be to use this mysterious true magic. The only problem was that she couldn't. If she could, she would have used it to avoid being mauled last night. Aoko Aozaki couldn't use true magic. Toko believed she needed to fulfill some kind of condition. The protection their grandfather placed on the formula was to prohibit miracles from being easily realized. However, that wasn't because he was concerned about the human world. It was no exaggeration to say he'd feel nothing if magic leveled the entire city. The truth was that true magic never had any conditions in the first place. Aoko was being held back by trauma. These 5 privileges, the only powers of their kind, were bound by cognitive seals. That's why Toko looked down on her naive little sister. So weak, a body incapable of handling magic could be cut down with a mere sword. Aoko knew that better than anyone else, which is why she couldn't forgive her sister's ridicule. Just try using true magic, huh? A pathetic taunt. If that was how she wanted to play, then so be it.
お望みとあらばね。
With a burst of pure rage, Aoko made her move. Her colorless shoes sped across the untainted snowfield. Like a stone skipping across the water, as Aoko charged forward, she disappeared. Only her footprints advanced, like bullet holes in the snow. Toko held her ground. Concealment was elementary magecraft. More than likely, the power came from one of Alice's trinkets. It was a simple yet effective countermeasure to Mystic Eyes. Toko's Mystic Eyes used a lock property to bind an opponent. It did not have Logo's property to discern truth through an illusion. Once a mage's workings were revealed, its weakness was exposed.
足癖が悪いのも変わらず。
In a mere 4 seconds, her opponent had closed 10 yards and was still speeding up. It appeared that she had given up on the mage battle and was going in to move for a melee. The other girl, Alice Kuonji, didn't take a single step.
被弾覚悟の特攻。アリスから5符でももらっているのでしょうけど、反省なさい、青子。切り札というものは、あくまで自己の力によるものを言うのよ。
Sneering, Toko raised her left arm, holding it out in front of her threateningly. 10 more yards. Unfortunately, her footprints gave away her position.
そう。
Toko began engraving a rune in the air, but before she could finish, Aoko's footprints stopped. She was still too far away for close combat. What a strange place to end her attack. No, wait. Could she really stop so suddenly at that speed?
飛んだか。
She jumped. Toko made a snap decision. She quickly raised her outstretched arm towards the sky as if saluting the moon.
添える。
Flames tore through the air, the rune carved into the body above her, bathing it in a pillar of flames. No internal resistance spell could help. Rather than simply burning their target, the runes wrapped around them in a wreath of flame. The assailant screamed, falling into the snow-covered ground. In agony, she extended a burning hand out from the hellish fire, as if begging for mercy. It was the stuff of nightmares. The snow melted as the ground burned the attacker alive. Chirp, chirp! The movement was far too theatrical to be Aoko. Toko had already turned her gaze to Alice. She hadn't been watching a burning corpse at all. Toko knew it wasn't Aoko from the moment the body fell to the ground.
ワインスターの使い魔は何匹いる？
Irritated, Toko glared at Alice. While Aoko had vanished into thin air, she hadn't moved at all. Blue energy traced a circle around where she stood. It was force to forth, a 4-bar grand magecraft mobilizing her magical crest. Toko had single-action runes. No, she hadn't mastered anything above 2 bars to begin with. This torrent of energy was too much to handle.
言わず。
The rune formed in the magical circle. Awaz, the rune of withdrawal, was evoked and Aoko's concealment was undone, allowing Toko to utilize her mystic eyes. Within her open pupil, the infinitely mirrored eyes captured their target in an endless hell. But the magical sight was literally split into 2. The space in front of Aoko distorted, obscuring her like an icy mist. If Toko's eye was like opposing mirrors, then this was like sticking a one-way mirror at the triangulation point. With her vision split into 2, she couldn't lock onto Aoko.
御水の鏡の効果よ、瞳子さん。青子は鏡の Y 字路の奥にいる。 一本道から見ているあなたに中心は見渡せない。
Alice explained without concern. Due to the herb Toko made Alice swallow, she was still unable to use her own magecraft. However, she could use ploys already in motion without using magical energy, such as the mansion's mirror and the aimless little blue bird. Finally, the magical bullet was loaded.
セット、ルート、ディレクトカーラット。
Raising her right arm to reveal her luminescent crests, Aoko took aim at her target at 100 feet ahead. Magical energy coursed through her gun barrel arm. From the moment she had received Alice's invisibility, Aoko had begun chanting her magecraft. It took Toko just a few seconds to notice. Aoko produced more spins in an awkward magical circuit. Awakened. Aoko produced more spins in the awakened magical circuits than she had ever done before. She readied not snap nor draw. Instead, she advanced past her third process, a compression of magical energy. The magic blow. If she fired the blue ether that gathered before her, it would fly with the force of 10 tons. Using her magic crest to multiply the magical energy and machine gun her target, it was enough power to demolish even the old building behind her.
Taka!
Aoko stared intensely at her sister, ready to fire. Toko had no time to counterattack, or even the speed to evade. The fact that she didn't move implied that she knew better than anyone. Acceptance filled her eyes, not fear. Aoko didn't hesitate. She squeezed the trigger on her right hand.
ツアープラン、スターマイン、カイロ、放て!
The last word came out like a scream. Under the impact of the ether, the surrounding snow melted and flew around. Toko was engulfed in dirt. No way she could survive Aoko's magic bullet. It contained every bit of Aoko's magical energy that she could muster. Viewing the chaos, Aoko confirmed her victory. And yet, somehow, she felt bitter. But then, choosing to deal with the torrent of magical energy she swallowed up later, Toko tutted at Aoko's childishness. Her disappointment was so deep it bordered on despair.
学ぶにしては遅すぎたが、まあ聞いておけ青子。切り札というものは先に出した方の負けなんだよ。
Her voice, cold and aloof, she was completely unscathed. The mage stood in the snowfield, not a single speck of dirt on her overcoat. Just before the bullet reached out Toko, she deflected it with magical energy of the same level. Aoko could only stare at the scene before her. The negation of her magecraft hadn't shocked her, though. Leaf-like objects floated behind her sister. Aoko stared like she was living a nightmare. Countless magical crests poured out of Toko's back. It all happened in an instant. The magic bullet approaching like a tsunami, Toko lightly snapped her fingers, causing a stream of letters to rush out from behind her. Text became art. Golden flowers bloomed. There must have been hundreds. All sorts of magecraft from even beyond Western Europe. The kind normally carved into the flesh of a mage. The kind Aoko Aozaki shouldn't possess. The kind only followers of those schools should know. Blossoming magical crests brighter than the moon. Inscribed in the air, they formed a totem pole, a guardian beast to protect Toko.
To, まあこういうわけだ。ベオだけに頼ってはいないことがよくわかったろ。
Toko's expression was steely. Victory was in her grasp. and there was no need to rest on her laurels.
姿を隠したのは鏡の応用か。探知や隔離だけでなく援護まで行えるとはね。三大のプロイには含まれないものの、汎用性の面で言えばあれも破格のプロイだな。
持ち上げるじゃない。何？騙された負け惜しみ？
I'm so confused on what, did she steal the magical crest? That was the only thing that I was getting from that. Did she like kill mages and steal their magical crests? It's kind of what I was coming to.
いや、ただの自画自賛だよ。何しろ今のバージョンは私とマインスターの合作だ。趣味に興じすぎてあれこれと機能を足してしまったと今更ながら悔いているところさ。その後、青子に見せかけて私に向かってきたのは例のコマ取り。それ、私の魔眼はアリスが防ぎ、青子は攻撃だけに専念する。組み立ては悪くはない。よくやったと言っておくよ。
Aoko recounted their strategy, sharing her impressions as she went. Aoko could not take her eyes off Toko's blooming magical crest. Only Alice was paying close attention to Toko's words.
しかし、それもここまでだ。惜しいな、青子。わずか2年であれだけの魔術を使えるのなら、あと数年もすれば一流の射手になっていただろうに。
Toko snapped her fingers again. The floating crest began to glow more brightly.
アリス、あれは何？
Aoko whispered to Alice, standing next to her as she held her hand. She could not risk turning around. The second she took her eyes off Toko, the fight would be over.
見ての通り、魔術刻印よ。信じられないけど。
Alice's voice was filled with shock and discomfort. Aoko shared Alice's sentiment. Magical crests were passed down through the family line and took unique forms. At heart, they were merely personalized inscriptions and technically no different from grimoires. However, the reality was far different. Magecraft had no set form. Without a set shape, the ability to recreate mystics was itself flawed. To craft it into a form required an immeasurable investment of time and devotion. Magic crests were the crystallization of a family's desires and ambitions, the proof of a successor's lineage. Crests had no effects on their own, but they were ultimately the symbol of a family. If no mage was willing to imbue themselves within a crest or lacked the resolve to merge with it, then the crest's meaning was lost. That was the key difference between a crest and a mere spellbook. Crests could not be shared, and imitating them was pointless. It only stood to reason then that even if the crest manifesting behind Toko belonged to someone else, only the original owner would be able to benefit from them.
でも、確かに私の魔弾はあの刻印からの魔術で弾かれた。
Searching for answers, Aoko squinted her eyes and glared at Toko. She knew that copying a crest had no purpose. Only the original inheritor could invoke one. There was only one possible conclusion.
そう。肌に刻まず中空に浮かべてるのはそういうこと。
Aoko spat a curse at her sister. Toko nodded, pleased at the enemy's quick wit.
ああ、この体には合わないのでな。私の背後の空間に固定している。本当はね、お前たちのように肉に刻んだ方がいいんだ。魔術の起動が一動作で済むんだから。だが実際に使用するのならこうするしかない。起動までの手順は一つ増えるが、何、マイナスばかりでもない。所詮は人事なんでね。痛みは全く感じない。
And it seemed neither physically nor mentally. Aoko knew her sister was inhuman, but she never thought she would go this far.
会うわけないじゃない。他人の魔術刻印を剥がしてるんだから、血筋の称号からして馴染むはずがないわ。で、奪われた連中は死ぬこともできず、今もどこかに生かされているわけだ。刻印の持ち主が死んだら起動すらできないものね、それ。
Goat finishing the goat story. A was up as. Yeah, I was gonna say some of this doesn't make sense yet. I gotta keep reading, but I was like, how the hell is she using? Like, they literally just said that, like, if you weren't in the family, you wouldn't be able to use them. Even if the crests manifesting behind Toko belonged to someone else, only the original owner could benefit from them. And so she's like, she has someone locked away. She has another mage that has that magecraft, I assume, locked away somewhere. And her extra step that she mentioned is like forcing them to use it. The person or persons you stole them from can't die, so you must have them locked up somewhere. If they died, you couldn't activate their crests.
Toko-san. あなた
非難される覚えはないんだが、私はかかる火の粉を払っただけだよ。向こうから戦いを挑んできたんだから、戦利品ぐらいは用意してもらわないと。まあ、中にはつまらない単語を口にしたバカ者もいるが、それはそれだ。むしろ優しいと思うけどね。私を殺しに来た連中をわざわざ生かしてあげてるんだから。
その魔術師たちがちゃんと人間の形をしてることを祈るわ、肉親として。
お前ね、私を何だと思ってるんだ。脳だけ保存とか、面倒だから100人ひとまとめにした肉塊とか、そんな手抜きなんぞするものか。きちんとカフェを用意して、食事も娯楽も睡眠も自由に提供してるんだぞ。中には一生ここで暮らしたいなんて騒ぎ立てるバカもいるぐらいだ。
Toko's words were hardly believable, but it was clear her crests weren't copies. Alice's scowl deepened. What Toko had described had no discernible benefit in her mind. Why had she gone to the trouble of stealing other mages' crests? It would have been more efficient to break down the crests to components and make replicas. For a skilled puppet master like Toko, she could have made such a more powerful puppet with those crests. Kind of reminds me of Amakusa stealing the other command seals from her rest of her masters in Apocrypha, but a little bit more complex. Same idea was in one of FSN's bad ends. Well, I'm trying to... They keep talking about... when they were describing the magical crest being passed down in the families too, it also reminded me of the disgusting fucking Matao crest worms too, because those things like literally force themselves into your body, and then they're essentially the Matao magical crests that are forced into your body, and then I'm not sure if we'll eventually get to Fate Stay Night to know exactly how they work, but they essentially violate your body and then allow the Makiri or Matao magical crests to take form in your body to make you like an heir, essentially. The PP worms, indeed. The phallic worms. So there's obviously different ways that this shit can work. Also, Toko's a puppet master, and I had been saying, like, I wonder if she herself is a puppet. I don't know. I'll stop asking questions and we'll keep reading, but just airing out the things that are going through my mind to figure out how this works here. For a skilled puppet master like Toko, she could have made a much more powerful puppet with those crests. It would have made a pawn loyal to her every command at that, much more useful than any enslaved mage.
なんでそんなことを？
そういう人なのよ、姉貴は。これで行くと決めたらそれしか目に入らない人なの。家庭より結果の人なの。ある日の話よ。テレビでピザの CM をやっててさ、私たちは唐突にあのデブ食を食べたくなった。でも悲しいかな。 一般家庭であるうちにあったのはサラミだけ。うちの実家、山奥にあるの知ってるでしょ？町まで行くのに1時間はかかる。中学1年だった私は我慢できなくて町まで行ったけど、ピザ屋なんか一軒もなくてとぼとぼ帰ったの。
It was the tragedy of living in the countryside. Misaki, which had only recently gotten a conveyor belt sushi restaurant, would not see a pizzeria for another 2 years.
なのに
Then when I got home hungry and tired,
骨折り損で家に帰ったら、姉貴のやつ、おかえりとか手を振ってピザ食べてやがったのよ。
but she had a pizza.
おせんべいを下地にしてみたわとか言って。
This is such a that's pal. This is such a weird story going on with the context of where they are at the moment and the situation they're in.
外見たら鳥3羽と牛1頭丸々消えてて、ああこの女には10日交換とか手間とかお金の問題とかそういうの一切頭にないんだって思い知らされたわ。
Wow. So Aoko went out looking for pizza, couldn't find any pizza, came home. Toko had a slice of pizza hanging out of her mouth, and when she looked outside, 3 chickens and 1 cow were gone. That's when I realized she had no concept of value of money, hard work, or fairness. Alice agreed that that is pretty crazy. Dude.
そんな無茶なやつだからガンド打ちで目に見える傷跡を出そうなんて平気で考えるのよね。
Gondar mentioned stupid crap like that means I'm perfectly fine with putting a hole through her chest with a Gondar shot.
あんなのゲマトリア1節分の栄唱で同じ効果を出せるのに、あくまで呪術にこだわるから空も飛べない人形になるのよ、バカ兄貴。
Wait, they're actually just reverting to their old sibling selves right now. I mean, she could have just chanted a single verse from the Gematria to get the same effect, but no, she was so obsessed with curses, and she made a puppet that couldn't even fly. The thought of the puppet doppelganger made her blood boil. It was clear to Aoko now that Toko had done it on purpose just to annoy her. Toko furrowed her brows at Aoko's verbal assault. She had been stoic up until now, but speaking rudely about her prized puppet was crossing the line.
その人形に追い詰められたのはお前だったね。それとゲマトリアはカバラの秘術だ。私はルーン専門だからお前のように広く浅く知識を広める気はないよ。まあもっともこの刻印の所有者の一人からケルトの結界を教わりはしたがね。
One owner of these crests taught me about Celtic bounded fields. Toko looked at the crest over her left shoulder. Its shine was ever radiant, proving that its magecraft was active.
これは城で祖父を封じ込めるのに使っていてね。
I used this castle to seal away grandfather. Castle. The bounded field. She put the grandfather in a bounded field castle?
半人半用のドルイド層を閉じ込めたとまではいかないが、そうだな。私では郵便ポストぐらいの大きさが限界か。
Bro, this is all so vague. I trapped that half Yaokai druid monk in a tower. Well, I say tower, but it's closer to a mailbox in size.
ほら、昔お前が壊した赤いポスト。ちょうどあれぐらいの可愛い鳥小屋だよ。人間一人分をしまうには窮屈だろうが、祖父は肉体というより霊体に近い。見ようによってはそっちの方がふさわしいかもしれないね。
The way she's talking about the owners of Magic Crest makes it seem like she puts people into a matrix or something. Yeah, because she said coffee shop or something like that, right? Huh. She has her mystic eyes like have to do with like 1,000 layers of mirrors or some shit too, so maybe it has something to do with her mystic eye too. I don't know. A bit cramped for one person, but grandfather's more spirit than body, so I guess it's more appropriate for him. Toko stifled a sinister laugh. Her explanation is chilling. Her cold veneer seemed to slip slightly when it came to her grandfather. Her smile betraying the long festering hatred she still clung on
そうい
to.
ったわけでね。先の青子の魔術を防いだので、この刻印もしばらくは使用不能なんだ。今のが本当の魔法だったなら、わずか3行の刻印では打ち消せなかっただろうに。青子、お前は僅差で負けたんだ。恥じることはないよ。
She pulled the Sukuna, stand proud, you are strong. It's really a hilarious coincidence that they fought inside a mirror house in this game. Well, you know it was deliberate though. Like it might be like coincidence in the in-universe perspective, but that shit was absolutely deliberate on Nasu's part too. I thought it was interesting how the mirror house thematically matched the fact that they were being chased by a doppelganger puppet as well for Aoko. Motif building, yeah.
じゃあ、そろそろ終わりにしよう。抵抗をするのは自由だが、ベオ相手にそれは辛いぞ。
Oh, is she bringing out the werewolf now? Stand proud, you are strong. Let's wrap this up. Feel free to fight back, but remember, you're against Beo. Toko snapped her fingers one more time. The golden werewolf was hiding in the school building. The signal to him echoed eerily through the surrounding woods. Before the echo stopped, Aoko shouted back to Alice.
Itte, Alice!
The order sounded like a reprimand, but Alice silently obeyed. Without hesitation, she left Aoko behind to handle Toko and made her way to the forest. So now they're enacting their plan. They said that one of them would distract the werewolf while the other went for Toko, right? This was the original plan if the werewolf was there with her. If defeat was inevitable, it would be pointless for both of them to die. Okay, never mind, they're not doing that. Alice can't use her magic, so she's just dipping, I think. If only one of them could survive, there could be a round 3. That was why Aoko decided to be the sacrificial pawn.
トウコ自身の切り札も分かったし、アリスが本調子になれば勝てない相手じゃないものね。
Aoko muttered bitterly to herself as Alice's feet crunched through the snow. Instead of cursing her own death, she cursed the fact that she would not see Alice defeat Toko. For what else was there to curse except this? Alice disappeared into the forest. Feeling her fellow mage's presence fade, Aoko continued to glare at her sister.
いつまでじらす気？私、待たされるのは好きじゃないんだけど。
Speaking of waiting, the werewolf Toko had called was nowhere to be seen. It should not have taken him more than a few seconds to come flying out of the school building.
そうせくな。今赤ずきんを追っているところだ。
Little Red Riding Hood mentioned.
黒帽子の彼女をそう例えるのはやや無理があるがね。
Little Black Hat to force the metaphor. Her tone reeked of irony. She sent it after, Alice. The words traveled aimlessly across the schoolyard like a rambling announcement. Aoko stood frozen and dumbfounded. Everything Toko was saying seemed so far away from reality. Aoko was done being fooled, so she turned around. The moonlight shining off the fallen snow allowed her to see far into the forest. From the white darkness, a lone boy came into view, walking towards her. He could not have been taller than Aoko's chest, but he carried Alice over his shoulder with ease. As if she was nothing, he tossed her body upward. She arched through the air for several feet before dropping head first before Aoko's eyes. Her neck would snap on impact. Even though she was wiser not to, Aoko reached out and caught her. Alice's light body weighed heavy as she fell into Aoko's arms. The stitches on her wounds tore, dyeing Aoko's arms crimson. Aoko gritted her teeth, fighting the pain that shot through her body and the sensation of the warm blood.
Alice, 無事?
Alice did not respond, but Aoko could see that she was at least conscious. The werewolf must have ambushed her right after she ran into the woods. Alice bled heavily from where the wolf tore her abdomen open last night. just like he had done to Aoko.
初めから森に潜ませていたとはね。
Cursing her own carelessness, she gently lay Alice's body down. She set her sights on the blonde-haired boy, her new target.
つまりあれよね。甘く見ていたふりで初めから余裕なかったんだ。
Even in the face of Aoko's rage, he did not stop smirking. He stared back at the girls, eyes gleaming, twinkling with excitement at the brutality to come. The blonde hair and green eyes she saw last night, and his effeminate features now seemed ethereal, like he had changed into a being from another planet.
レオ、今日は食っていいぞ。
Toko's voice echoed from afar. The boy's grin broadened. Nobody could have expected what came next. Aoko rushed headfirst at the boy. Faster than a robin decoy, she sped, blood dripping from both arms. Toko watched wide-eyed at the spectacle. Alice could only look on with vacant eyes as she lay helplessly on the ground. The werewolf boy was caught off guard by the prey becoming predator. Aoko crossed a 20-foot gap in a second before planting a foot in the snow. It arrested her momentum and pivoted her body like a top. Even if he instantly understood what was coming, the boy wouldn't be able to dodge in time. Using the momentum from her sprint, she pushed her leg into the ground and sprang up. With deadly timing, her roundhouse kick swung in a wide arc towards the boy's neck, sending an explosion of force to his brainstem. It was an expert display of martial arts, strengthened by magical energy. She had gotten the hang of close combat while fighting Toko's puppets. The violent kick was powerful enough to shatter a tree trunk. The boy did not move. Aoko's right shin connected firmly and stopped. A shockwave rippled through his neck. It was the same feedback Aoko had felt when she destroyed the puppet. Even if he wasn't defeated, she had severely damaged his spine. As she looked at him to confirm the kill, the boy simply stared back at her, not even bothering to twitch an eyebrow.
お姉さんの右足は確か噛み切った方だ。それで首を狙ったのはすごいよね。女の人は本能的に自分の体をかばうものだってトウコさんは言ってたのに。けど残念。せっかくの勇気も無駄でした。僕の体毛の質はこの姿でも変わらない。
The only one hurt between the two was Aoko. The leg she had tried to lodge in his neck was totally numb now, like it had been chopped clean in half with a hatchet.
それに少しだけ迷いがあったな。くっつけたばっかりの足だからかばったでしょ。人間が僕の相手をするならそんなこと気にしちゃいけないのに。ああ、でも。
The boy smiled, basking in Aoko's shock and awe. She could not free her leg. No doubt, as soon as she regained her footing, he would tear her stomach open.
どっちにしろミンチだから気にしても仕方がないよね。ほら、もったいない。せっかく治ったばかりなのに。
Aoko was not sure, but it felt like he had sunk his finger into the flesh of her right leg. He was right about her leg. She barely had any feeling in it. It had been completely paralyzed after the last attack and was now back in the same horrid state. Except this time, instead of being torn to pieces, it had been crushed to the bone. Her leg might have been numb, but just the look of it was enough to horrify her. The way it crumpled, all of that blood. Any normal person would have died from shock. As if thinking about someone else, Aoko considered how cruel magical crests could be.
あれ？まだ目が死んでない。あんまり苦しめたくないんだけど。頑丈なのも考えものだよ。おね。
The boy thrust his hand out at Aoko's chest. Her consciousness flickered from the sudden pain of a stake. No, a child's fist piercing her torso. The scenery flew by. She soared through the air like a rag doll tossed away by a bored child. Just like Alice a moment ago, she tumbled through the air and hit the ground hard. Her right leg was crushed. Her chest caved in. It was as if her heart had been scooped out of her chest. Each gasp of breath left her wanting more. Was this what it was like to see stars? The terrifying part was the pain. It never let up. Desperately trying to suck in oxygen, she could still feel his fist. Leisurely, the boy strolled across the snow towards Aoko's broken body. His red tongue glided over his lips. He stared at his prey, who was desperately trying to breathe, his eyes filled with glee. Aoko bit down the temptation to drift away. Even though she could find no reason to fight on, the snow had broken her fall slightly, but her death was all but certain. The fist-sized crater in her chest and her mangled leg made sure of that. Even though she knew she was a broken mess, her magic crests frantically worked to resurrect her heart, but why? The sight of Toko in the distance was the only thing that kept her conscious. Her sister looked surprised for some reason, like she was witnessing some strange phenomenon that wasn't like her. Wondering what it was, Aoko tried to stay conscious. Feebly trying to raise her head, she looked to where Toko was staring. Oh, I thought she was like surprised that Aoko was actually about to die without even using her magic. Why did she look like that when she was this close to victory? It's our fucking goat Soujuurou finally fucking showing up, huh? Slight flashback. His heart was beating faster than normal. The fragmented and disturbing images kept returning, and he desperately pushed them to the back of his mind. They were thoughts that shook his resolve. He did his best to file them away into an unseen corner of his consciousness. Right now, he could only focus on controlling his breathing and his exertion. Just stay calm, he repeated to himself. He had not stopped for a second since leaving the church, even without giving a thought to what he would do next. So many traffic lights, so many people. It was Christmas. There was no way he could find a taxi. Waiting for one was not an option. It was why he had to put his trust in his legs. He dashed through the city streets. He had to find a shorter route than last night. His heart was ready to jump out of his chest, pounding like a hammer against a fire bell. He had no intention of giving up yet, but he could not seem to calm himself down. In his precarious condition, even surrender seemed too great of an effort to spare. Visions of horrible outcomes flashed through his mind. No calm. He needed to stay calm. That was his only weapon. He was painfully aware that he was powerless. The best thing he could do was to keep his head on straight. While he wrangled with his mind, his pulse seemed to quicken with every step. The forest was faintly lit by the moon. That was more than enough on such a bare mountain. He followed the two sets of footprints. Ahead lay a situation he had nothing to do with, just like at the amusement park. Even if you go, there's nothing you can do for them. The only effect her admonishing words had was to hasten his pace. He pushed the ground with his legs even harder, trying to leave his doubt in the kicked up snow behind him. Of course, he was powerless. The pain in his chest told him so. At best, he would be useless, and at worst, he would be a liability. He recalled the binding spell placed on him at the church. It did not matter. His body told him he would regret being torn to pieces less than if he did nothing. Not once did his legs fail him as he ran through the woods, though it felt as though his heart could at any moment. His weakness screamed at him from within. Just like back at the amusement park, he was beyond reason or circumstance now. Ultimately, I just want to help her. That was all he really desired. His heart pounded with vigor. As he ran through the dark, wintry forest, only one thing gnawed at his mind. Not concern for the girls, nor anger towards Toko. The red roses burst forth from her limbs. Screams of agony like childbirth, the harsh reality of something beautiful dying. The nightmare was tenacious. Never again did he want to see something like that again, if he could help it. Just ahead was the forest clearing. The moonlight shone on the old school building like a spotlight. Once again, those thoughts crept back in. He could not bear seeing something like that again. That was why he ran. But if he had to face it a second time, how could he stay calm? With that thought in his mind, he arrived at the clearing. Somehow, his frantic breathing, his rising and lowering shoulders stopped. No exhaustion, no inertia, just blankness, like his mind was frozen in time. This was the second time he felt like this. But the nausea and dizziness from the first time, the pathetic whining of the last few weeks, the doubts clouding his mind, they were all gone, displaced entirely from his mind by an even stronger emotion. His heart pounded with the force of a sledgehammer. It was a primal sound, loud enough to bring him to his senses. Soujuurou stepped into the clearing, letting out a deep but steady exhale. Although his eyes were locked with the blonde-haired boys, his concentration was focused inward. Be calm. Be calm. Every fiber of his being worked to control his breathing. The clearing told the story of Aoko and Alice's crushing defeat. Aoko was lying face up in the snow, her right leg bright red and crushed at the thigh. Her eyes were glazed over, but Soujuurou could tell that she was still bravely fighting on. Judging by her spluttering, she had taken a hard blow to the chest or back. Soujuurou deduced it was most likely both. Alice's injury seemed less serious than Aoko's, but she lay motionless on the ground nevertheless. She was lying across from Aoko, face down in the snow, arms out in front, as though pushing herself up was too painful. Before the old school building stood the figure of the mage he had seen before. Paying her no mind, Soujuurou began to walk forward. Feeling calmer since arriving at the clearing, he advanced towards Aoko. Toko did nothing to stop him. No one noticed, but the faintest look of worry flickered in her eyes.
お兄さんもその人たちの仲間?
The child werewolf spoke amicably, confident in his victory, and perhaps also eyeing up a new meal. Soujuurou ignored him and kept walking towards Aoko. The complete disregard wiped the smile from the boy's face. Still, Soujuurou carried on. The beast's feelings were the last thing on his mind. Once he reached Aoko, he looked down at her with a pained expression on his face. Getting aura mogged by a human? Bro, I noticed it was a full moon on Soujurou's way here. I'm telling you. Bro's had enough fucking, like, foreshadowing with wolves up to this point. Please tell me he just fucking... Can we get the emote of the wolf tearing his shirt off? Please tell me we just have a werewolf showdown right now. Werewolf on werewolf violence. Strangely, he was at a loss for words. Alexa, play animals. After a slight hesitation, all he could manage was to say,
なってないぞ、生徒会長。
What? That wasn't very polite, Miss
行く
President.
時ぐらい声をかけるものだろう。
That wasn't very polite, Miss President. You shouldn't have left the church without saying goodbye. His awkward remark was half scolding and half affectionate. Oh, he's talking to her because she's the president of the school. I was like, who the fuck is he talking to? Miss President? You numbskull, she said. Despite the pain in her stomach, Aoko was able to throw an insult his way.
安心した。余裕あるじゃないか、青崎。
His voice brightened, as if buying her bravado. The truth was that she barely had any strength to live. Despite that, Soujuurou looked like he wanted to respond in his usual way. Something like, "See, Aozaki? You're too tough to die, even when someone kills you." People die when they are killed.
あんた
As soon as she tried to speak, she ran out of breath. Soujuurou heard her loud and clear this time. He might have looked absent-minded, but he knew exactly how dangerous this situation was. Aoko knew because his carefree-sounding words did not match his expressionless face.
何のつもりで
Before she could say doing, she coughed painfully. Soujuurou pressed his finger to his lips and nodded. Aoko could not quite believe it, but it looked as though Soujuurou had gestured to her to not speak.
だってほら、状況はあの時と一緒だ。君がやられたら、次はこっちの番なんだろう。だから協力をしに来たんじゃないか。まあ、何もできないのも、あの時と変わってはいないんだけど。
Aoko did not know what to say. She could only look up at him, amazed and awed. The werewolf stared at them, visibly frustrated. After all, he believed himself to be the noblest of all creatures. Ignoring him was treason, punishable by death. Had Toko not been there, he would have sunk his teeth into Soujuurou's neck already by now. He was sure he had been intimidating enough. However, his prey did not show any signs of fear. It was hard to imagine, but maybe, just maybe, this guy did not view him as a threat.
まあ誰でもいいんだけど、筋張った肉は歯ごたえがあっていいし、何より食い出がある。先にそのお兄さんから始めても構わないよね。
The boy wolf called out once again. Still not responding, Soujuurou raised a hand to his nose. Cool, calm, and collected. Paying no mind to the boy, yet keeping an eye on him.
匂うな。
Damn! He said, "Can you get the fuck out of here? You stink! It's called aura, bruh!" Everyone present was confused. No one seemed to be able to smell anything but him.
へえ。何が匂うっていうのかな、お兄さん。
Bao's voice retained his usual arrogance. "Oh, what do you smell, mister?" But it was tinged with impatience. The boy was unable to hide his irritation at being ignored. Finally, Soujuurou turned to face the boy, just a short distance from him.
品のない肉の匂いがする。これだから犬は嫌いなんだ。
His voice was filled with disgust and contempt. Soujuurou was mainly speaking to himself. But the werewolf boy had never felt so insulted. Even if that was not Soujuurou's intent at all. In a moment, the wind picked up, perhaps signaling a change in the werewolf's mood. A fiery gale whipped around, carving patterns in the snow.
Soujurou!
Sensing he was about to be killed, Aoko desperately tried to move, but her broken body would not respond. After hearing Soujurou's insult, Alice was unsuccessfully struggling to get to her feet too. In complete contrast, Soujuurou stood there, firmly and unfazed. The little blonde boy's well of patience had run dry.
そうか。要するに、僕が子供だからって舐めてるんだね。お兄さんは。
His time playing human was over. Enraged, the boy transformed. He grew larger and larger, golden fur sprouting from his pale flesh. His mouth grew razor-sharp fangs. His hands grew claws. Drawing from the magical energy in the air, he transformed into a preternatural beast, a wolf in the shape of a human.
重化の許しは出していないぞ、ベオ。
Toko yelled at him, but the werewolf did not respond. He only huffed deep breaths of hot air.
そんなバカな話が。
That was all Soujuurou could say in response to the boy's metamorphosis. Did you really just... Such a transformation was the stuff of nightmares. What was worse, the beast now towered above him. It was enough to make anybody question reality itself.
驚いた。
Amazing, he said. Seeing his prey's reaction, satisfied, the werewolf in his maw twisted into a satisfied grin. He was a strange one, this guy, but meat was meat. However, the beast's arrogance was short-lived. The prey breathed a sigh of exasperation before speaking.
それじゃあ本当に犬そのものじゃないか。
You could not hear a pin drop, even in the snow. Aoko, Alice, and Toko were all dumbfounded. Were they really seeing a human not just stare a werewolf down, but insult it to its face? They simply could not believe it. It was too late. Any trace of the wolf's pride or dignity faded away. The onlookers finally realized that the wolf was serious.
ベオ、殺すな！
But Toko's command fell on deaf ears. The wolf prepared to lunge, his emerald eyes fixed on Soujuurou, not 30 feet in front of him. A mere 30 feet. Half a second was all he needed. Another half second to bring his claw down and slice his prey from head to toe.
死んだよ、お前！
A roar of joyous, unbridled fury echoed far and wide. It was the only warning the werewolf gave as he exploded towards Soujuurou. 1 second. A golden blur swept forth in a furious gust, too fast for eyes to follow. In the face of unworldly speed, there was only one thing to do. Soujuurou stepped forward, a silent shadow opposite of the beastly silhouette of the incoming werewolf. He needed exactly 3 paces. He bet his entire life on around 3 feet of distance. In the blink of an eye, death would be upon him. Yet he did not show the slightest indication he intended to avoid the lunging behemoth. The wolf's forelegs slammed into the ground with earth-shaking fury. His back muscles tensed up, so much they barely contained his frame as he swept a raised paw downward. Soujurou's small step neatly evaded the claws, but he had a different motive. He was merely positioning himself for the next move. His intention was never to avoid anything. From the beginning, his mind was focused on but one thing. One point to aim for. One mind, one breath. He picked the perfect opening in the wolf's torso, the precise microsecond between contraction and relaxation. That point alone was the crack in the dam of life. He punched the werewolf in its chest with his feeble human strength. There was a dull thud and a burst of blood. The twisted flesh and gore were all Soujurou's own. The werewolf's raised claw convulsed. From an insignificant impact, the beast's body was the first to collapse, then his spirit. There was a moment of utter incomprehension. The wolf opened his jaw to try to pull air into his lungs. Gasping, he began to topple forward. The slender figure slipped around to his flank. Holy shit. The next blow pierced him like a spear. Ignoring his mangled left arm, the silhouette whirled around and drove his right elbow into the collapsing werewolf's back. There was another muffled impact. The second strike penetrated the exact same spot the first strike had, crushing the beast's heart. This time, the blood that flew into the air belonged to the gasping wolf. Holy shit, bro. The werewolf fell to the ground, choking on its own blood. He did not get up. He showed no sign of life. What? It was over. There was no remorse, no hesitation in that brief act of violence. The perfect, furious golden beast lay still, felled in a mere 3 seconds. Show this scene to scare a power scaler. Oh my god, the aura on this man. No sane person would have bet on this outcome. His breathing was calm. The victor stood over the fallen behemoth's body. Bro. Holy shit. Even as the beast lay crumpled in the snow, he could not grasp what had just happened. His heart had ruptured, cutting the blood flow from his body and brain, leaving him helpless. That much he knew. If he were a normal creature, he would be dead. As it was, this was a trifling inconvenience. Once his heart was repaired, his body would heal as well. It was not as if he had been struck by magecraft succeeding his own mystical nature. This was indifferent. This was a little different than a grazed knee. Which is what was so strange about it. Your heart does not stop from a grazed knee. The werewolf frantically searched his memory. He managed to remember right up until the moment he raised his claws. But what had come after that? Given the right transformation, he knew he could withstand even a cannon blast. How had a puny human just dropped him? Wait, before that, he had to figure out exactly what his opponent did to him. The moment he got close, yes, he had felt a small impact. The attack was so accurate that it probably only affected his heart. Ridiculous. Even if that was possible, there was no way that that alone could stop a werewolf's heart. In the end, no matter how much he had thought about it, nothing added up. The answer was out of reach for a werewolf with no knowledge being backed into a corner, let alone the limits of human skill. Only one thing was certain. He had lost. He tried to piece together the sequence of events, the explosion in his chest, the flash of white. After that, as he was falling over, he took another blow to his back. That was the one that disrupted his heart. could lose? Indeed. It was physically impossible. The boy gnashed his teeth and tensed his body in indignation at this unfair conclusion.
そうだ。こんなのは嘘だ。同族でだって僕を任せる奴はいなかった。
He's a werewolf, confirmed, chat. No, I'm kidding. No other werewolf ever managed to lay a claw on me, but this one sure did.
こんな痛みもこんな事態も全部嘘だ。不合理に狂っている。
I was definitely expecting Soujuurou to like reveal like that he had been like a werewolf this whole time or some shit. But I kind of like the like I don't know. We'll keep reading. But because even if he was a werewolf like the kid did, he'd still have the full strength even in a human form, but it'd also just be fucking hilarious if Soujuurou was actually a country bumpkin this whole time and just took down a werewolf. This pain, this whole situation isn't really happening. It makes no
だっ
sense.
てこの僕が他の生き物に負けるはずが。
Enough thinking. He was ready. From the ground, he glared at his enemy to the side.
負けるはずが。
I know, hang on, I know a lot of people were trying to explain shit. One sec. Let me read the rest of this scene. The very next moment, an unknown type of pain coursed down his spine. It had eyes, cold eyes, staring, piercing, colorless. The moon looked more alive. Its arms were broken. Its inhumanly powerful attack had mangled them beyond recognition. If it was in pain, it would have cried out, but it was silent. Was it ever alive? Ooh. Those dead eyes. He'd seen eyes like those before. Those eyes without hatred, without joy, without any feeling behind them at all. It was a mindless insect. The werewolf's hair stood on end. That was this creeping chill crawling. What was this creeping chill crawling up his spine? Having never experienced fear, the werewolf did not know what had become of him. Despite countless clashes against other mystics, it had been a human that broke him. He knew beasts even larger than himself. He knew legendary creatures like himself. He did not know this. He'd never met, much less imagined, a human-sized bug. The chill down the werewolf's spine was so vicious, it threatened to split him in two. If he moved even an inch, it would crush his skull underfoot. In spite of the despair gripping him, the boy paradoxically sensed that his opponent would not move at all. This human would exhibit no further violence. It was a creature, no, a stone, that held no animal instincts. It masqueraded as a human. The contradiction grated against his heart, his values, a phantom pain born of an unknown emotion, fear. It wasn't just grating, it was like many needles slowly digging into his heart. This had been the first taste of doubt of reality. This had been the first taste of doubt of reality. Such contradictions existed in the world, after all. They were irrationalities and questions you did not want to hear the answers to.
痛い。
The suppression of pain suddenly flowed through his body like a raging river. This was also a first. Until now, he had always been able to control pain. He had never known what it was like to tremble. An elemental might have even felt sorry for him if it were here to watch. How sad. Born complete yet lost in the lunacy of the human world.
痛い痛い痛い。
His heart had fully regenerated. Howling in mental agony, the beast clutched his own trembling body, Those eyes, those human eyes looking straight through him. And then the boy realized the only reason he was still alive, even with both arms broken, the human could have finished him off with its legs, but it mattered not, because his opponent was giving him a taste of his own medicine. This was not revenge for trying to kill him. This was revenge for the wounds he inflicted on the girls. The absurdity of it all made his throat tighten. His breathing was frantic. This human had no sense of self. It had no concern for its own safety when it stood between him and the girls. That must be why it had no hate or fear, or perhaps even intent to kill him. Indeed, the fact that he was alive had nothing to do with the human's own will. The fight was machine-like. So was its judgment, an eye for an eye, and nothing more. If the werewolf had killed one of the girls, this exchange would have ended differently.
殺していたら殺されていた
He shuddered at the thought. He had never entertained such a possibility. He had never had to, because he was supposed to be the one exception to that rule. Agony kicked him hard in the gut. No matter the mystic, nothing was immune from injury, from decay. The boy finally understood an obvious law of the world. Or rather, he had been taught.
殺されてた間違いなく
Those eyes, they would not stop staring him down. Retribution was a universal law. He was now painfully aware of this fact. And yet, the one who brought form to this idea was a human. The pain of defeat, the pain in his heart, the pain of comprehending the incomprehensible. Pain. The impossibility of it all had shattered his perfect world. It ate at him, consumed every fiber of his being. The doubt made his head spin. It was too much. Humans were impossible to understand.
殺されてた殺されてた殺されてた
That's what I was gonna get at, was the fact that I imagine because like so much of Nasuverse, like either power scaling or things like being able to fight each other has to do with like understanding or being able to comprehend. And I think the fact that Soujuurou didn't even know what a werewolf was and didn't understand, he like has no concept of mystics, has no concept of the human world, only understands things at nature, but from a human level, and doesn't understand the mystics within nature. And I think that fact was the reason he was able to actually wound and touch the werewolf. But we'll keep going. He had not been made to face the death of another, but his own. Unable to cope, he reverted to his human form. Quietly, he shivered like a frightened child in a mother's lap. Still lying on the ground, Aoko choked on her own words, unable to entirely comprehend what had just unfolded.
宗十郎あんた
She could not hide the trembling in her voice.
何
Speaking in his usual way, Soujuurou nonchalantly turned towards her.
何って今自分が何をしたか分かってんの
It's like, what do you mean? It was just like that one time I fought off a pack of wolves. She shouted angrily as though he had done something wrong. Soujuurou looked surprised, wondering what on earth he had done to upset her. He lowered his gaze back to the wolf boy. Knitting his brow in dismay, Soujuurou finally realized what Aoko was referring to.
心外だな。青崎は分かってると思ってた。
He looked at her in disappointment.
分かってるって何をよ
Feeling slightly affronted, Aoko responded curtly. Knew? Knew what? What are you talking about? Soujuurou sighed.
山じゃ、熊はそう珍しいものじゃない。
He thought it was a bear or what? What?
以前、確かに言ったじゃないか。
Or that he's fought bears?
Huh?
Aoko's jaw dropped. It took her a moment to process what he had just said. She recalled some meaningless conversation or other from who knows when.
君、もしかして俺をバカにしているのか？まったく。なんで熊を倒すためなんかに修行しなくちゃいけないんだ。
Why did they train me to fight bears of all things? He thought that was a bear? So he was, because he knows what magicians are. That was assumingly a bear in his eyes. Because he thought that was a bear. That's not a bear. But he said you're a dog. Yeah, I don't know, some of this don't make sense. Okay, hang on, let me read chat since people are trying to explain shit to me. Now that Soujuurou did what he did, do you still remember the name of the teacher in Fate Stay Night, the one that did rather well against Artoria, even if she isn't receiving much mana from Shiro and being buffed by Medea? Do you still remember his name? No. Was it something Suzuki? Are they related? The one that grabbed Artoria by the neck? I do remember the teacher. His name was not Suzuki, Kazuki. Sochirio? Wait, the names are different though. They're similar. Similar sounding names though, interesting. Soichiro? Ichi is the Japanese word for one. Ju is 10. 110. Interesting. And that guy's story, if I'm not mistaken, was he was like a fucking serial killer that like wanted to repent for his... He was like a serial killer that went to go live in the woods to get away from the crime and then like re-entered society under a different name or something like that, wasn't it? I can't remember that guy's backstory. Trained killer, not serial killer. He was raised in an assassin cult to kill precisely one guy. Just fucked off. Interesting. Who was the servant that grew up? I'm like vaguely remembering. Oh, it was who was the it was the cryptor, Pepe. Pepe did too, didn't he? Y'all think Pepe might be related to those mountains as well? What the fuck? What went on those mountains? Weird. Pepe was in a different kind of cult. Lots of cults, huh? It's kind of rooted in reality. I remember a baseball catcher died in a freak accident where the ball hit him in the chest at the exact moment as well. God damn. Pepe, Kiari, Kazuki, and all that shit. I think none of the three are the exact same cult, though. Yeah, that's what Tip's saying. Tip's saying that there's a lot of different cults within Type Moon between Pepe, Kiara, Kazuki, and all that. There's lots of assassin cults, demon hunters, and other non-mage groups. Yeah. Yeah, the Nasuverse is super interesting. The issue is like we always never get like, I mean that's how Nasu just likes to tell his story. We never like dive deep into like any of them for the most part. We always just get like all the Nasuverse stories are just like little snippets here and there. The conclusion is if you see Buddhists in the woods, run. Fuck. All right. So he was trained to fight bears in the woods, and he thought that thing was a bear, but he called it a wolf as well. So is a wolf bear a thing for him? I don't know. Yes, now that she remembers it, they had spoken about this before. He had mentioned being familiar with large beasts, and she couldn't deny that she'd heard him utter some anachronistic nonsense about training against them, which meant he was used to dealing with animals larger than himself. If he lived the sort of life that involved run-ins with wild bears, then a man-wolf might only have been surprising, but not particularly frightening. Aoko hung her head. After all this time, who was it that really made no sense?
参ったわ。あなたの勝ちよ、宗十郎。
It was hard to tell whether she spoke in admiration or exasperation. Either way, as she slouched in the snow, Aoko spoke quietly enough, so only she could hear her words. Toko, on the other hand, understood exactly what had just transpired. Uh-oh. I feel like a diehard Nasuverse fan could connect Kazuki with Suzuki quick, but I think it's at this moment that confirmed that the two are connected in some way. The naming scheme is almost the obvious thing overall, changing the middle word with a different number. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the Nasuverse in general, though, I mean, I need to read more. Obviously, this is my first visual novel, but some of it, I'm like under the impression that Nasu just wanted to, like, I don't know if they'll ever be connected or like they'll ever, like, Nasu kind of like either one wants fans to just kind of have fun speculating on their own, and then two, like, they're just completely separate stories. And so while there are like little, like Final Fantasy, for example, like the Final Fantasy games have like tons of like interconnections, but like they're all their own little universe essentially in each game, even though they have like a wider universe that connects them all. You'd think it confirms about Ritsuka's name literally being John FGO. And also could totally just be making a reference to his own characters. Yeah, that's what I meant. But there might be some, who fucking knows? Like, like I'm just saying that I think you'd be hard pressed to find like concrete proof of them being like directly connected, at least. Anyways. Either way, as she slouched in the snow, Aoko spoke quietly enough that only she could hear her words. Okay, you win this one, Soujuurou, is that what she said under her own breath? Toko, on the other hand, had understood exactly what had just transpired. Bayo lay fallen, now just a sobbing boy. And another boy stood over him, with two shattered arms. Near fatally wounded, Aoko and Alice still could not stand, but had recovered enough to breathe. As for Toko, she had only a few tricks up her sleeve, maybe 3 or 4, more runes at best. The magic crests on her back were unusable. She could use the remaining magical energy from the field imprisoning her grandfather, but that would be stupid. If she released her grandfather, she would lose ownership of the sacred ground. Failing to defeat Aoko and Alice now would mean starting over from square one, and she could not afford that. This sibling rivalry had to end. Toko had gambled everything on her surprise attack. Using the fact that she was still in Aozaki to infiltrate the Misaki defenses. For 3 years she had labored, selling her work to the association. And she had used 20 years worth of hair to mobilize an army of familiars. It was now or never.
だが、私は失敗した。
She had overestimated the werewolf's power. It should have been enough. Against mages alone, Beowulf himself should have been enough to ensure complete victory. But things did not always go according to plan. Beo's incredible strength was conditional. She knew he was not infallible. So why hadn't she prepared a contingency plan? Her heart as cold as ice, Toko stared at Soujuurou, who stood tall. His arms were a hideous mess. The arm he used to strike Beo head-on barely even resembled an arm. His bones were bent out of shape, his muscles were torn to shreds. To say his arm was simply broken would have been a gross understatement. Steams of crimson ran down his arms and onto the white snow. The elbow he drove into Bayo's back was literally shattered, and his muscle and tendons torn up to his shoulder. Judging from the state of his arms, it was doubtful he would be able to use them again. Worse than his arms were his leg, and no doubt his internal organs too. He had used the leg to take the full brunt of Bayo's charge. At a glance, it looked fine, but it was now just a useless hunk of meat attached to his torso. His insides were worse. Supporting the weight of Bayo had ruptured his spine, causing widespread internal bleeding. Supporting the weight of Bayo. So when he punched Beowulf, he like literally lifted Beowulf off the fucking ground. Oh, basically, he was a dead man standing right now. A bird with clipped wings. Living like that would not be living at all. He could barely stand, let alone fight again. In contrast, the collapsed werewolf was unscathed. Only once had he coughed up blood. The majority of the pool red on the snow now was Soujurou's, a crimson tapestry telling the story of a boy who stood strong and defeated a werewolf.
当然だ。衝撃には反動が伴う。拳を振るうのなら相応の負担がある。まして相手は人狼。走ってくる鉄の壁を真っ向から殴るようなものだ。
It would be like punching a moving freight train. Perhaps he had known what would have happened the whole time. Animals instinctively limit their strength in order to protect their body. Compensating for physical weakness with intellect and technique was a humanity's forte. And that clash had shown humans at their very best, and yet, it had also been beyond human. He had attacked without concern for his own safety. Without self-preservation in mind, he could go beyond human capability, enough to strike through steel-like fur of a legendary werewolf. But who would have thought that a beast able to withstand a shot from a tank would be felled by a mere human?
いや、違う。ためらうことなく殴りつけたから壊れたのではない。初めからあれは壊すことを前提にしていたな。
He sacrificed his entire body to destroy Beo's heart. Kyoko felt a chill come over her as she went over in her head what had just transpired. It should have been a nightmarish scene, but she was so captivated by that supreme display of physical rationality. Have I seen his NP on FGO? I think the only one I've seen is Aoko. I haven't seen Alice's either. It should have been a nightmarish scene, but she was captivated by that supreme display of physical rationality. From the outside looking in, she had witnessed not an accident, but a rational consequence. In that instant, the boy had put his entire being into piercing Beo's chest. As soon as he lay eyes on Aoko and Alice, he had committed himself fully to the task. He sized Beo up, synchronizing his breathing, found his weak point, and calculated the exact position, timing, and distance he would need to hold his ground. He knew what he had to do to win, and did it with everything he had. It had nothing to do with instinct. A wild creature would not have tried to beat something it could not. Only a human would risk his life when faced with the impossible. That contradiction fed his attack. He twisted his body from his heel to his neck to focus his energy. If Beo had simply tried to run Soujuurou down, the werewolf would probably have won. But the beast wanted to rip him to shreds. Or rather, he was baited into doing so. After Beo charged, when he planted his feet, he raised his claw and then swung downward, putting himself off balance. His pulse was erratic, his movement wild. In that moment, he was vulnerable. That was when Soujuurou made his move. The beast had overwhelming power, but it was sloppy. Whereas the human concentrated all of his meager power into a single point, that was how the human shifted the balance into his favor. The follow-up elbow attack would rupture Bayo's heart. It was a graceless second strike, a sloppy blow no different from Bayo's. The elbow was only able to penetrate the beast's golden fur because of the first attack in his chest.
あの時点でベオは丸裸にされていた。無敵の人狼がその機能の一切を休止させられた。つまり
The strike was not meant to break, but to disable. All living creatures had weaknesses. No matter how strong the creature, it had weak points and weak moments. Not just physically, but mentally too. A time when they aren't in their best shape, unable to focus or find motivation. Sickness, or a lack of sleep, or food, for example, can cause the body's rhythm to go out of sync. For a variety of reasons, intelligent beings risked losing their ability to function properly. Legendary beasts were no exception to this.
弱点、欠点をつく魔術なら知っているが、全てを投げ打って弱点を生むとはな。
The boy's strike to the heart was not an attempt to kill Bayo. It was designed to create a weakness in something that had none. That elbow attack took advantage of that break in Bo's invulnerability.
加えて、笑えることに不意打ちですらない。ベオの神経の伝達速度なら、毒が当たった瞬間に感知し対応できる。だが、そもそもそれを毒と認識できなければ、変形のしようもない。毒ではないものが毒になるなんて落とし穴を、誰が教えてやれるものか。
Like how it called him a human-sized bug. She was frustrated, to say the least. The boy was totally committed, utterly selfless. He bet his life on that single moment without expecting a single thing in return. That boy had acquired the experience and skill to do such a thing. It was not a miracle of luck, nor a miracle of passion. It was not talent, tenacity, or hatred. Without constant, intense training, no one could destroy their own body on a whim like that.
子供には相手が悪かったようね。
Seeing Bayo cowering in the snow, Coco was disappointed in her own lack of foresight. She had used him for his talent alone, ignoring his inexperience. If Bayo was not a child, his life experience might have given him the strength to bounce back and devour Soujuurou after regenerating.
ベオを責めるべきか、それとも君を評価すべきなのか。
Coco quietly lifted her left hand. Nobody noticed. Standing far away, the boy standing there looked like a hunter from a picture book. He had a slender build, but that was likely because he intentionally shed any excess. Given what she had just witnessed, his cluelessness had to be part of an act, the act of a hunter. As she thought to herself, she suddenly remembered the first thing that crossed her mind the first time they spoke.
そうだったな。だが、それは忘れていたかったよ、宗十郎君。
No sooner had she felt a slither of sentiment, she returned to her unshakable resolve. She was raised as the heir to the Aozaki household, taught never to question the morality of her actions. That was why, even now, she knew exactly what she had to do.
でも、よかった。
Soujuurou muttered, unmoving perhaps because of the pain in his broken arms. He did not look at Aoko. Instead, his gaze was focused on Alice, who was lying prone, some way away. Aoko thought he looked lonely.
よかったって何がよ。
She asked, spurring him on. They were mere steps from each other, close enough to touch hands. Their quiet voices carried in the stillness.
私たちが無事だったから、なんて言ったら怒るわよ。
She was not joking. Soujuurou turned away from her slightly, shaking his head.
口にするのは3度目だけど、青崎の心配はしていないんだ。いや、さっきはちょっと意識が飛んだようなんだけど。
he said as an embarrassed smile crossed his face. The first time he outright fainted, but the second time, his passion pushed the dizziness and nausea aside. He just calmly did what he could, as best he could. Nevertheless, no matter how calm he tried to be, deep within festered a very real rage.
じゃあ何が良かったのよ、宗十郎。
Aoko's voice had a slight tinge of annoyance. Soujuurou
だっ
responded.
てようやく約束が守れた。そっちだけが約束を守ってるのにこっちは果たせなかっただろ。
Aww.
それがずっと気になっていたんだ。その機会があって本当に良かった。
His relief expressed itself as a small but heartfelt smile. Aoko listened, astonished. For a moment, she could not recall what promise Soujuurou was talking about. When she remembered what he was talking about, what she had told him all that time ago in the amusement park, her mind went blank.
あいつをやっつけるのに協力したら俺のことは見逃してくれる？
He proposed the deal, but in the end, he hadn't been of any use. It must have been eating away at him this entire time. Aoko had considered the agreement binding, but only for herself.
あんなどうでもいいことを。
She muttered in disbelief. Soujuurou gave a nod and affirmed with a tiny voice.
約束は自分のために果たすものだって教えてくれたのは青崎だ。
Aww.
だから君が守っている限り俺も守らないといけない。はあ、ずっと俺はそうしたかったんだ。
As if listening to a confessional, Aoko stayed silent. She could not find the words to say, anyway. Soujuurou proved ever the enigma. Taking such a trivial promise so seriously and speaking so sincerely about something so basic, she could not wrap her head around how he had beaten a werewolf, but his personality? That was the true mystery. It was no use trying to figure him out now. To Aoko Aozaki, he was a riddle, wrapped in an enigma, wrapped in a conundrum.
それじゃあ借りは返したから帳尻はゼロだ。これで貸し借りはなしだぞ、青崎。
Soujuurou said lightly, perhaps attempting to break the silence. Normally, this would have passed her by. She saw his kindness for what it was.
貸しがついたのはこっちの方よ。これじゃあどうやって返していいかわからないじゃない。
Soujuurou nodded in a happy agreement.
それより青崎の足なんか塞がってるな。もしかしてもう立てるのか？
She shot him a stubborn look as if to say, well, duh, obviously. Ever amazed by her grit, he offered her his right hand. Despite being broken at the elbow, to Aoko, it looked as sturdy as ever. By all appearances, it was beyond recovery, and would be for the rest of his life. Even so, he seemed able to ignore the pain, for Aoko's
ほん
sake.
と、あんたってバカ。
She uttered under her breath, looking up at him. As much as she hated to admit, she could not refuse his hand. Resigning herself, she reached out to Soujuurou. But her hand never reached his. A small bell chimed. A line of wind whipped through the air. It cut through his waist like a guillotine. Holy shit! Toko. Pieces began to fall. What were those things dropping before her eyes? Aoko could not remember who they belonged to.
そ、十郎
That was graphic as hell. I kind of felt that was coming because of fucking Toko raised her arm. And I know that the fucking, like, we haven't seen the scene with where she transforms into Super Aoko yet. This has got to be the thing that turns her into it for sure. Strap the fuck in. That used to be his name, right? Used to be his name. Holy shit, Nasu. The name of whoever lay there in red snow in front of her. His face now rested on the ground beneath her chin. The smell of viscera assaulted her nostrils. A river of blood flowed from what used to be a stomach. It happened so fast. Too fast for her mind to process, in fact. Her only solace was he probably did not suffer. How could she think that so calmly, especially after what she had just witnessed? Her blood boiled at her own stupidity. Which begged the question, how should she treat the one who did this? She had used all her anger on herself. She had none left to give anyone else. But this hatred was hers and hers alone. Her problem was this. She could muster the emotions from this drought of... How could she muster the emotions from this drought of anger? She was not sure, but the thought of hunting them down made her smile, unconsciously in anticipation. Aoko turned to the old school building to where Toko was standing with her arm out in front of her. She had used the same rune magecraft she used against Aoko and Alice, except Soujuurou had no magical crests. Toko's amber eyes were narrowed, staring intensely at the fallen corpse. As to what she might have been feeling, Aoko could not care less. Even if Toko felt regret, Aoko would never forgive her for as long as she drew breath.
やはり君からこうしておくべきだったな。
Toko was not speaking to Aoko, but to the dead body. There was no response. No clouds of breath. Coming to terms that he was truly actually dead, Aoko pushed herself to her feet.
案外無様ね。
Facing her sister in the distance, Aoko spoke hoarsely.
でも正しい選択だわ。これで勝負はやり直しだもの。
She turned away from Soujuurou and stared down Aoko. They stood far apart. Farther apart than their positions made them seem. Though there was nothing left to say, the two of them exchanged words in respect of the fact that they were once sisters.
ああ、魔術刻印という私の切り札はこの通りで、人狼というカードもお前の切り札の前に敗れ去った。だが、そちらも刻印を使い切り、彼も今息絶えた。互いに決定打はなくなったわけだ。
そうね。私も甘かった。人狼が再起不能になった時点で、あなたが敗北を認めたなんて勝手に思い上がるんだから。本来ならそうなるんだけど、あなたがそんなに諦めがいいのなら、この町に戻ってきはしないものね。本当に甘かった。
She says, I should have known that you wouldn't accept defeat after your werewolf failed. They're both cut from the same stubborn cloth, man. Neither of them are going to stop until one dies. It was clear that Toko and Aoko were trying to suppress their emotions. Aoko was right, though. Her sister had counted on Beowulf to succeed. As mages, no matter what cards Aoko and Alice had in their hands, they were helpless against the werewolf. But then, Soujuurou showed up, and Toko couldn't win as long as he was around. Unfortunately, though, he had stopped the werewolf. He had been defenseless against that mage, though. So she had to kill him. With Soujuurou out of the way, no one could hold Beo back. It would only take him some time to recover, but as long as his wounds were only mental, she could be overcome. Alice and Aoko could try to attack again before he recovered, but Alice was being kept in check by the poison, so Toko still had the advantage. Stalemate, still. The battle would drag on. Unless Aoko were to use it. Powdery snow began to whirl around. The air around her wailed. It was magecraft that transcended all that was mystical. The gate to miracles beyond human comprehension, ready to show itself.
やる気のようね、青子。
Toko released the crests maintaining the fields. With that, her grandfather would be freed, and the barriers around Misaki would be restored, which was not what Toko wanted, but it was that or forfeit her life. The crests at her disposal were now twice as powerful as her sister's. Aoko gazed at this new threat with her eyes half closed. None of this was her concern. Far removed from the situation, she was searching for something hidden deeper inside of herself, desperate to reach it. There it was, an odd feeling, like picking up algae. It was not the fire of emotion. It was not solid, nor great. It must have been what people meant by rising to the occasion. Abandoning thought itself, Aoko held to that feeling as she stared at her enemy.
いいわよ、トウコ。
She spoke softly, yet more loudly than a scream.
お望み通り、本当の魔法を見せてあげる。
Focusing her power into the dim crests of her right arm, she weaved the words together. You want true magic? You've got it. A single incantation, a final, heartfelt farewell, a brilliant, blue-colored magic taking time back to when a certain someone had been blessed. To put simply, magecraft is human wisdom. It is the world as we know it. Magic is the singularity that exists beyond either of those. At the beginning, the first changed all. Next, the second recognized many. In answer, the third showed the future. Tethered, the fourth concealed itself. And the final fifth had long since lost its significance. Someone once said, had it only ended at the third. Magecraft is the study of history. Holy Lost Belt 6 feels, bro. The star in the storm. Someone once said, had it only ended at the third, magecraft is the study of history. Feats of our making in life orbiting the planet. But true magic is the providence of a god beyond the heavens. Why do those who stand on earth extol the virtues of miracles beyond humankind and the planet? This was an undeniable sin. Magic was the enemy of humanity. Which is why those who obtain a new magic are killed by the Red Shadow.
Kike, 万物の霊長。
Aoko's voice resonated through the high, above the winter skies. The air began to fracture, turning the scenery to broken glass. Toko wondered whether she would fight or flee. She decided to try and keep her feelings in check and see this through. But the object of her obsession for so many years was right in front of her. Rationality was slipping from her grasp. Both of their fates were now uncertain. Toko had an overwhelming advantage when it came to her crests and the terrain. When it came to true magic, however, if the Aozaki magic was anything like Alice Kuonji's fairy tale monsters, then mage strength was not part of the equation. At this point, it was Toko against magic itself. And there was no winning against truth. The transcendence and idiosyncrasy of the true magic rendered things like magecraft irrelevant.
だが
But can you? Toko stared at her sister, wondering if she could actually use it. Her proclamation lacked conviction. She had raised her voice, but that was out of discipline. It had not been the arrogant conviction to sacrifice someone else for her own gain. Having not been chosen to inherit it, Toko could not imagine what the magic in her sister even was. only that it was a force violent enough to change the world. No human mind could withstand the audacity required to make an enemy of the world itself. Especially not someone as indecisive as her sister. The power of magic would surely cripple her.
そりゃね。
Feeling Toko's eyes on her, Aoko doubted herself. She could not help but hesitate. Terror gripped her heart tighter.
でもだからって
She could not run away forever. Her hesitation and terror meant she would never forgive herself for stopping now. Closing her eyes, she pushed herself into the final stage. Time stopped, like a light being switched off. She submerged herself in her own darkness. Everything froze. Only she moved. Everything around her disappeared as she passed a limitless stream of stars. And as soon as she did, she wanted to disappear into the empty, thoughtlessness place she arrived in with so many answers. Without any answers, does that say? Without any answers. Not again. The red shadow will surely come this time. Suddenly, I saw a new memory, possibly because I used another to make the trade for... I heard a familiar, yet new sound. A wish for nothing. I seek nothing. Only to fuse with the consciousness that hurtles backwards in time to zero. This sound, the bitter, sad, meaningless pulls me by my hair. But I have to resist. The red ghost was always going to be my biggest hurdle. I must forget the value of life. I must forget the dignity of death. The sound persists. It's got nothing to do with this journey. It's just an external distraction, and yet, I think I finally understand. I know what that noise has been making. I know what noise has been making me so uneasy. What the... The unsettling whispers were directed at me. Or perhaps the red shadow was perplexed by the quiet soul listening to it. It glares at me, its eyes full of hatred. How could I be so unprepared? Don't tell me. You can't be serious. You're going to turn me into your prey for that? That is your everything. You have nothing else. The effect of rewinding, the decision to never say never, his prime, his meaningless life, she negated it. She used her superior power to negate that sound, which was an absolute rule to him, and just brushed it aside like it was a cobweb. The sound disappeared. A new one replaced it. I wish for nothing. I want nothing. A pure, obedient heart. That's why you get nothing. A life of falsehood, led by affirmation. This is ridiculous. My legs move towards the future, but they stop. Change of plans. I'm taking a different path. Nothing's changed. It's just something has made me real mad. How can I put it? You call this the past, you idiot? If I don't complain about something to someone, I'll explode. Even if it's just to the voice, or to he who hears it, or to the part of me who just stays quiet and watches, or to the one who did that to him. With no answer, I open my eyes.
告げる
I declare. Aoko releases everything she had dragged up. As for what was there, or what she saw, she could not remember. All she held on to now was the fury that burned in her heart. Pushed on by something she did not know what, she opened the door. Pushed on by something she did not know what, she opened the door to magic. The change was extraordinary. Beneath her now, the snow vanished, replaced by a small patch of lush, green grass. This ground had never existed under the frozen blanket. It had been rewritten into a new landscape. The very elements rejected her, as if the world itself was fighting back. The electrical discharge lashed at her body. The miracle threatened to destroy the world. The world had to protect itself. It moved to expunge her. Pain scorched her every cell, trying to tear away her consciousness. But she did not falter. All this pain and this loneliness was to take her to the root. Ever since inheriting true magic, she had suffered this torture time and time again. She contended against the voiceless protest of the cosmos. The burden engulfed her retinas and nerves in flames. And then, light. She finally understood. She remembers why she came back and what she wanted to scream about. By the name Blue, I speak for order. Hear me. A censoring voice told her to stop. At the edges of oblivion, her hand touched the true form of magic. The snarling red shadow was there, telling her it was of no use. So much doubt, so much fear, but such things mean nothing to her. To me, I don't care about magicians' obligations or the destruction of mankind. I'm sick and tired of hearing about it. I only have one reason for doing anything right now. God, I can't believe I'm saying this out loud. I just want to save him.
No, sane.
All is not sane, yet all shall be right. A blue whirlwind whisked up around her. Casting aside her doubt and sorrow, the magician played her trick upon the world. Time flowed backwards. Childhood memories were overwritten. White flowers appeared as far as the eye could see. Brighter than the snow, they rippled like a wave across the world, devouring it.
Five timeless words.
5 timeless words. Order has fallen to ruin. What was declared had come to be. In this time and place alone, the 5th magic made itself known. In the blink of an eye, the snowy clearing had transformed. A sea of fully bloomed white flowers blanketed the ground. Only the dilapidated school building had the bare winter trees signify that this was the original world. The once cold wind now blew with a pleasant warmth across the landscape. Even the night sky was once again teeming with stars. If one reached out, one could almost touch them. It was a mix of comfort and solitude, quiet enough to carry the sound of insects flying through the air. A scene far removed from the impurity and grief of humans. A world with nothing, yet one that needed nothing. It was his most precious memory. The winter tundra had changed into a spring meadow. Aoko's so-called true magic confused Toko. Sure, it was pleasing to the eye, but she wanted to see something less idyllic. Aoko's spell was clearly no small feat, but the surrounding mana had not changed. Better to be confused, though, than deal with something like Alice Kuonji's flat snark. The only changes seemed to be the flower field and Aoko's appearance. She seemed to have received some enhancement to her physical form, but it would never be enough to match Toko.
確かに魔法といえば魔法だが
Toko said with a hint of annoyance. So no one confirmed for me just yet. Let me speculate a little bit, but... So it's clearly something with time, but I don't think it's as simple as time travel. It's like the ability to manipulate time itself.
あいにくとお互い夢見る年頃ではないんだまさかそれで終わりではないだろ
There has to be more. Surely this isn't it, she says. Aoko began walking through the sea of flowers. And she was heading towards Toko. And then the field of flowers, too, obviously isn't lost on me that it looks exactly like the other side of the Earth. I don't know if it actually is, but it sure does look like it. The other side of the planet.
いえ、これでおしまいよ。私も、あなたも。
Aoko's words sent a wave of unease through Toko. This is it for me and for you. Her sister's voice seemed different somehow. It was mostly the same in pitch, so it had to be the tone. No, that was the same too. Something was off. Could it be... It was then Toko noticed something else that had changed. Not just Aoko and the clearing. The severed body lying at Aoko's feet was now made whole. Corpse reanimation? Wound healing? It did not look like Aoko had used a significant formula, and besides, regenerating a body did not bring it back to life. Since the dawn of time, even true magic has never been able to bring back the dead. But the body of the boy behind Aoko was moving. It was breathing, like it was taking a nap.
死者の蘇生が青崎の魔法いや違うあれは蘇生というより
Before she could think of an answer, Toko realized that what had seemed out of place to her before, Aoko's mannerisms appeared beyond her years. Her appearance had changed ever so slightly, but beyond, there had to be a change from within. By the time Toko arrived at the seemingly impossible conclusion, Aoko had closed the distance between them.
タービン、セット。
Aoko raised her left hand to eye level. Compared to the circuits we had seen before, this shit's like an infinite tunnel. Toko could see no. Hear the magical energy generating inside of Aoko. It was a sound Toko had never heard before. Aoko only possessed a single function. Low-grade circuits, no better than any other third-rate mage, so she generated magical energy at a much lower rate than Toko. However, this speed was absurdly quick, moving even faster than the blood pumping through her body. Magecraft could vibrate, but how in the hell are you activating the magic circuit? How the hell were the activated magic circuits audible? Even the association had never heard of this.
我が目前に勝利ありき
Spurred to action by the sudden dread she felt, Toko hurried and carved runes into the air. Toko summoned the divine protection of victory, Tyr, to surround herself with a barrier, which was further enhanced by her crests. Paying it no mind, Aoko held her arm out steady, not moving it up to strike her target directly.
展開。
Aoko commanded herself succinctly. Succinctly? This was beyond magecraft. In just a few words, she had fired 20 magical bullets. Like a meteor shower, the bullets smashed through the rocket-proof rune barrier, as well as Toko's spell-woven coat. The protective runes lining her coat screamed. They would not be able to take another barrage like that, and she had already taken internal injuries. She loathed to admit it, but Aoko vastly outclassed Toko in terms of raw power. Even harder to admit it was that her sister probably had not even brought out the big guns yet. Jumping backwards, Toko drew more runic symbols into the air. In response, her crests burned brightly, but... With a single word, Aoko nullified all the runes, dissolving them before they could even be given meaning. The power of Aoko's words had surpassed the magical energy of Toko's rune magecraft. With the runes nullified, Aoko continued advancing through the white flowers. From her calmness to the verbose spinning of her magic circuits and her breathing, she was different. A woman with sublime self-control, a trait only found in mages with a lifetime of combat experience. Given the evidence that was the only explanation for the Aozaki magic, Aoko's magic circuits had not been amplified. That would have been impossible anyway. Like Toko, she would have to externalize them, which would just increase the scope of her magical energy and techniques. By nature, the quality of the magic circuits did not change, but Aoko was now clearly a superior mage to Toko. So there was only one logical conclusion. In an instant, she had grown from an amateur to a veteran. She fast-forwarded her own time. The scarred red mage turned her back to her sister and ran. She knew she could not win. She fled towards the old school building. Aoko did not fire, not out of pity, but because she deduced that an attack at this range was risky. She went to chase after her sister, but stopped suddenly. A few words caught in her throat. She took a small breath.
Alice, そいつ、お願い.
She said, slightly embarrassed by the maturity of her voice. White petals flitted through the air. Without looking back, she made after Toko, her long hair flowing behind her. The the background sky is beautiful. And they mentioned it was what he saw, or it was a memory that was ingrained in his head, and I imagine that was the whoever the first magician that got their hands on this magic then was, that was passed down through the family.
Order?
Oh! His eyelids snapped open. At last, Soujuurou awoke from his slumber. Lying on his back, he gazed up at the stars. The trees around him created a porthole into space. Despite seeing all this for the first time, he felt an uncomfortable sense of déjà vu. So many questions. What happened before he fell asleep? Why had he been sleeping? Everything was just so hazy. It was like he had walked out the door one minute and woken up in bed the next. With so many thoughts clouding his mind, he could barely recall his own name. All he could remember was a girl he had never seen before, and something thin around his neck.
Shizuki-kun.
Oh! The voice, quiet but clear, belonged to the girl named Alice Kuonji, who was at his side.
そういえば、そうだった.
He sat up, mumbling incoherently. The black-clad girl knelt next to him.
花だ.
Flowers, he said, paying no mind to Alice. Under the blue moonlight, spring flowers swayed, surrounded by dead trees and snow. Again, the curtain of night. White petals danced in the breeze like butterflies. Staring long and hard at the spectacle, Soujuurou suddenly raised his fingers to his neck. He moved carefully, like he was touching a wound. Then, gradually, he began squeezing harder, harder, harder.
しずきくん、
The voice of the girl beside him brought him back to
せっ
reality.
かく戻れたのに。また行くの？
She sounded both sad and reproachful, but Soujuurou did not understand why. Seeing the uncharacteristic concern in her eyes snapped him back to his senses.
行くってどこに？
His fingers fell away from his neck. Without answering, she blankly looked into the sky. Though there was only the infinite darkness of space.
まあいいや。それより俺は何をしてたんだろう。なんか変だ。ごちゃごちゃしてる。
Soujuurou tilted his head in confusion. Alice observed him, motionlessly. This bewildered boy was a far cry from the one that made short work of the werewolf. Then again, this was Soujuurou. As she stared at him, she realized she did not have an answer he could understand. So she tried asking a question. The same question she had asked him repeatedly as he slept but eventually gave up, expecting a response too.
今まで、しずきくんは何をしていたの？
Her quiet question was spoken like an enthralling spell of magecraft. Said spell seemed to work, and Soujuurou sank into a sea of memories. Atop the bright white hill, they quietly sat for a while, like siblings.
誰かの声が聞こえた気がする。何かを聞いているようだった。けど、自分は最後まで一言も返せなかった。
Though consumed by the darkness of death, he could still vaguely recall the girl's question. He was not aware that he had died, but it seemed a fragment of time remained from when he had been with her. Soujurou's expressions darkened, filled with regret. Looking at his profile, Alice pressed him
そ
further.
れで、欲しいものは見つかった？
Remembering that someone had asked him questions, he gave a slight nod.
ああ、そうだった。けれどね、アリス。そんなものは見つからないって思っていたんだ。うん。ずっとそう思っていた。
The regret in his voice was accompanied by a hint of strength. Lowering his gaze, Soujuurou saw a white flower garden that looked like something from the afterlife. It shone brightly, captivating him.
思い出した。青子の前でざっくり言ったんだっけ。なのに生きているのはどういうことなんだろう。
Soujuurou said, prodding his body curiously. His arms were their old selves again, but what about Aoko? He turned towards Alice for an answer, who sat among the flowers looking sullen.
巻き戻されたのよ、しずきくんは。この風景も本来はあなたの記憶だけど、わからない。
Alice seemed to be speaking in riddles. You were rewound, Suzuki. This place is from your memories. Don't you remember?
俺の記憶って、その割には知らないところなんだけど。
今しずきくんの時間は青子に使われているから、それが戻されるまで思い出すことはないわ。
What? She answered ominously as she cast her gaze over the flower garden.
でもこれが消えてしまうのは残念ね。元に戻れば思い返せるのは私だけなのに。
Looking at the white blossoms, she smiled momentarily.
おう。
Her words only confused him further.
アリス、君答える気がないんだろ
He said dejectedly, prompting Alice to face him. What emotions lay inside those deep eyes?
意味のない話だけど聞きたい？
聞きたい。アリスが教えてくれるならなおさらだ。
Soujuurou nodded enthusiastically while Alice took a deep breath and closed her eyes. When she spoke in a caring, as in carrying a tone as... When she spoke in as carrying a tone as she was capable of.
結論だけ言うと、あなたは一度死んで生き返ったの。しずきくんが瞳子さんに殺されてから、青子が目を覚ますまでの5分間分の時間を巻き戻して。その時、あなたは10年近い年月を青子に使われた。
The long and short of it is that you died, then you came back to life. After you were killed by Toko, Aoko rewound the 5 minutes before you opened your eyes. Meanwhile, she used roughly 10 years of your time.
2人とも肉体年齢は変わってないから、中の時間だけ持っていったんでしょうね。だから今、この景色を懐かしく思えるのは青子だけ。そして、
And once that time exchange is over, neither Aoko nor Soujuurou would remember what happened during these moments. When Aoko used someone else to channel her true magic, it did not affect her alone. If she had rewound time for herself, the temporal inconsistencies would form part of her own experience. However, this was proper time travel. The inconsistencies would be corrected. When the magic ended, both Aoko's memories of this place and Soujurou's unfamiliarity with it would be corrected. This miracle would become unrealized. Only the observers would remember this brilliant white sea of flowers, Alice and Toko.
時間を持っていく?
Soujuurou asked, his head tilting even farther than Alice's general explanation. She recalled how Aoko said that if you gave Soujuurou a roundabout answer, he would stop asking questions, even if he did not comprehend
し
it.
ずきくんを生き返らせる方法はなかったから、命の復元より死そのものの回避を青子は試みたのよ。まだ青子には無理なのか、それとも今回もひよったのか。大きな操作は避けて小さな操作、自分とあなただけの交換にとどめたよね。
So she could have done a bigger one. Interesting. There was no way to resurrect you, so instead Aoko attempted to circumvent your death completely by rewinding time. Perhaps because she was unable, or because she was hesitant, she avoided any large-scale time manipulation and settled for a smaller exchange between just the two of you.
あなたは今、5分間だけ時間を飛んだことになるわ。
That means you've effectively jumped through time by 5 minutes.
仮に遠い未来、この時間を検索できる人がいたとしても、あなただけは誰にも見つけられない。だって、時間軸の上にいなかったんですもの。
Even if someone from the distant future was able to look through time, they couldn't find you in those 5 minutes because you don't exist in regular time anymore. Remember the first scene of the game where Aoko said that she showed the cat to her grandpa and then she like blacked out. She missed 10 minutes and then the cat was dead. But the cat remained dead. So is Soujuurou gonna die again, or?
そして同時に、青子は自分の時間を上乗せするために、あなたから時間を借り受けた。
Simultaneously, Aoko borrowed your time to advance her own.
多分幼年期の時間でしょうね。個人の時間操作は忘却している部分の方が楽だと聞くし。
So this field of flowers is from Suzuki's childhood? What was bro? I assume it's not the other side of the world then. I was about to say, what the fuck was Suzuki doing on the other side of the planet? More than likely time from your childhood. From what I understand, individual time manipulation is easier when using forgotten memories. It's only the sky that's from his childhood. The flowers are just true magic activation. Oh, I could have swore they said the field of flowers was from his memories too. I'll take your word for it though. Should I slow down? Alice asked with her eyes. All Soujuurou could do was nod.
つまり、2つの奇跡を青子は行使したの。
this whole scene's from Soujurou's memories, or maybe it is, we don't know, because Nasu has yet to release Mahoyo 2 and 3. Fuck, man. So Aoko used 2 miracles.
あなたの体の巻き戻しと自分の体の早送りね。
She rewound Soujurou's body 5 minutes in the past and used that time to fast forward her own.
しずきくんの時間に介入する際、ついでに10年分の時間を借り受けて未来の自分を持ってきた。
And when going into your time, she borrowed 10 years of yours to bring herself into the future.
だから今瞳子さんを殺そうとしているのは27歳分の時間を持った青崎青子ということになるわ。
And therefore, the one trying to kill Toko right now is actually Aoko with 27 years of experience, because she's 17 years old, plus 10 years, she's 27. What on earth was Alice talking about? Soujurou's expression gave away his thoughts, though the part that about Toko made him furrow his
瞳
brow.
子さんを殺すって青子が
Aoko's gonna kill Toko, he
終わ
said.
ってるでしょうけど。
If she hasn't already, yes. As soon as Alice answered, Soujuurou sped off. Kicking up the white petals behind him as he ran, the brave boy who defeated a werewolf was back. Alice watched him go. On a snowy night, the same boy ran down Shiro Nozuka Hill for her too. Soujuurou entered the old school building. Lights flashed and the sounds of destruction exploded around him, threatening to turn the area into a burial ground. Still, he remained focused. We still don't know how he got there so fast, too, right? Because, like, it made it sound like it was... It made it sound like... That's why I was thinking he was a werewolf, because, like, Nasu kept, like, hinting at him having, like, inhuman capabilities at times. Like, the fact that they said, like, he was... he did the math in his head, and if he... Like, the subway was closed, even if he was able to take the train, he was still going to get to Alice too late at the park. And somehow he still got there in time. We do know he ran, but he did I thought that whole scene, in his head, he did the math. Even if he was running at full speed, he wouldn't have made it. And then somehow he did. Which is what confused me. I was like, is he a werewolf then? Did he transform? I wonder about if his arcs is the blue flowers that look similar but different. So I wonder if the flowers have something to do with the world generally. Yeah, they're the other side of the world in the Nasuverse, because they're also there in like Fate Apocrypha when Sieg goes to the other side of the world. It's like the if I'm not mistaken, the glowing blue flowers like that are supposed to be the other side of the world, where like the Fae and the fairies go to, or where they retreated to. They show it in the Tsukihime OP too. You're right, APOC has those flowers too. Yeah, it's described as like the other side of the world. It's supposed to be like, in Nasuverse terms, the planet itself has textures that's really easy if you play FGO and you understand how like the lost belts work. And the textures of the planet are reality itself, but there's an underlayer. The underlayer is a texture underneath our texture, and that's supposed to be the other side of the planet, where mystics lie because they wanted to escape humanity. And that's my understanding of the other side of the world, is where all the mystics still live, or where they retreated to. Maybe he just stumbled into this field. Yeah, who knows? Maybe... Obviously, the mountain is a shortcut to the other side of the world. It could be something like that, because the way it sounds is so cool, too, because, like, if you drilled into the ground, you would never reach the other side of the world. Like, the other side of the world is not a place that you can physically reach, especially with man-made objects. It's more of a spiritual thing that you, like, walk into, similar to, like, the old fairy tales. It's not a physical place that you can actually reach, and, Albion tried, and because Albion was a mystical creature, that's why the corpse is like underneath the clock tower. It's the body of like a dead dragon, right? Albion? It is Albion, right? LB6 Melusine, but she was like Melusine's only like the claw of Albion that like came alive, but Albion tried to at the end during the end of the age of like mystics and when all of that was going downhill around the time or what I don't know when it was exactly. Was it around the time of King Arthur when mystics were going down? Yeah, because like in the Arthurian legend, King Arthur fought a dragon, and so dragons were around that time. Around the time the Arthurian legend ended and the time of mystics was officially coming to an end, Albion tried to escape and get to the other side of the world to be able to live there with the Fae and everything, because as humans tried to figure out more and more about the world using scientific methods, mystics started to just die off. And so to escape that, Albion tried to get to the other side of the world by literally burrowing into the ground, and that's why there's just an empty spot underneath the clock tower where a dragon is. The corpse of a dragon. Just a mountain. And curiously, the setting also made him want to strangle himself. Yeah. If we go back to that, or I won't go all the way back to it. Yeah, but he woke up, and I did notice that he woke up, recognized the area, and immediately started to, he felt around, like, where the collar was, and I thought it was him trying to, like, feel something for, like, how Aoko kept, like, choking him, but no, he was, like, literally trying to kill himself. He was choking himself, and then Alice broke him out of that haze by saying, "Leaving so soon?" Huh. And I have to imagine that has to be something about the fact that we don't know if he has a scar under there. That's my assumption, but the fact that he had a bandage around his neck, and Alice knew whatever that was too, because she saw it when he woke up in the bed at the house. But whatever was underneath the bandage made Alice view him differently. And so I have to imagine it's got to be connected to the fact that he tried to choke himself upon waking up. Find out in Mahoyo 2 after the heat death of the universe caused by Aoko's shit. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, the way that I have to compliment the way that that was written, the way that Aoko using true magic was written was fantastic too. About the world, like true magic was something that the world itself had to prevent from happening, and so like her using it, she was literally fighting off like not the counterforce. What would that be called? What's the soul of the planet called? Like that's what was going through my head. I was like, she's literally fighting off the soul of the planet right now to be able to use true magic. It's crazy. Alaya, yeah. Well, Alaya and Gaia, they're two sides of the same thing. Akasha, yeah. Akasha is like what it would be, I think, maybe. Or is Akasha the universe, or is Akasha the planet? Whatever the soul of the planet is. Alaya was fighting considering the Red Shadow dude. She has to get rid of her humanity to reach the true magic. That's what the Red Shadow is. Huh. And we know that because coincidentally, I was watching Strange Fake as I started reading Witch on the Holy Night, and I noticed that. I was like, wait, the Little Red Riding Hood's in fucking Strange Fake too. What the hell? Interesting. And the girl that like can see it is like a copy of a human, and I assume she's a vessel created for the Grail like Ilia was, because she's like a copy of another human that's still alive, which is interesting. Episode 1 mentions Kitsyland as well. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, I really gotta pee. I'll be right back, chat. I'm back. Leakers? I was thinking about the Little Red Riding Hood again. So do we know... Is that thing Alaya then? Is that what y'all are thinking? Or it's a fragment of it or something like that? That's what's preventing... Or is it just... I don't know. Does it represent having to sever your humanity, or does it represent... like Alaya preventing one from reaching true magic? Just an agent of Alaya? The Red Death. I'm going to have to reread that scene again for sure. All right. And then I'm curious if, like, I did think it was funny as soon as she transformed into like Super Aoko and it had the from the ground up shot of Aoko and I saw the ripped jeans. I was like, did she really just like transform her clothes into whatever she thought was the coolest? And so like I was thinking this whole time like the red hair, because I knew that was coming. I thought the red hair was going to be symbolic for like her conquering the Red Death because of the whole it was pretty obvious she had to like conquer the Red Death because of the scene at Kitsyland, right? When she shot off that magic bullet. But I thought the red hair was going to be symbolic of that, but honestly the fact that she changed clothes into like whatever she just thought looked cool made me think, did she really just like, is that all the red hair was then? She just thought it looked cool or what? The jeans just give aura? It's the 1980s let her cook look. It's funny. The narration tells us that the red shadow is Aoko's humanity. It's the one thing that stands in her way of being a magician. Huh. Yeah, I'll definitely go right back and read it again at some point, but for now we press on. Soujurou's fucking going to get in between the two sisters fighting. Soujuurou entered the school building. Lights flashed, and the sound of destruction exploded around him, threatening to turn the area into a burial ground. Still, he remained focused.
ほら。悪いけれど、やっぱり無駄だったわ。Aoko.
She said to keep an eye on him. Uh-oh. Her words only reached the white flowers around her. Aoko knew Soujuurou too well. She wanted Alice to stop him. If he tried to interfere in the battle against Toko, she could not protect him this time. But it was too late to celebrate Aoko's judgment now. The girl in black had no intention of going after him. She simply sat there, gazing forlornly at the transient flower garden. Oh, this is the music from the trailer, huh? A storm of magic bullets struck down a hail of lightning blades. A mage's workshop was their home base and last line of defense. It featured an abundance of defensive spells designed to cut down brazen challengers and thieves. The old school building was no exception, painstakingly raked by the puppet master in rune magic Aoko Aozaki. A reflection of her bizarre obsessions, the workshop was set to indiscriminately destroy any intruders.
足止めぐらいは果たせバカモン
Toko complained as she ran down the hallway, activating her traps along the way. But nothing seemed to work. None of the runes, regardless of their quality or quantity, could slow her sister down. Her reaction speed and ability to predict attacks could only be described as transcendent. Even magic bullets she fired from both her arms were too much, destroying the runes and the very walls that housed them. Hey, she's still Aoko. As she spat out her words, the ceiling opened, increasing the pressure from the runes. Invisible walls popped out of the hallway. Aoko stopped and swung her right leg upward. Straight towards the ceiling. Her foot cut through the thick air like a knife through butter, shattering the ceiling and the runes along with it.
いつまで経ってもこの凝り性どこもかしこもルーンだらけ少しは遠慮ってもんがないのみんなの思い出の校舎なんだからもっと大切に扱いなさいよね
Listen to that motif, I love that. Dude, this song's a banger. What's up, Miss? Miss, we're witnessing peak. The wooden boards along the hallway. that had withstood decades of wind and snow were now destroyed. Aoko charged forward. The chaos was inevitable. While Toko's runes cursed living creatures, Aoko's magic bullets destroyed all without prejudice. Prejudice.
優雅さのかけらもない。あんなのが自分の妹だと思うと。
Toko would do anything to change her blood, but there were more pressing matters at hand. The girl rushing her now was not the sister she remembered, but rather a more complete version of her. Toko couldn't afford to let her guard down for a second. But
笑わせる。そんなものが魔法であるものか。
localized time travel. Toko didn't believe that was the true nature of Aozaki's magic. Aoko's transformation had to be the mere byproduct of true magic. She couldn't make heads or tails of its depths even within Aoko, having achieved it. At the very best, it was not so simple a miracle. After all, the concept of time travel was already made possible through the second magic. Oh. So that's what the second magic is, time travel then? Record manipulation, revision of possibilities, and so forth involved the operation of parallel worlds. That's, our goat, Zelrech. So there was no way that could be the fifth magic.
となると、次に出てくる疑問はこれか。
No, it still is. Which one's parallel worlds? 2 or 4? What the fuck is 4 then? Why did it mention 4? So fourth involved the operation of parallel worlds. Oh, fourth, not fourth. Jesus fucking Christ, I can't read. And so forth. Jesus fucking Christ. Record manipulation, revision of possibilities, and so forth involved the operation of parallel worlds. Jesus Christ. I literally read that as fourth. Number 4. So there was no way that could be the fifth magic, which brings me to my next question, Aoko. That's why I was confused as well, because I was like, if parallel worlds are already a thing, there's no way that it's like an everywhere, everything all at once technique. Which brings me to the next question, Aoko.
Aoko, 貴様、その10年分の時間をどこから持ってきた?
Where the hell did those 10 years come from? Oh!
あのボンクラからよ、悪い。後で返すんだから、あんたに非難される覚えはありませんけど。
That made sense. There was a bias, but the amount of time on this axis had not been changed. But
では、あの5分間はどうする? まさか私を始末した後、彼を元の状態に戻すのか?
Aoko stopped in her tracks. Toko had took aim at Aoko's glaring oversight. Aozaki magic and Aoko's humanity were inconsistent.
そうだ。時間操作では死者の蘇生は許されない。お前がしたことは一時だけの気休めか。
The magic crest on Toko's back began to demonstrate their true worth. Drawing upon the magical energy stored in the crest, she materialized her largest trap yet in the hallway.
あるいは、より罪深い暴虐ということだ!
3 rune stones appeared. Their scale and level of magical energy were wildly different from the other runes. Created by Toko herself at the Mages Association, they were replicas of one of the lost primordial runes created by a Nordic giant. The 3 thin crystalline lenses amplified her carved runes tens of millions of times. They rendered projectiles like magic bullets ineffective. Even if Aoko's magical output far exceeded Toko's, these giant slabs were several times more powerful still. Aoko's signature magecraft could only release magical energy, so she had no way to defend or even evade the attack. Holy shit.
セット。
A fixed subject axis main set. Pushing herself on, Aoko took a deep breath of resolve. Instead of defending or dodging, she went low and charged into the rune's storm. She's cheating! Infuriated by the realization, Toko set her magical crest to full power. Though repeated second-long bursts of time travel, Aoko was able to avoid the runes completely. Through repeated second-long bursts of time travel. She was either sending the attack impact to a different time or layering several thousands of herself atop one another. Whatever. No way she could keep up that kind of magical energy output.
1枚目
Aoko kicked the crystal slab to pieces. 2 remained. Distance, 30 feet. Toko had 10 seconds of magical energy left, but that was all she needed. Aoko, on the other hand, would stop now if she had any common sense as a mage. She couldn't continue breaking the rules for much longer. Then again, time travel itself was breaking the rules.
Aoko!
Once again, Aoko used the same technique. Toko's suspicion turned into white-hot hatred. She couldn't care less about her time travel formula. It was the amount of magical energy that she was outputting. Where was she pulling that energy necessary to jump through time for so long? It was the death of Soujuurou Shizuki. If she had brought him back 5 minutes to when he was alive, where would those 5 minutes go? Aoko's magic wasn't using parallel worlds to change this one. She had only rewound Soujurou's 5 minutes. Then logically, he'd return to being a corpse as soon as this magic ended. Time travel that didn't change the world couldn't change the past. Therefore, if she wanted to save him, she had to either truly resurrect him or send those 5 minutes of reality somewhere far away without ever returning them.
2枚目
So she's burning down time itself as ammunition for her magical energy. Aoko showed no sign of slowing. From behind her crystal barrier, Toko glared at Aoko with disdain.
答えろ、アオコ！貴様、彼の時間をどこにやった？そこにあった熱量の帳尻をどうやって合わせている？
そんなの知るか！あいつの時間なら遥かな未来に置いてきたわよ！
What? How the hell should I know what I did with those 5 minutes? I tossed his time somewhere into the distant future. She said, fuck it, we ball. 15 feet to go. Faced with such madness, Toko wanted to cover her eyes. She put the debt of the present in the distant future? A time paradox would have been more humane. Such an enormous haphazard consumption of heat could not be allowed. After all, time travel alone required a massive amount of energy. Magical energy was required to bring forth things from somewhere else. At the same time, losing something that exists here consumed an incredible amount of magical energy. And what about the magical energy used for cooling? If either fell out of equilibrium, it would mean total chaos. The distortion caused by her magic would come to affect this entire sector of space.
バカ、ここに極まったな。
They're literally explaining, like, entropy in terms of, like, something going from a gas to a liquid to ice, but in terms of, like, time converted into magical energy. This is crazy.
何千億年後に来る宇宙の死滅。人類の行く末に待つデッドエンドにさらなる負債を押し付ける気か。
Yeah, that was her, oh my gosh, what's the words for a magical spell called? I always fucking forget the name of it. The chant, not chant. Incantation is the word I'm looking for, yeah. The, her incantation did mention not sane, order, what was the final line? Or something order. your order has been overturned, or the order of the universe has been overturned, something like that. The final lines are badass. How the hell can you be so dumb? You're going to pile that debt onto the dead end that humanity will reach? You're going to lay it at the feet of the heat death of the universe? Bro.
この星の頭上に隕石を作っているようなものだぞ。というか、お前の重みでこの星を押しつぶす気か。
That last comment made Aoko's eyes widen. Her every step exerted such force that it broke the floorboards beneath her feet.
その時はその時で、今度は負債を過去に送ってやるわよ。それなら文句ないんでしょ。
She has no idea what she's doing. This is amazing.
歪みに潰されるのは過去だけなんだから。
She has truly taken on the Soujuurou mentality. Soujuurou rubbed off on Aoko, I think. Only the past will be crushed by the distortion. I'll worry about that later. Next time I'll put the debt in the past.
それで解決したつもりか。現在が確定している以上、過去を消滅させてもいいと。それでいいのは私たちだけだ。問題の総量、宇宙の負債はどうする？
Exactly. Even if the universe were closed or the present were still expanding, the absurd increase in heat consumption would become uncontrollable. That which waits for the end of infinite expansion, infinite consumption, and infinite growth as a future without hope. The nothingness before creation. Eventually, the universe would burn up.
青崎の魔法はその結末をより確かなものにするだけだ。その責任をお前は。
言われなくても分かってる。責任なんて私が生きてる間に何とかするわよ。
5 feet to go. The rune blast, now carrying all of Toko's hatred, focused onto a scorching, hot laser beam. Her body being torn into by the intense heat, and her emotions raging, Aoko drove her foot into the ground.
責任を取ると言ったな。では、その具体案は？
そんなのこれから考えるに決まってるでしょ。
お前は最悪だ。
Holy CG! Toko's last defense was shattered. Close enough to connect, the two mages unleashed their magecraft. Red runes, blue ether. In a cascade of magical bullets, Aoko Aozaki's crests were torn to pieces, and so was Toko herself. It was just as Alice said. By the time Soujuurou arrived, it was already over. The old school building's wooden boards had survived the elements for decades, but they were not ready for a mage duel. The entrance door hung off its hinges. The floorboards groaned. The stairs were ready to collapse underfoot. Toko's escape and Aoko's pursuit had left a trail of destruction leading all the way to the second floor. The chaos continued to the end of the hallway. By the stairs to the third floor, Toko sat in a heap with her back against the wall. Despite her injuries, she kept her eyes firmly on Aoko. She was bleeding internally and had multiple broken bones. She would not be moving anytime soon. Possibly damaged by Aoko's flying kick, her mystic eyes had ruptured from within, closing them indefinitely. Despite her battered and broken body, she was still breathing steadily, a testament to her stubbornness. Before her stood Aoko, staring down at her, uninjured.
屋上までは持つと思っていたんだが。
Toko was not trying to be facetious. She sounded genuinely disappointed. Aoko responded with a cold glare. Her azure eyes had not changed one bit. They were callous as ever, yet undeniably beautiful. From where she stood, Aoko held her hand out towards Toko. Like a hunter about to put a wounded prey out of its misery. The victor was decided. The mage came to steal land and got a death sentence for her trouble. The silence was quite disquieting. Moonlight peered through the demolished ceiling, illuminating the two sisters with its stare. The utterly mad sibling squabble was over. Now the fireworks were finished, and the cold wind had returned to claim the old school building.
何か言い残すことはある？
Aoko's voice cut through the silence. Toko thought for a moment, before lightly patting her coat pocket. Nothing, she frowned.
最後に一服と思ったがあいにくお前を待っている間に吸い切ってしまってね。日本のタバコはうますぎていけない。
Aoko gave a small nod.
なかなか常人には真似できない遺言だったわ。
待て待て、いくら私でも遺言まで謎かけをする気はないよ。
Toko's voice was laden with sarcasm, but not hostility or hatred.
待て待て、いくら私でも遺言まで謎かけをする気はないよ。お望み通り敗者は敗者らしく当倍をあげるから聞くといい。
Toko's voice was laden with sarcasm, but not hostility or hatred. Perhaps her vendetta was not directed at Aoko herself, but rather a product of the two sisters born into a mage family.
青崎の魔法が時間旅行に端を発するものとは思わなかった。まだ事情がありそうだが、当事者ではない私には何ともね。ボンプにはわからない悩みだ。せいぜい大事に付き合っていけばいいさ。しかし10年経ってもそれでは先が思いやられる。アリスは何をしていたんだか。
アリスにしてはよく付き合ってくれた方よ。魔術師としてはいつまでも半人前っていうのが彼女の結論。けどまあそうね。あの狼とならいい勝負をしたんじゃない？
あれはダメだ。敗北を知ってしまった。もう完全じゃない。半人前に値で勝っていようが、魔法の前には特異性を見失うだろう。ところで、アオコ、お前の魔法とやらは手段か、それとも結果か。
Toko wanted to know if it came before or came after. The chicken and the egg. Did Aoko need magic to get her where she needed to go? Or did she obtain magic as a result of reaching that
あ
place?
とよ。私は扉の前で尻尾を巻いたから、ジジイの思惑なんて知らないけど。
第一魔法と同じ経緯か。ますます業が深い。第2から第4はその場所へ到達するために生み出されたものと聞く。
Then it was the same process as the first magic. Even more sinful. I heard the second through the fourth were created to reach that place. The second through the fourth.
同族嫌悪は世の常だ。いずれ第一と食い合わなければいいのだがね。
I understand the place is the root. I was trying to figure out. So the second through the fourth were created to reach the root. If opposites attract, I guess similars repulse. Better hope the first doesn't bite back. And so the first is like the opposite of the fifth. Some fucking pyramid shit going on. So if the third is at the top in its manipulation of the soul, the second is the multiverse, or the ability to see parallel timelines. the second through the fourth. So did the second, like, exist initially, but it was achieved through the fourth? Yes, third is Heaven's Feel. I know that. The third, the only two I know that I've got down are Heaven's Feel and Zelrech's Kaleidoscope. Okay. Second and fourth were ones that weren't purposely reached. Okay, because Aoko turned her back at the door, so she never reached it either. I turned tail when I got to the door, so I never found out what that old man was thinking. Then it was the same process as the first magic. Even more sinful, you never actually reached the root. I heard that the second through the fourth were created to reach that place. Better hope the first doesn't bite back.
しかし、扉ときたか。魔法の継承とはパスの継承のようだな。
Ymir!
ではやはり、ここにユミルの入り口があると。
Ymir's entrance was here all along. Is that Norse mythology, the giant, right? And obviously used in Attack on Titan as well.
北欧かぶれのあなたにとってはね。
Scandinavian name.
私にとってはアカシャの門と言えるものよ。
The Gate of Akasha!
最初からそれを狙っていたんでしょあなたは。
So they're talking about the root, so she was after true magic or getting to the root the whole time. Toko used every ounce of her strength she could find to nod.
望めば手に入るというのに、何台も待つのは嫌だったんだ。ソフトはそれで決別したようなものだったよ。
What was that glass break?
青崎に対する復讐心はそれには優先されなかった。
Is that Soujuurou running up?
まあ、すべては終わったことだ。もう語る必要はない。最後に根源に触れた感想が聞きたいな。
Toko spoke after taking a deep breath. Her last words showed no trace of hatred. Aoko remained silent as she began raising her hand up high. Soujurou's gonna stop her for sure though, because he said earlier that like sisters shouldn't fight, or sisters. He heard about how the sisters were trying to kill each other, and Soujuurou was like, that's so sad. Toko spoke after taking a deep breath. Her last words showed no trace of hatred. Aoko remained silent as she began raising her right hand up high. She recalled her grandfather's orders, the source of true magic. Revealing one's knowledge or impressions of the root was strictly forbidden. But this was her sister's dying wish. Maybe it would be okay. The conversation would end the moment she brought her arm down. Then, this rotting shell of a building would become her sibling's tomb. What harm could it do? And it's not like she planned to follow her grandfather's rules anyway.
白状するとね、姉さん。
Aoko's voice carried through the blue hallway.
正直、全然わからなかったわ。
Aoko gave a blunt reply and brought her arm down like a bolt of lightning. Or at least, she tried to. Her arm wouldn't listen to her. It wouldn't budge.
何のつもり？
Cursing Alice, Aoko spat her question out with venom. Soujuurou materialized from behind. The wording. Soujuurou materialized from behind, taking hold of her raised arm. Though unable to express it, Toko was shocked to see him too.
手離して。
Damn, look at that. Let go, she said. Without looking at him, or even at her restrained hand, Aoko spoke sternly, her eyes forward. Come to think of it, at the amusement park, he appeared out of nowhere to protect her from that puppet.
聞こえなかった。二度はないわよ。
She was not bluffing. If he interfered, even he would be given no mercy. I've decided to let you live. It would go against that promise, but she should know better. Even so, he maintained his grip on her arm.
いい加減に。
As Aoko turned around, the world told caught in her throat. She immediately regretted looking at him. She saw herself in his expression. Mournful sadness, judgmental anger. His conflicting emotions spoke to her of her own internal struggle. Voiceless, quietly, without volition, voicelessly, quietly, without volition, rustic, gray eyes questioned a deep sin.
言いたいことがあるならはっきり口にしなさい。それができないなら消えて。
Soujuurou gently released Aoko's arm as she maintained her resolve. They locked eyes, neither friend nor foe. Their bitterness clashed without words. And then, suddenly,
人殺しはいけないことだ。
Murder is wrong, Soujuurou said, stating this in a matter-of-fact way of his Soujuurou stated this in a matter-of-fact way of his with which Aoko had become all too familiar with. His words were empty, trite even. And yet, given her current state, they reached her. Although she would soon forget these fragments of Soujurou's memories, they made her painfully aware of how he felt. Still, she could not agree with him. It would come back to bite her. If she let Toko go now, her sister would come for her again. She had already made 2 attempts on her life. Aoko did not have it in her to forgive her sister for what she had done. Above all, just as Toko said, if Aoko did not change, she would be a novice forever. She had not even won her first mage battle yet, and she knew putting down a blood relative would require even more conviction. Nevertheless, his words echoed over and over again in her heart. Murder is wrong. Such a childish phrase, but the earnestness of which he said it with was enough to make her sick. Resisting, Aoko glowered at Soujuurou.
だから殺されたくせにその相手までかばうっていうのあんたは。元気になったら懲りずにやってくる殺人鬼が相手でも見逃してやれっていうの？
まさかそこまで言ったら聖者だ。自分にはそこまでのことは言えない。
But he would probably still let her go. He did not think that Toko would change. He also did not care to rationalize her actions based on her life. He was simply thankful that this person before him was still alive. You seem pretty damn saintly to me. That was what had made Aoko so angry. His overwhelming innocence and self-righteousness angered her, like the Hall of Mirrors was happening all over again. The only difference was now she knew why he was acting like this. It was because she had taken a part of him. He took a step forward, passing by her, saying words he knew he should not.
仕返しなら殺された人間がやるのが筋だろう。
If it's revenge we're talking about, it only seems logical that the guy who was murdered should be the one to do it.
君を止められないのは分かってる。だから青崎がやるぐらいなら俺がやる。
It was difficult to discern who was the more pathetic in all of this. Toko, who had been staring at them the whole time, closed her other eye as if drifting off to
ご
sleep.
めんなさい、トウコさん。
Knowing her fate, Toko dropped her head as best she could as he walked towards her.
そうだな。君にはそれもいいかもしれない。今は特殊な状況だから、冷めた後に君がどれほど悔やむことになるか想像もできない。ただ、それで君の停滞は終わるだろう。晴れてみそぎ落としというわけだ。純粋に祝福してあげられる。気に食わないのは、それを決意させたのが私ではなかったということぐらいか。
She knew that Soujuurou could not understand, her words hanging in the air. She closed her lips tightly, then weakly stuck out her slender neck. Soujuurou took another step forward. Before he could do anything, Aoko moved. Spinning in front of Soujuurou, she cut off her magical energy and swung her hand as hard as she could. The sound of her slapping his face echoed through the hall, along with his staggering steps.
Aozaki.
Main menu theme! Tears of anger welling in her eyes, Aoko turned her back on Soujuurou, sulking as though she would kill him as soon as she looked at him
他人
again.
の記憶を取り込んだ代償か。引きずられたな、青子。
そうよ。自分の意志を人に曲げられるのがこんなに悔しいなんて知らなかった。
That was about all Aoko could mutter in response. The corners of Toko's lips curled into a grin.
何がおかしいのよ、あなた。
いや、お前にも人並みの情けがあるとは思っていなくてね。バカ呼ばわりは訂正しておくよ。他人の理想を背負うのに怯えるなんて、10年経っても可愛いじゃないか。
あんたね。
そう睨むな。今のは心からの賛辞だ。で、私をどうする？彼に殺させるか、それとも見逃すか？
仕方ないでしょ。あなたの言う通り、これが何よりの代償だったんだから。
Aoko said begrudgingly, shooting Soujuurou a sideways glance. He seemed to have recovered from the slap, and his usual absent-minded look had returned. He may have had no memories of his past, but his morals and values were too deep to be erased. Soujuurou was trying to violate those. It would eat away at him forever, and he would be doing it not for himself, but for Aoko. Aoko understood this all well now. The moment he said he would do it was the moment he lost. Not stopping him would be no different than watching him die, and she would lose something important inside of her. Aoko did not want that to happen.
青崎、やっぱりその自分の受けた傷は自分で返さないと気が済まない性格か？
Aoko ignored Soujuurou, who seemed to have gotten the wrong idea. Instead, she directed her scowl at Toko, who still laid collapsed in front of her.
わかったわよ。トウコ、今回は見逃してあげる。けど、ただで帰れるとは思ってないわよね。
Toko scowled at her little sister standing smugly over her.
祖父のところに突き出すのなら、ここで引導を渡してくれ。
まさか、私もあの人には会いたくないもの。あなたにはこのまま出て行ってもらうわ。邪魔もしないし、教会に届けも出さない。律子は私が言い含めておくから、今回の件は私たちだけの秘密よ。
Toko's brow creased further. There had to be a catch here.
青子、何を企んでいる？
別に その代わりに呪いをプレゼントしようと思って。今まで散々ガンド食らってきたし、おあいこでしょ。まあ私のはちょっと強力だけど、今後この土地に入ろうものならマダガスカルガエルになってもらうわ。
A frog, truly a witch on the holy night. Smiling as if she had just arranged to eat Chinese food tomorrow night, Aoko walked towards Toko.
待て、なんでそういうものだけ習得してるんだお前は。
そりゃ師匠がアリスだもの、偏るのは当然でしょ。
She always was an odd duck. The elder Aozaki sister's brow knitted so hard it would have produced a sweater. Perhaps this was why her sister would stay a novice forever.
宗十郎、席外して。覗き見が趣味なら別に見ていってもいいけど。
Unless you're a creepy pervert. Wait, where was the... Oh, his fucking face.
宗十郎、席外。覗き見が趣味なら別に見ていってもいいけど。
As she spoke, she began removing her sister's overcoat. The uncomfortable look in Toko's eyes compared to the strangely cheerful one in Aoko's caused Soujuurou to hesitate. Was it really okay to leave the two of them alone? Eventually, he nodded. This was just a weird game between sisters.
覗き見は確かにいい趣味じゃないな。
Muttering more to himself than anything, he ducked into an empty classroom.
なんだそのブサイクで悪趣味な術式は。センスがないにも程がある。お前本当に私の妹か？
ええ、この通り芸術的才能は全部姉貴に持っていかれた哀れな妹でして、嘆くなら自分の天才性を嘆きなさい。どうか？
Down the cold, dilapidated hallway, cries of sadness, joy, and anguish rang out. She gave her own magical crest, huh? But it's a curse. Something like that. Outside, the fully bloomed white flower petals floated one by one into the night. Standing among the ballet of petals, Alice gazed up at the sky. The blossoms gathered into a cloud, and then slowly vanished, as though falling asleep. Soon, not a single flower would remain, and the clearing would return to a snowy tundra. The magic had ended. In a matter of minutes, the past would return to its rightful place. Along with it, the time shared between the boy and the girl. Her old school building was still. Alice embraced the silence and patiently waited. After a while, Soujuurou emerged from the building, and Alice released a puff of white breath. A small sigh of relief. It was over. Soujuurou approached, carrying Aoko, cradling her in his arms. Was she asleep? Her eyes were closed, and she seemed peaceful. Her hair and limp body dangled like a silk drape. She looked just like Sleeping Beauty.
待っていてくれたんだ、アリス。
And it was mentioned earlier that her sister looked like Sleeping Beauty, right? But there was no prince. And Nasu brought this back around, that she looks like Sleeping Beauty, but now there is a prince. He said, holding Aoko with a little effort. Alice nodded.
トウコさんはどうなったの？
いや、よくわからないけど、トウコさんは帰ったよ。青崎が言うには、そう簡単に解除できない呪いをかけたから、向こう10年は三崎市には入ってこれないって。
10 years?
その後、トウコさんが尻尾を巻くのを仁王立ちで見届けて、見えなくなったらそのまま倒れたんだ。
Shit, maybe that's where she put the 10 years of memories and transcribed it into a curse. After that, she stood and watched Toko run away until she was out of sight and then collapsed. Alice's response was brief, as if she was wondering if things were really so simple. She seemed more concerned about Toko than Aoko, which made Soujuurou concerned about Alice and Aoko's relationship more than anything.
それはともかくとして、青子はどうなっているんだろう。
He asked nonchalantly, "What's going on with Aoko?" as he looked at Aoko breathing deeply in her sleep.
矛盾と清純を合わせているのね。彼女の時間は今の時間とは異なってしまったから、歯車を合わせるまで目は覚めないわ。
Soujuurou nodded in understanding, very clearly, still not comprehending a word Alice just said.
なんか拍子抜けしたよ。結局、瞳子さんと青崎、どっちが勝ったのかよくつかめない。
そうね。魔術師の争いには明確な点数はつけられないから。瞳子さんの大目的が青崎の魔法の解明なら、魔法を使わされた時点で青子の負けよ。その後のいざこざは凱旋する勝者を夜道で襲ったようなものだし。
Alice said as she turned her sights to the forest. Even Soujuurou could tell that was Alice's way of saying, "Let's go home."
そうだね。青崎もアリスもこのままじゃ風邪をひく。ああ、それと青崎が瞳子さんに呪いをかけるとき何かしてたんだけど。
Soujuurou trailed off, hoping Alice would tell him what it was, but a stony and somewhat affected gaze was her response. When Aozaki cursed Miss Toko, she did something else.
見たの？しずきくん。
いや、青崎が出てけって。
そう。それで、青子はどんな呪いをかけたの？
カエルがどうとか。
Soujuurou's explanation made Alice's expression darken. Aoko was still a long way from learning any sort of polymorph spells.
そう。
But that would have been her in the future, right? So that's like, okay, that's interesting. So that's like a hint that they're gonna be together and she's gonna learn that spell way down the line because she said that Alice taught it to her, right? But that would have been her 10 years in the future talking. Her thoughts prevented her from finishing the sentence. In actuality, it was perfectly within Aoko's capabilities, or abilities, considering where she was in time at that moment. As Aoko had said, Toko would not be able to dispel the curse for 10 years. And the Aoko of this time had not the ability to use such a curse, which meant Toko did not have anyone to rebound the curse to. No matter how much she researched dispelling powerful curses, she could not do it without the Aoko of this timeline.
青子が瞳子さんにつけたのは切り傷ぐらいだから、しずきくんが心配するようなことはないわ。青子にしては随分と生ぬるい処置だけど。
After her slightly unsettling remark, Alice quietly began to walk. Soujuurou followed her, Aoko in his arms. Together, they left the clearing and moved into the forest. As they did, Soujuurou abruptly froze.
しずきくん。
He looked back towards the old school building's field with a strange expression. Was it homesickness he felt? Though this was only his second time seeing it, he had a nostalgic feeling, like he would never be back. He looked like a child saying goodbye to an old toy that was to be thrown away. Seeing his expression, Alice felt a hint of sympathy and chided herself.
あの荒れ地がどうかした？
They used the same word, or Nasu used the same phrasing when it was it Beowulf when he tossed Alice? He was saying goodbye to an old toy that was being thrown away. Seeing his expression, Alice felt a hint of sympathy and chided herself. Something on your mind? She asked him, watching the flowery garden fade into a snowy field. Soujuurou shook his
なん
head.
となく知っている場所に似てる気がして。
How does bro know the other side of the world? Bro is a mystic.
おかしいな。やってきた時はそんな気はしなかったのに。
He stood, staring at the tundra for what seemed like an eternity, reluctant to leave. If she left him there, he would still be gazing at it by morning, probably even longer. Could it have been... was it specifically his past? Could it have been a future he has not experienced yet? But there was no point in doing that. In the end, Alice was the only one who would remember the beautiful scenery he yearned for.
ここはその場所にそんなに似てる?
What future he was dead? The future, like, Mahoyo 2 or 3. What if that's, like, the end point for him? Because he feels a nostalgic feeling, but maybe it's something that hasn't happened yet. I feel like I know that place. It's weird, right? I didn't feel that way when I got here. What if it's a memory that hadn't happened yet, though? I don't know. I'm just blurring shit out. Nasu likes to foreshadow. Does it really look that familiar?
全然似てない。面影すら皆無だ。
Not at all. Not one bit of it.
ならそれは気の迷いよ。
Soujuurou nodded at Alice's harsh conclusion. He smiled slightly, deciding it was pointless to want something that did not exist.
そうだね。多分幻を見ていたんだ。
Maybe I saw it in a dream.
あれは一度幸福だった時の夢だった。
A dream where I was happy. Severing the ties that bound him, Soujuurou turned his back away from the snowy clearing, away from that unfamiliar yet familiar place where he had known happiness.
さあ、早く帰ろう。青崎は重いし、体も疲れてる。洋館に着いたらあったかいお茶を入れよう、アリス。
Soujuurou spoke her name with a smile. Her heart skipped a beat. Since when did he start saying her name so casually like that? Somehow, she managed to nod before beginning to walk again. What did he say? How about we have a warm cup of tea once we're back at the mansion, Alice? As he moved away from her, she asked a small question to his back.
重いって私より
Is she heavier than me? Aoko was a bit taller than Alice, so naturally she would weigh more, but Alice wanted to hear him say it anyway. Not one to disappoint, Soujuurou answered without missing a beat.
ああ、数値的に言うのなら、アリスより10キロ増しぐらい。
Oh,
そう青子が聞いてたら大変ね
oh, definitely she's heavier by about 20 pounds. You do realize if Aoko heard you say that, she'd kill you. Judging by Alice's tone, she was probably going to tell Aoko later
意
anyways.
地が悪いな、アリスも。それに、さっきのは本人の名誉のために死者誤入してたんだぞ、一応。
I did round down too, just to be nice. His attempts at being kind had likely drawn him closer to his
ダ
deathbed.
メかな。
He asked nervously. Alice could not help but crack a smile at his innocence. However, she was not used to smiling in front of others, so she turned away and walked into the woods. From Soujurou's perspective, she was storming off in a mood.
なんだ。友達の悪口で怒るなんて、やっぱり仲はいいんじゃないか、青崎。
Alice must really care if she's mad about me saying that about you, right, Aozaki? Soujuurou rushed to catch up with Alice, gently carrying Aoko along the way. Though the prince lacked the courage to kiss the sleeping princess, he had at least saved her, and he was bringing her back to the castle, back with the Sleeping Beauty comparisons again. Despite what he had been through, he did not look like your typical hero. Still, in this story at least, he most certainly was. Bro, that scene with the werewolf was fucking crazy. Cosmic Nuisance. Chapter 12, all scenarios read. Cosmic Nuisance. A Tale of the Star. Hoshi! Hoshi, chat. Alright. Alright. So that took about 4 hours. Let's hop into the actual final chapter now. Chapter 13, which I assume is going to be a little bit of an epilogue. And then I know some people in chat were asking if I was going to read the extra chapter at some point, and yes, we are planning that for probably Sunday morning. And then Monday, hopefully, we'll be able to get to the actual FGO collab. About damn time, right? All right, let's get into it. A Tale of the Star. Six days passed. The weather in that time, sunny and clear. Chapter 13. A Tale of the Star. Main menu theme. It first came to Soujurou's attention when he was resting with Alice after spending all day cleaning.
宗十郎、今日ぐらいはバイト休みでしょ?
Aoko asked him in her usual manner immediately upon entering the drawing room. It was already nighttime, approaching 9 o'clock. The afternoon's sunny weather had changed abruptly, and the thick clouds were visible out the window. Awoken from his nonchalant daydreaming, Soujuurou tilted his head to the side and replied calmly.
休みだけど、どうして？
これから実家に戻るから用意しておいて。
Soujurou's peaceful expression had grown tense the moment she appeared. Unsure of what any of this had to do with him, he stole a glance at Alice, who was seated across from him. However, she looked surprised as well, her eyes widening ever so slightly as she studied the other two.
用意って何の？
He replied timidly, struggling to hide his bitterness at Aoko for waiting until the cleaning was finished before deciding to show up.
用意は用意よ。1時間ぐらい歩く山の上だから寒くない格好をしろって言ってるの。
Soujurou's expression only grew darker. The way she spoke made it sound like
しずきくんを連れて行くの。
Alice spoke up before Soujuurou himself could manage to say anything. Aoko brusquely asked if there was a problem.
私だってあんなとこに行きたくないわよ。けど、今日ぐらいは顔を出せってうるさいから、本当に顔だけ見せに行くの。
Damn, she's taken Suzuki to meet her parents?
宗十郎を連れて行くのは単に暇だからだけど。
She stood tall, as if challenging her roommate to oppose her decision. Alice's face was dour as she gazed back. Soujurou's irritation was obvious as well as he glared at Aoko. Of course, their unspoken objection had no effect on the Aoko in the slightest.
それじゃあ、班になったら出かけるからね。
Having said all she wanted, Aoko disappeared from the room once again. Alice and Soujuurou could only sit in dumbfounded silence.
アリス、青崎の家って遠いのか？
He stared at the clock as he spoke. There were only 10 minutes to go until half past the hour.
場所的には三崎市の端よ。ここから電車で4駅分下った小さな山の中にあるわ。
Upon a small mountain.
あなたの住んでいたところに比べれば丘でしょうけど。
There that is. I love that. It's more like a hill by your standards, though, I imagine. Her expression had not changed, but her voice made it obvious she was in a poor mood. His complete obliviousness to this fact only showed how clueless he truly was.
そっか。今から行ったら帰ってくるのは明日になるね。
帰ってこられたらの話だけど。
Each spoke to themselves as if there was no one else in the room. Those about to embark on a journey always feel a sense of dread, and he was no exception.
青崎の家ってお化けでも出るのか？
Alice did not say anything in response. All she did was raise her eyes from her teacup and stare wordlessly at him.
アリス
His question caused her to suddenly avert her eyes. Something seemed off about her today. The minute hand on the clock was about to reach 30. Bothered as he was by Alice's odd behavior, Soujuurou had no choice but to stand up from the sofa and take his leave.
それじゃあ行ってくるよ
Soujuurou hurried through the drawing room. Alice kept staring at his back until he was gone. By the time he had changed in his room and returned to the foyer, Aoko was already waiting and ready to go. Furthermore, Alice was at her side, and they were in deep conversation. She abruptly ended their chat as soon as he descended the stairs.
それじゃあ行きましょうか。アリス、留守番よろしくね。
She responded with a simple nod. There was determination in Aoko's step as she strode towards the door. Soujuurou made to follow her as he donned his coat in the foyer.
ほら、ぐずぐずしない。
Her words made him pick up his pace, but he stopped suddenly, as if he remembered something. He looked back at Alice, as if to say that he had left the heater on in his room, or some other important matter. I imagine this is the finale of them. They're gonna wipe his memories and just dump him at his old apartment or something like that. And that's why Alice is sad, and maybe he's about to realize it.
それじゃあ行ってくるできるだけ早めに帰ってくるから
Oh.
寝ないで待ってるんだぞアリス
Damn. I'll be back as soon as I can, he said. But try to stay awake this time while waiting for me, okay? Alice blinked in shock at his unexpected request. Aoko looked on with arms folded as Soujuurou stood waiting for a response. Bewildered, Alice finally returned to the drawing room without uttering a single word. Her only response had been the very smallest of nods. They were headed for Akikoshiro station, train station. Akikoshiro. The night had grown late. It was nearly 11 o'clock. A train full of tourists went by in the opposite direction before the two finally arrived at the tiny station. The surrounding area was incredibly dark and quiet. In fact, it felt less like a station and more like a small boat dock. Soujuurou had a hard time imagining that many people came here, even during the day. It had only the absolute bare minimum necessary to greet the odd visitor. There were no convenience stores in sight, only fields and the streetlights that dotted the roads. Aoko placed her ticket in front of the attendant, who sat sleeping in his chair and skimmed the train schedule. The last and only train back departed just after past midnight. Having confirmed her options, she headed hastily out of the station. The elderly station attendant was alone. He had dozed off, with both the heater and television still turned on. As he slept, his face looked completely content. The night felt vast in its darkness. The small train station had been rendered obsolete now that the cars were commonplace. It was like a lone star, shining in the night sky. Soujuurou thanked the attendant for his service before stepping out into the darkness. The man must have looked after the station for decades at this point, and would likely continue until the day he died. Outside the station, there was little in the way of human development. It could scarcely be called a village. There was not even an area out in front of the cars or buses to drop people off. Their eyes were met only with a panorama of flat fields interlaced with a lattice of footpaths. Though surely a sea of beautiful green in the summertime, during winter, it was more like a wasteland. However, electrical lights that felt strangely out of place illuminated one side of the dark vista. The cold only grew harsher as night wore on. It relentlessly snatched all sensation from the fingertips. Aoko thus kept her hands in her pockets as she strode through the paths among the fields. She could feel the ground below through her shoes. Its softness was unlike that of the city, and for her, it brought back countless memories. She had walked this path every day in middle school after all.
あの山の真ん中あたり、家の明かりが見えるでしょ？あれがうち。
She pointed out a mountain that rose up before them with a finger. The journey looked like it would take about 40 minutes on foot. For now, they remained among the rice fields, though their journey would continue beyond them. Aoko followed the path bathed in light without looking back. The path seemed to hang before them, like a pier, leading out into the darkness of the ocean. The closer they got to the mountain, the darker it became. All signs of the hustle and bustle of human life were absent. The dark stillness made the moon overhead seem dazzling. Its light transformed the mountain path from blackness into a mere shadow. Though dark, their surroundings were not totally indiscernible. The seemingly unending path stretched on and on. Soujuurou, doing his best to match Aoko's pace, stole a momentary glance at the profile on her face. Did she not feel frightened in this quiet darkness, even with the moon to light the way? Her expression showed no outward signs of discomfort as she strode on in silence. In fact, this was how she always looked when she was trying to act tough. He had only had a month's experience with her, but that much he knew. There was obviously something on her mind she couldn't ignore, no matter how small it might be.
青崎でもこういうところは怖いのかい?
She responded to his tentative question with a surprising nod.
こんな夜道を怖がらない人なんて普通いないでしょ？我慢できるか無視できるかの2つだけよ。そのどちらもできない人は夜に出歩かないわ。
なるほど。それじゃあ、どうして自分を連れてきたんだ？
言わなかった？こんな何もない道を一人で歩くのは時間の無駄でしょ？退屈しのぎに話し相手が欲しかったの。
そういえば、そんなことを言ってたな。
Soujuurou fell into a silence. He was not bothered by what she said, rather he was desperately searching for something to say in response. Their path through the night continued onward. Only the sound of their footsteps could be heard. Eventually, Aoko was unable to endure the silence any longer despite her best efforts.
宗十郎、退屈しのぎに何か話してよ。
参ったな。話すようなことはないんだけど。
He felt clueless and ashamed. He had been searching unsuccessfully for a topic throughout their awkward silence. Shocked though she was, Aoko let out a gentle sigh. At least for a moment, his simple earnestness was enough to make her forget all about her troubles.
バカね。嘘でも何でもいいから、とにかく話をすればいいの。別に面白い話なんて期待してないから。
Her blunt retort was not entirely honest. She would surely scold him if he dared lie to her. Soujuurou said as much, reminding her of how she had claimed to hate lies. Naturally, she did not bother responding.
仕方ない。話はないけど、聞きたいことならあった。何でもいいなら、それもいいだろ。
A slight scowl crossed her face at his suggestion, but it lasted only a moment before she returned to her previous calm state.
ま、それもいいか。どうせ、もうすぐ忘れるんだから。
She muttered her reply without making eye contact. Their destination in the mountains remained hidden from them, revealing not even a hint of its form. It had bothered him ever since that night. What was the truth behind it all, and how would the two sisters' drama unfold? Soujuurou decided to press Aoko for
それ
details.
で、瞳子さんは何がしたかったんだ？
あれ、言わなかった？私への復讐と根源に接触することだって。根源の渦については前に少しだけ話したでしょ？
確か魔術の源だっけ？
そう。そして最終目的でもあるわ。根源の渦っていうのは全ての英知が記録された位置。 全ての事柄が決定された場所。そこを見て触れて理解できれば不可能なんて言葉すら作り変えられる。伝承によって呼び名は様々だけど、要するに神様のいる位置なんでしょうね。
神様っていうのは八百万的なものじゃなく
たまにそういうこと言い出すから厄介よね、あんたは。そりゃ万象に宿る神様もいるでしょうけど、これはその前、そういうのを決めた大前提みたいなものよ。そんなものの入り口がどうして岬にあったのかは知らないけど、祖父はそれを発見して新しい魔法を作り出した。でもその後に根源への道を閉ざしちゃったのよ。魔法さえ成立したのなら神様への道は消えるべきだって。多分私たちが生きてる限り解放する気はなくて、トウコはそれが腹立たしかったんだと思う。たとえ力不足で取り込まれても、道があるのなら試すべきだ。自己の消滅を恐れるぐらいなら、そもそも魔術なんて学ばなかったってね。
That's probably why maybe he gave the power to the heirs traded. Maybe that was why. Maybe he sensed either something she said or either something the grandfather said, or sorry, something Toko said to the grandfather, or just her mannerisms in general made him think that she couldn't be trusted with the power. And so then the responsibility got shifted to Aoko. Because the grandfather said he has no intention of, the grandfather has no intention of opening it again as long as we're alive, which made Toko crazy mad. She said that the path is meant to be explored, even if we aren't strong enough to handle what we find, and that you shouldn't be studying magecraft in the first place if you're afraid of getting killed.
でも祖父は礎になろうとする一切認めなかった。
Grandfather didn't appreciate her ambition.
もっと強力な跡継ぎが生まれるまで根源の解析は許可しない。跡継ぎに魔法は譲るけれど、根源への道だけは閉ざしていたのよ。
That's why I thought it was Aoko's view of life the minute the grandfather saw Aoko's reaction to the cat dying. Oh, he wants a more human person, huh? Because of her. She was sad about the cat and decided to pass it down to her because she had a more human reaction to it. What's the current chapter? 13. This is the final one. Well, there's an extra chapter too, but we're not going to read that today. He refused to allow anyone to investigate the route until a stronger heir was born. He's willing to pass down the true magic in the magical crests, but not the way to reach the root.
トウコの気持ちもわかるけど、私は祖父に賛成だわ。根源なんてものに興味はないし、第一、今まで一人も生還者がいないんだもの。それが本当に神々の座なのか保証もないし。
Her mood gradually soured as she spoke, and towards the end, it sounded more like a list of complaints. Despite her words, however, part of Aoko was unable to agree completely with her grandfather's decision. Soujuurou took note and followed up with a question about something he found strange.
青崎、一人も生還者がいないってどういうことだ？
根源に触れて帰ってきた者は一人もいないの。世界規模でね。触れれば即消滅。人間程度の魂だと触れた瞬間に元に戻るとか、根源に取り込まれるとか。なんでどんなに歴史に名を残した魔術師でもあれにだけは触れていないわ。せいぜい間近にして大急ぎで自分の魔術を安定させた程度だもの。
Soujuurou furrowed his brow at the oddness of it all.
それじゃあどうしてそこがそういう場所だってわかるんだ？
そりゃ中に入って伝えた人がいたからでしょ。
でも生還者はいないって。
だからそういう人たちは中で神様にでもなっちゃったんじゃない？
She spoke very matter-of-factly. as if it was a minor detail about something that had happened the other day.
そうなればこっちに帰ってくる必要はないでしょうし、もしかすると単に帰ってこられないだけかもね。ま、神様って位置づけが私たちが思っているようなものとは思えないから、あまり幸福そうには思えないけど。
Whether they succeed or fail in their endeavor, those who reach the root become unable to return to the normal world. Maybe the first person to become God felt lonely and spread the word about the swirl of the root in order to have others join them there. Or maybe they had so much work to do as God, they just needed some help. None of it made any sense, no matter how long Soujuurou thought about it.
トウコさんはそうなりたかったのかな。
まさか、あの人は単に知りたかっただけよ。その後に残された人たちのことなんて興味はないの。昔から目標に没頭しても成果を愛する人じゃなかったから。正直なところ、そのあたり姉貴は突き抜けてるわ。
Please tell me Soujuurou says you're kinda like that too.
本当の天才ってのはああいう非人間のこと言うのよ。苦労して作り上げたものの、その後を全く考えないんだから。
Soujuurou wasn't sure whether she spoke out of disgust or respect.
でも、そのくせ面倒見はいいっていうか、未来のことは考えないのに、今あるものには何にでも興味を持つんだから。
Aoko praised her sister's genius even while cursing her every being. Though her tone of voice was perfectly pleasant and lacked any audible animosity.
そうだね。それにトウコさんはこっちの方が好きみたいだったから。
As soon as he spoke, he was struck by the meaning of Aoko's earlier words. I don't care about the root. He realized that she must feel the same way as Toko. Still, there was one thing that had been bothering Soujuurou regarding Toko.
そういえばカエルにするって一体。
He ventured into bringing up the topic no one had been talking about since it occurred. It had always seemed taboo to bring it up, so this sense of transgression made him hesitate as he finally sought the truth.
一体も何も言葉通りの意味だけど、もともとルーン使いには変身術がある分、トウコにはかかりやすかったみたいよ。
いや、そんな当然のように言われても。
His stomach hurt from the stress of not knowing how to respond to her cavalier attitude.
まあ、それでどうやって？
He did not particularly want to ask, but it was the natural extension of his current line of inquiry. Aoko stared straight ahead as if she lectured him, completely ignoring the pained expression on his face.
2種類あって、精神を入れ替えるのか、肉体を再編成するかね。精神だけを入れ替えるのは簡単な分、すぐ元に戻れるわ。夢を見ているようなものだし、ちょっとしたショックで元の体に意識が戻ってくれるから。厄介なのは肉体そのものを変えてしまう方で、この場合、術が切れるまで元に戻るのは難しいでしょうね。私がやったのは、その再編成の方みたい。多分塩基配列を組み替えるんだろうけど、もうちんぷんかんぷん。魔術が科学的な説明するのもナンセンスだし。
Aoko spoke as if it were not her own actions she were discussing. Apparently, she had been borrowing magecraft from her future self and could not use any of it in the present. Her actions had also created a looming threat that would come back to haunt them in 10 years' time. Trying to comprehend even a fraction of all the intricacies involved made Soujuurou's head hurt. Her actions had also created a looming threat that would come back to haunt them in 10 years' time.
あと数年後には青崎はそんなこともできるのか。末恐ろしいな。
Soujuurou was being completely honest with her. In response, Aoko only stared ahead blankly, eyes open wide. She looked like she wanted to scold him.
アリスならそれぐらい今でもできるわよ。
なんだと。
やっぱりね、そんなことだと思ってたわ。
She should have used the example of when they put him in the jar. The timeout jar. I fucking love that emote.
前にも言ったでしょ。アリスの部屋のもろもろの人形はあの子に逆らった執事たちの慣れの果てなんだから。
You know those dolls in her room? They're all that's left of the people who opposed her.
まさかアリスはそんなことしないぞ。
いやいや、これが私もね、付き合い始めて半年はそう思ってたんだけどね。
The light, cheerful laughter that followed only made her statement all the more chilling.
青崎、その冗談笑えないぞ。
あら、私は笑わせる気なんてこれっぽっちもないんだけど。
She was clearly making fun of him at this point. Unable to determine how serious to take what she had said, Soujurou's mood and expressions only grew darker. His obvious dejection made Aoko smile with satisfaction. This implies that Alice allowed Soujuurou to go to the West Wing because he supposedly knew about the dolls in her room. Yeah, we still don't know what Alice saw outside the library window, right? Because I had assumed it was just Soujuurou cleaning up outside or something, but remember she was like studying for the upcoming battle and her studies were delayed, like she wasn't working as hard and she had to she was tired and hadn't been working as hard, and it's because every time she went to the library she would stare out the window at something, and we still don't know what that is. I just assumed it was Soujuurou working outside and she was fascinated with him or some shit, but I don't know. We never got the answer to that. Unable to determine how serious to take what she had said, Soujurou's mood and expression only grew darker. His obvious dejection made Aoko smile with satisfaction.
ま、あそこであんたの言葉にうなずいちゃうあの子がそこまで魔女になれるはずもないんだけど。
She shouldn't be able to be a witch in the first place if she agrees with what you're saying. She gazed at him as they walked, her chest warm with emotion. The path they strode had shifted from footpaths through rice fields to a road climbing up a mountain. It was surprisingly wide given the mountain's small size, though with no shortage of trees on either side. The forest road led them up to the top of the mountain. Wheel marks were etched into the dirt underfoot. No doubt the Aozaki family came through here by car. The only light at the summit was that of the moon and stars overhead, the bald mountaintop lacking streetlights and houses as well as vegetation. Near the top incline of their path began to even out. The road ended abruptly at a house, still a good way away before them. It was too far to make out the shape of the building, but Soujuurou assumed it was Aozaki's house based on the warm light coming from the windows.
ところで、君が家で団らんしている間、自分は何をしていればいいんだろう。
Soujuurou had a hard time imagining Aoko engaging in any sort of family bonding time, but with effort, he could imagine that it must be a joyful time for her. He did not want to ruin that by intruding, which is why he brought up the subject now. If he had to, he would not have minded spending the night camping outside. Her reply was not what he had expected.
君はうちの離れに行って祖父に会うの。
お。
多分、そこで今日までの記憶を消されるわ。
Yep. You're gonna meet my grandfather. He might be able to erase your memories of everything that's happened. It's kind of where I didn't know that I thought Aoko, I thought they had come up with a way, but the way Alice was acting when they were leaving, I definitely kind of caught that that's where this was heading. She stopped dead in her tracks as she spoke. The frank and open attitude she had shown all night was now gone.
Eh?
Soujuurou was too shocked to take another step forward. He turned back to look at her, having been walking a little ways ahead, and realized she was not joking. He stood still, taking in the glaring silence. Naturally, Aoko was the first to resume speaking.
驚かないのね、あなた。
いや、驚いたけど。でも、それは初めから決まっていたことだ。
退屈しのぎは本当よ。それとは別に、祖父があなたを連れてこいって言ったの。
Soujuurou nodded in acceptance. He was as quiet and unchanging as the night around him. Aoko found it thoroughly irritating.
それじゃあ行こうか。立っていると寒い。
Soujuurou,
Aoko's voice stopped him in his tracks, just as he was about to resume walking towards her
あな
house.
たはそれでいいの？記憶を消されるってことは、今までの1ヶ月がなくなるのと同じなのよ。
Soujuurou murmured in understanding. The thought of returning to his old self and forgetting about Aoko, Alice, and the mansion altogether felt like giving up a treasure that he had discovered. But he didn't feel that he was unable to let them go either.
確かにそれは嫌だな。青崎と知り合ってからの1ヶ月は楽しかったし、アリスとも約束したばっかりだし。でも、青崎が消えるわけじゃないんだろう。冬休みが終われば、また学校で会えるじゃないか。
There was no answer from Aoko. She did not tell him that he was not the only one who would be losing their memory. Intervention by their grandfather would erase her own memories of Soujuurou too. Once it was done, they would most likely never even speak with one another again. Each would become just another random student at school. Even if they had happened to meet by some luck circumstance, things would not be the same as they were now. She could not deny that a small part of her was going to miss him.
そう。なら行きましょう。
She rationalized her feelings away instead of processing them and set off once again towards the house. Soujuurou followed along at her side. It was a matter of several minutes before they reached their destination. She was irritated to see that the expression on his face looked exactly the same as it always did. Forgetting their time together was sad for her, if only slightly so, but it did not seem to bother him in the least.
そりゃね。平気で自分の腕を叩き折れるやつに、そんな繊細なこと期待していないけど。
Halfway through muttering her complaint, Aoko suddenly remembered. Or rather, she realized something. Something about the one-time werewolf killer before her, and the mystery of who Soujuurou Shizuki really was. The older version of herself that night had memories and knowledge of Soujuurou beyond what she knew now. She knew something about this seemingly average boy's mistakes, why he was able to do what he did, and why he was raised in the mountains in the first place. She had always wondered, but never had a chance to ask him about it until now. Once her grandfather was through with them, all those questions she had about Soujuurou would be gone too. There was no point in asking right before they had their memories erased, but then again, she might as well, if she was going to forget everything anyway. This was her only chance to demand an explanation for his contradictory behavior.
待って。私も最後に一つ聞きたいことがある。あんた、山でどんな生活を送ってたの？
Her question stopped him in his spot. She had never seen him make such a pained expression.
つまらないよ、そんな話は。
面白い話は期待してないって言ったでしょ。どうせ私も宗十郎のことは忘れるんだから、それぐらい話してくれてもいいんじゃない？
Her words and demanding gaze caused him to lift his head in surprise.
忘れるって、青崎が？
当然よ。あんたが忘れても私が覚えているんじゃ意味がないでしょ。お互いが忘れなくちゃ人と人の関係は立てないわ。行ってこいで公平じゃない。なんでそんな顔するの？
Soujurou's hand shot up to cover his mouth in response. He had no idea what kind of look he had been giving her, but he had a feeling it had been pretty pathetic.
そうか。青崎も忘れるのか。そこまでは考えていなかった。
ええ。そして私はあなたとは会わなくなる。断定はできないけど、まず間違いなくね。
Thus, this would be their last conversation. The way she spoke made it obvious, even if he was unaware of what awaited him. Soujuurou might see her walk by at school and feel a desire to talk, but they would have no reason to interact. Even if he tried to strike up a conversation, he knew she was not the type to bother much with other people. More importantly, he was not the type to strike up conversations in the first place. Not the way he had been a month ago, at least. That was when he finally realized how cruel it could be to forget something. Not only would he forget what they had done together, he would not so much as know her name or even be aware that she existed. Even if he felt strangely drawn to her, he would never understand why. Even if some lucky twist of fate brought them together, things would never be the same. Their walk that night was no less than a funeral for them both. He would essentially kill the person he knew as Aoko Aozaki, and she would kill the person she knew as Soujuurou Shizuki. Afterwards, nothing would remain.
だからその前に聞いておきたいの。嫌だって言うならあとはこのまま家まで直行するだけだけど。
それは寂しいな。うん。くだらない話だけど、会話がないよりはマシだろ。
Muttering under his breath, Soujuurou set off towards the house once again. This time, it was Aoko who matched his pace. There were only minutes left before their paths would come to an end. The cold air turned their breath into white puffs that hung frozen in the dark night. Looking back on their conversation later, Aoko would think it seemed more of a confession than anything else. For Soujuurou, however, it was like one long, poorly told fairy tale.
山での暮らしは別にどうということはない。毎日同じことを繰り返して、毎日同じことを教えられた。そこでは明日はないんだ。始まりが朝で、夜になれば終わる。一日は次の日にはつながらない。だから明日を夢見ることもない。次の日を楽しみにするなんて言葉はこっちに来てから知った感覚だったな。初めは馴染めなかったし、馴染む気もなかった。けどみんながまた明日と満足そうに口にする。いつの間にかそういうものを夢見るようになっている自分がいた。
Soujuurou kept walking as he spoke. He stared straight ahead as if telling his story to the night itself, not once turning to face Aoko. For her part, Aoko was utterly silent. She knew it was pointless to so much as nod or ask a question.
目が覚めていつもの一日に戻って、ふと気がつくと昨日までいた誰かがいない。訪ねてみると夜に体調を崩したらしい。たまにね、眠れなくなって家から出て行ってそれっきりな人もいたんだ。見なくなってしばらくした後、崖の下で見覚えのある遺体を見つけたこともあった。今にして思うとそれは異常なことだ。集まって暮らしていればそんなことにはならなかったのに、自分たちは関わらなかった。一日で完結する世界だったから他人は必要じゃなかったのかもしれない。山では食べるものも少なかった。飢えないためには他の人が寄りつけない場所に行くことが多くなる。その途中の道でいなくなってしまう人も多かった。山では誰も他人から奪うことを考えなかった。口にできるものを探すとき、気を配る相手は犬だの熊だのだけで人を気にすることはなかったんだよ。今はその逆になりつつあるけど。ともかく生活の半分はそれだけで済んでいた。
Soujuurou continued to stare straight ahead. He did not seem troubled by his memories. To Aoko's ears, it sounded like he was describing a place no one in their right mind would want to live, as if it were perfectly normal. It was almost as if he missed it. But from that point onward, he slowly began to show more signs of distress as he spoke.
もう半分は、まあ、身を守る手段を教わっていた。学校の授業に比べたら些細なことだ。単に自分の体はどう動くものなのか、生き物はどう動くものなのかをよく見てよく考えろと言われた。単純な反復運動だ。 小石を蹴ったり森の中にこもったり、まあそんな意味合いのことをやっていたんだ。あの決まり事が始まると朝も夜もなかった。外の変化に気持ちを向ける余裕はなくて、ふと気がつくと随分長く食事をしていないなんてのもザラだった。あ、ちゃんとご飯はもらえたよ。そういうのの後は。
Jesus. We didn't have the energy to notice the time of day. Sometimes you'd go a long time and realize you hadn't eaten anything for ages. I mean, we did get food eventually, so don't feel bad for us or anything.
あれが何のためだったのかは今でもわからない。
I still have no idea why we did that stuff, though.
ただ山で暮らしていくには役に立ったし、そもそもあれだって生活の一部だった。生きるってことはそうすることだって思ってた。こうやって息をして歩くためにはあの繰り返しは当然のものだったんだ。
宗十郎、それは。
His tone was totally indifferent, but the strangeness of it all forced Aoko to interject. He glanced at Aoko and nodded as if to show he knew what she was thinking.
何かがおかしかったんだろう。あれは身を守る知恵じゃなくて、もっと違う用途のものだった。たまにいなくなる知り合いは山の土になったんじゃなくて、他の場所で他の理由で消えた場合もあったんだろう。でも考えることさえなかった。精神の隙間を知れだの、命の勝ち負けを知れだの、意味を汲み取らないまま鵜呑みにして、それがどう評価されるものなのか俺にはわからない。
It sounds strange. The training definitely seemed like it was for something more than just self-defense. I have a feeling that people who sometimes disappeared actually left the mountain for some other reason. But I never thought about any of that back then. I accepted it all without really knowing what was going on or having any qualms about it, without knowing whether people were even still alive. Maybe some people would judge me for what I did. I don't know.
ただ知らなければ。
But I do know one thing.
外のことなんて知らなければ悩むことなく自分はそこに居続けられたと思う。
He learned about the outside world and that's what made him want to leave.
あなたの嫌いな生き死にの真似を続けて。
He did not respond to her question. From then on, they continued walking in silence. Aoko could not stop thinking about all the contradictions and absurdities in what he had said. The imbalance in his education, for one. His knowledge of the basics of human life was thorough, yet he knew next to nothing about modern technology. He always said he was not good at socializing, but he seemed accustomed to talking and discussion. His upbringing could not have happened that way by chance. It was most certainly in an environment purposely constructed by some third party. Aoko had no idea what that purpose could be, or who the third party was, though. Why would anyone want to create someone with a background like Soujurou's? Was it all part of a grander plan? Or was there really a place that deep in the mountains where it was normal to live like that? He had asked about this once in his home in the mountains, apparently. When he expressed his confusion, an elder man had taken him aside, saying, "This is just how things have always been around here, boy. There's no reason to keep doing it, but there's also no reason to stop." With a laugh, the elder chose a new identity and life outside of the mountains for young Soujuurou and sent him off to live on his own. Aoko's home loomed at the end of their path. It was a generic home without any real distinguishing features. It seemed as though a house from the town had been picked up and dropped here. One could imagine the residents were peaceful people who engaged in farming and raising animals in their spare time. Gazing at what lay before him, Soujuurou finally opened his mouth to answer Aoko's earlier question.
自分にはできなかった。知らなければよかったのに知ってしまったから。
I would have if I'd never learned about the outside world. I would have stayed there forever, but now I know, and I can never go back. Allegory of the cave moment, yeah. Bro left the cave. There's an important kanji detail missing in English translation. Let me know when you want it. For what?
その後は簡単だ。泣けない鳥はいらないと言われた。
Coming here made everything simple. Someone once told me that no one wants a bird that can't sing.
今まで疑いもなくできたことを、意味を知っただけでできなくなったものはいらないと。
It's the same when you learn the truth about something you never questioned before. Once you know the truth, you just don't want it in your life anymore.
どんなに山にいたくても、できないのなら意味がない。
No matter how badly I want to be back in the mountains, I can't live like that anymore. There's no point in even trying.
俺は意味を知った瞬間に、意味を信じることができなくなった。だから山を降りたんだ。
Once I learned that things meant something, I couldn't just blindly believe things anymore. That's why I left the mountains.
けれど、どうなんだろう。そこではそうすることだけが全てだった。そうすることだけしか教えられなかった。だから。
There had been only one problem with his life in the mountains. Himself, for having questioned it. It was all his mistake. He muttered as much to himself, his voice dripping with criticism. In Aoko's opinion, the world he described was, in a sense, perfect. The best environment to achieve a goal was one in which all elements extraneous to that goal had been removed. As long as the people involved had no concept of morality, they would consider the immoral to be correct. No, even correctness would be a foreign concept. Only one thing was for sure. The world Soujuurou had come from was frozen in time. That was what made his tragedy possible. A world of wrongdoing and mistakes had created a human riddled with mistakes as well. Soujuurou understood that it was wrong, and yet he still thought it beautiful even now. Regardless of what the truth behind it might have been, he considered that world perfect. He only blamed himself for having learned what existed outside that world. Just earlier, he'd said that he would have been happier.
知らなければよかったのに。
He surely felt the weight of the sinful words he spoke more deeply than anyone else. That's why he still wondered. What had gone awry? Whose fault was it really? He did not want to answer those questions alone. He wanted her to state it clearly for him. There was a moment of silence that felt like an eternity before she spoke.
私には答えられないわ。
Her reply came quietly. She had an answer, but she couldn't tell him. It was a struggle for her to tell such a bold-faced lie. The boy reflected deeply on what she said. He knew right away that her words were coming from a place of kindness.
そうだな。君の最初の優しさが今でよかった。
A pleasant look floated across his face, at which Aoko could only scowl.
何よそれ。まるで普段から優しくないみたいじゃない。
青崎は優しくないじゃないか。
She found herself unable to offer any protest against such a blunt statement. It was because she knew he was correct.
そうね。優しくなんかないわね。私。
Soujuurou smiled in response to her vaguely sad consent as if to say, told you so. His indulgent smirk arose from his sense of personal pride in the situation. It was both warm-hearted and uncomfortable, causing Aoko to instantly regret her question. If only she had asked about something else, something random that did not matter, then she never would have ended up in a mood like this. Only a few minutes remained until their path came to an end. Surrounded by a wooden fence, the house resembled an inn for passing travelers in the winter. The light spilling out from the window brought to mind images of a lively dinner table. Quite the opposite of the current mood between the two. It's definitely the one from the beginning. Remember the drawing or whatever that turned into the image?
ごめん。悪いこと聞いちゃって。
Aoko stopped at the entrance to the yard. Did she feel compelled to apologize despite... No. Because it was their last conversation? Soujurou's only response was to shrug it off.
話途中なのにね。
He looked up at the house they had hiked so far to reach, his breath hanging in white air. All signs of gloom were gone from Soujurou's face as he
自
nodded.
分も話してみてようやく振り向けたと思う。だから青崎には感謝してるよ。それにこれはもう終わったことだ。続きを話すのはまた機会があった時にしよう。
He turned his head to face Aoko with an ephemeral smile. He was his usual nonchalant self, the same as every other day. Aoko prayed that day would never come. For her own peace of mind, but also for the well-being of this very unique boy.
もっとも、そんな機会はもう来ないか。
Then she pointed in the direction of a cave hidden by a small forest on the other side of the house.
あそこ、ちょっとした洞窟があるの。そこに祖父がいるから。本当はもっと違った話が聞きたかったけど、仕方ないか。魔法は12時になると切れちゃうものだしね。
A sarcastic grin spread across her face as she spoke, and so Soujuurou walked off, totally clueless as to what fairy tale she was referencing. The forest felt so far from the house to Aoko that it was like a different place on Earth altogether. In reality, it wasn't far at all, only 5 minutes away.
さよなら、しずきくん。
She said it to herself as she watched him simply walk away without turning back. Though he wasn't meant to hear her words of parting, they apparently reached his ears anyway.
ああ、じゃあまた明日町のどこかで。
He raised his hands in farewell and then disappeared into the forest. As soon as she was sure he was gone, she turned her gaze to the sky. That night, the stars were even more beautiful than the moon. He had been looking at her fondly only moments before, and now he was gone into the forest without only a brief word of parting. It did not feel real. And with that, she finally understood, if a little too late to matter. She understood who had truly been the strange and unusual one. Anyone could have ended up behaving like Soujuurou, but not many could keep talking on and on the way he did. Everything he had done was now perfectly sensible in light of his former life in the mountains. As a magician, she was supposed to make miracles happen, but he had arrived at a miracle of his own through the trials and tribulations of following what he considered to be common sense.
素手で熊を倒すなんて、私にはどう転んでもできないし。
It was perfectly impressive. Soujurou's own magic was so mundane to him that it made him depressed to talk about it, but even so, it was the kind of brilliance only possessed by humans. She pulled her eyes back down from the starry sky and began to walk. The lights were on inside. The entrance to the door was unlocked. Aoko rolled up her sleeves and checked the time. 1 hour left until midnight. She had just barely managed to satisfy her parents' request to visit before the end of the year. Placing her hand on the door, she took a deep breath. She promptly stifled the faint affection and sadness she had been feeling. It was her first time back in 2 years. Upon entering high school 2 years ago, she had begun living on her own. How time flew by. For some reason, the memories began to race through her mind. There she stood, one hand on the door, reflecting on the past. Once the door was open, she would be staring at her future instead. Her hand holding the doorknob began to move. She was met with the warm scene she expected, though strangely different than that of her memories. It was comforting to encounter something familiar after being away for so long. And so it was with a small unspoken gratitude that Aoko returned to her home. Without stopping to ring the doorbell, she called out with a smile, "I'm home!" Here's the workshop. The moment Soujuurou stepped inside, he was struck with a strange feeling of familiarity. It was not mere nostalgia either. No, it reached further back into the past. It was a feeling from far beyond what he could even imagine. He was reminded of someone, but he could not remember whom. Perhaps he was only reminded of himself, or perhaps of the old man before him now in the cavern. It appeared to be an old man anyway. Soujuurou could not make out any details beyond a vague outline. As far as he could tell, the figure did not seem to have anything in the way of a face capable of making expressions. All he knew was that the smoke-like figure before him was the one Aoko called grandfather.
娘たちが世話になった。
Though hoarse, the old man's voice was powerful and rang out throughout the cavern.
これも縁だ。望みがあるのなら聞こう。
It was fate that we would mate. Tell me, what is it you wish for, Broza Holy Grail?
望みはないです。でも、聞きたいことは一つあります。どうして二人を争わせたんですか？
それは私の外で起きた物語だ。答えることはできない。
そう仕向けたのはあなただと聞きました。
星の巡りだ。あれらは相入れない才能を与えられ、あのような形でしか噛み合えない人間だ。私の意図に関係なく、共にいればどちらかがきしみを上げた。だが、確かに衝突を避ける余地はあった。あれらの意志が凡庸であったか、あるいは破格のものであったのなら、多くの不順に耐えただろう。君のように自己の崩壊が見えていても共存を尊ぶように。しかし娘たちはそれを選ばなかった。
彼女たちが争うのは彼女たちのせいだって言うんですね。その原因はあなたにあるのに。
そうだ。あれらの争いはあれらの性を表すもの。原因というのなら私などゼロに等しい。
ゼロ？形がないということですか？
形ではなく意味がない。私という起因から起こり、娘たちが一つの命を得た時点で私は舞台から消え失せた。その後の因は常に娘たちから生じたものだ。私の介入はない。今回どちらが時間を終わらせても、あるいは両者が終わらせても、私には無価値だった。いや、元より無価値だ。私に価値を与える命はまだ生まれていない。あれらがどうなろうとやるべきことは変わらない。
青子が生きていても死んでいても跡継ぎを作るということですか？
おそらくこの体が消えないのはそういうことだ。
The steamy energy that filled the cavern made Soujurou's head reel. The moment Aoko and Toko were born, their grandfathers seemed to have completely forgotten that they were his granddaughters. It was hard to imagine a satisfactory Aozaki heir ever being born. No amount of power would satisfy this old man. He showed no signs of compromise or restraint.
青子はそのために過去を捨てたのに。
There was nothing but silence. However, this short moment of quiet would only occur once. The unreadable outline of the old man grew blurrier still. Long ago, a child wandered into the cave, her karma empty. The old man automatically granted her request born from innocence and ignorance. He was a magician who had given up his ego in order to extend his own lifespan, and he did whatever he could to help the child. It had been an incredible coincidence to happen that day. Faced with the sin that she had invited, The child had glared at the old man with tear-filled eyes. Everything will be lost. It will happen. Completely and without warning. Thanks to the failure of a nobody. Thanks to you, he had declared. The child threw a tantrum at how unfair it all was. The magician claimed that was merely the way of the world. The child stood up to him. Shut up, old man. And then? Yes. And then, the child ran around in tears, trying to make the old man pay for the cost of a life, at the cost of all lives.
それは間違いだ、少年。
Perhaps that's how it
捨
happened.
てたのではない。
She didn't throw anything away.
それを美しくするために、あれは生きているのだ。
She lives to make her past more beautiful. That role had likely come to an end long ago, however. The old man's appearance seemed to change before Soujurou's eyes. For just a brief moment, he wavered in the air, as if it was a haze.
君の過ちを正そう。娘たちは私というものをよく分かっている。ともすれば、私本人より理解しているとも言える。私が娘たちの人格を考慮せぬように、娘たちもまた私というものの人格を認めていない。祖父さえいなかったのならという考えさえないだろう。あれらはそもそも争い合う自分たちを一度も卑下はしないはずだ。君にその関係を別れというのは酷だろうが。尋ね事は終わったようだ。次は私の番だ。君の名前を知りたい。
Soujuurou answered the old man's question. The smoky face seemed to frown, quivering ever so slightly.
意外だ。君は孤立しているというのに、複数を示す名がついているとは思わなかった。似合わん。全く似合わん。だがそちらでは正しいことだ。不釣り合いな場所にいるのなら、不釣り合いな名が必要だろう。
What was the name of the teacher that was one? I wonder if they were if they numbered the people there. Kizuki? Or if they had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But I think it is correct. When in a place of imbalance, one needs an imbalanced name to match.
希少ではあるが、やはり無価値だ。すべてを肯定する諦めは死に由来するものだろう。続くものがない以上、一代限りの才能は無価値だ。我の行く末に影響を与えた君に興味を持ったが、失望した。無駄な時間を過ごしたようだ。今は結ばれているが、いずれ離れていくのは変えようのない結末だ。では立ち去りたまえ。私は死者に用はない。二度と会うことはないだろう。
Everything grew blurry. Soujurou's memories began to fade. It had been a conversation without any answers, an encounter without any significance, now vanished completely like a dream. The air was cold. The sky was beautiful. The evening sky at the end of each day looked different from the last. Each sunset could be seen for one day, and one day only. Though the sky may not look dramatically different to the human eye from one day to the next, every day we wake up a new person and forget the beautiful sights, the moments of heartbreak, and all the other fleeting feelings that seemed so real the day before. Simple statements such as these felt all the more profound in the still air of the mountains, more bone-piercing than the winter cold itself. Soujuurou stared up at the sky, as if he'd forgotten when and where he was. Aoko's look of stunned surprise brought him back to the present.
なんだ、早かったな、青崎。
Soujuurou turned to face Aoko, who had only just stepped outside of her family's yard. At first, she had been so shocked to move or speak, but she quickly regained her composure and marched forward. She continued until she was standing right in front of him, with an intense scowl on her face. Soujuurou slouched instinctively and braced for impact. He had not the slightest idea what could have made her so angry.
なんでまだここにいるのよ。
After I finally managed to convince myself that things were over. She was obviously irritated with him. In any case, the anger would have subsided before she could decide whether she was happy or sad to see him. Humans get angry when things do not go the way they had hoped.
さっきから10分と20秒も経ってない。なんでこんなところで突っ立ってるのよ、あんた。
It was supposed to have taken an entire day for her grandfather to erase his memories for the past month. She had been planning to let her grandfather handle all the details, and yet here Soujuurou was, staring dumbly at the sky. He's no astrologer. He just likes looking at the night sky. Bombarded with Aoko's unspoken emotion, he proceeded to explain himself.
あの老人からの伝言だけど、記憶の消去は君の役目で人に頼るな。だそうだ。今日呼ばれたのは単に悪口を聞かせたかっただけらしいよ。
Hearing this, Aoko finally began to feel like herself again. Despite having been ready to dish out the punishment only a few moments earlier, she now felt quite calm.
そっか。人に任せるなんて、確かに私らしくなかった。
The intense look in her eyes slowly faded to her usual mildly irritated expression. It relieved Soujuurou to see her like this. She was finally back to her normal self.
納得いったなら行こう。急がないと最終電車に間に合わない。
With that, he walked off, without waiting for an answer. Aoko stared at his retreating figure for a brief moment before quietly cursing him under her breath and following after him. Their descent back to the station was much easier than the way there. A sheet of darkness spread out below them. There, in the middle of that ocean of black, was a single light, the tiny glowing station. They walked for some time in silence. Aoko recalled their early conversation and felt she had been too naive. She should have avoided all the serious stuff, if this was how things were going to end up. Soujuurou, meanwhile, was thinking of nothing at all, just like usual. For him, the silence felt quite natural, while for her, it was awkwardly uncomfortable. Suddenly, Soujuurou blurted out the strangest thing without thinking.
アリスにはお餅を買っていってあげよう。
Aoko's eyes grew wide, her pupils reduced to mere points. Aoko had so many questions going on in her head. She wanted to rail at the paradox that was Soujuurou.
お餅が何？
お土産。アリス一人で待っているんだから喜ぶと思う。
Aoko raised her hand to her head in concern. Unprotected by the warmth of the pair of gloves, her slender fingers were white from the
あの
cold.
子にはそういうの逆効果だけど、宗十郎がやる分には大丈夫か。
His seemingly selfless attitude came in handy sometimes. Alice would most likely accept his gift without making a
そう
scene.
ね。確かにアリスはこういうの根に持って口に出さずに恨んでるたちだけど。また、なんだってお土産がお餅なの？
だって食べたことなさそうだろ、彼女。
All Aoko could do in response to such a simple-minded observation was nod in agreement. The image of Alice eating mochi popped into her head, and suddenly the prospect of getting back to the mansion felt a little bit more exciting.
あんたって本当に無心よね。 そういえば前から不思議に思ってたんだけど、いつからアリスと仲良くなったの？そのきっかけが私にはわからないんだけど。
Aoko peered at him the way she would at a strange specimen as he took a deep breath and launched into an earnest explanation.
大きなきっかけとかそういうのはないと思うけど、強いて言うなら初めて話した時かな。もっと確かになったのはロビーで話した時だろうね。
たったそれだけ？
ああ、親しくなるっていうのはそういうことだろ。
Soujuurou seemed to find her question odd. The way he and Alice communicated went beyond words. Aoko could only assume that was how he did it.
そういえば初めからアリスって呼び捨てだったものね、あんたは。
そうだっけ？よく覚えていないけど。それより何を怒ってるんだ、青崎。
別に怒ってないわよ、私。
I'm not mad, she said. Her response was slightly cold, but also somehow gentle. They approached the halfway point on the mountain path. The night sky appeared more distant as they neared the bottom, and Soujuurou continued to stare absent-mindedly at the stars. Then, it finally hit her why his behavior had been bothering her since their ascent. She realized he must be feeling nostalgia. He missed the way the stars looked from up in the mountains.
青崎、
He spoke without looking down from the heavens.
一つ聞きたいんだけど、君に後悔はあるのかな？
Soujurou's breath was white in the night air, his hands jammed in his pockets. Aoko had the vague feeling somewhere deep inside that he was only a figment of her imagination.
どうしたの？突然そんなこと聞いて。
いいから答えて。聞きたいんだ。君に悔いはあるのかないのかを。
It was a sad thing to be asked. He would be hurt one way or another no matter how she answered. But he wanted an answer, and so she gave him one.
ないわよ、そんなの。だってそれをしないために今を頑張ってるんだもの。後悔なんてのはね、宗十郎。するものじゃなくて、なくしていくためにあるものなのよ。
Soujuurou grunted in response. He bit his lip and pushed down the flood of emotions that rose up inside of him. He waved his hand slightly without actually raising it, as if to shoo away something formless and odorless.
そうか。後悔もなくなるものなのか。
Pain was subtly visible on his face as he spoke. And yet, it was so vivid. As much as he wanted, he did not have the strength to say it aloud. He was not like her, able to speak her mind so readily. Maybe someday. The sky and the darkness were both far away now. Tonight's grand view, only to be seen this once, he hoped its beauty would remain in his mind forever. But what then of the regrets he had come to hold inside? Of the days he spent now shone like the stars in the sky? Would they too be with him forever?
いい空ね。街じゃちょっと見れないな。
Aoko mimicked Soujuurou, looking up at the darkness overhead. The stars shone brighter here than in town. This clarity was thanks to the absence of any other lights amidst the darkness. Soujuurou stared at her with almost a sense of loathing. As beautiful as the stars were, they were not the real thing. Not here.
そうだね。でも、ここでも手は届きそうにない。
Soujurou's sudden negativity caused her to turn to him in shock. The anger in his eyes had died down now. Taking a breath, he began to speak, as if talking to himself. His gaze never left the stars, though.
山ではね、青崎。星は本当に手が届きそうなんだ。届かないのは分かっていても、望めばつかめそうなぐらい近いのに。都会の星は、そう思うことさえ許してくれない。
He was speaking of the sky in its purest state. The starry skies in the mountains far exceeded those of any urban planetarium. Their movement was like the pouring of rain. He spoke of a primal sky, unchanging of the past, the same sky humans had traced with their fingers since prehistoric times. For him, it was a past to which he could never return to, a place to which he did not even know the way back.
今まで目に映る全てを山と比べていた。こんな場所は本当は嫌いだったんだ。今でも正直馴染めない。でもいつか比べるのは街になってしまうんだろう。自分はこっちに降りてきてしまったんだから。
That was his one regret. He lowered his gaze from the stars and turned to Aoko. Her eyes were unusually hesitant and looking slightly hurt. Was it empathy that she showed, or pity? Either way, he was the reason for the uncharacteristic look on her face now. He shut his eyes and nodded in response to her unspoken question.
それは仕方のないことだ。ただ、そうなるのなら、そうなってしまう以上に、素晴らしいものを手に入れないといけない。後悔を、いつか、後悔と思わないために。
There was gratitude in Soujurou's voice as he confessed his feelings. Remnants from the past must one day be released. Loss must be overcome. He had lost it, his everything, the moment she had answered his query.
やめてよね。私の一言でいちいち人生観変えられちゃ身が重いじゃない。
She smiled weakly and averted her eyes as she spoke these hurtful words. Most likely she was being completely honest, and in that, she was being true to herself.
それで、祖父と何を話したの？あの人が他人に興味を持つなんてすごいことよ。
The topic had finally been broached, and yet Soujuurou said nothing. An empty reply can be used to buy time. They had nearly reached the flat road at the base of the mountain. The soft earth here would soon give way to the tightly packed dirt of the paths running between the rice fields. But before they got that far, Soujuurou came to an abrupt halt. Closing his eyes, he listened carefully. He then gave a firm nod and turned to face Aoko.
おめでとう、青崎。
She blinked, not knowing what to make of it.
何よ、突然。
It was a perfectly natural response. The tension melted from his face as he said,
新しい年だ。
Aw. He now wore a full smile of joy. Dumbfounded, all Aoko could do was stare back at his calm visage. His surprise attack hit her so hard, she thought she could hear the shrine bell of Yashirogi ringing the new year. She had known it was the last day of the year, but had not given much thought to it beyond that. And so, his succinct words gave her quite the shock, as if the girl who believed in the power of the bell all those years ago had come back.
そっか。午前0時でもう新しい年なんだ。
She spoke in a hushed tone, as if this were shocking news. At the same time, a slight smile crept onto her face. A new year indeed. She recalled the first time she had worn a full-length kimono. How she had not been particularly uncomfortable or embarrassed, but not especially pretty either. The only pretty thing about her had been the moment she smiled at herself in the mirror. Seeing the warmth in her eyes, Soujuurou closed his own in satisfaction. It made him happy to see her like that.
いろいろあったけど、新しい年を君と迎えられてよかった。
Damn! The Rizzler! This truly was our witch on the holy night. With that, he went walking off once more. The thought of Alice waiting alone was probably what spurred him into action. Aoko recalled his words as she walked alongside him. The moment he had declared the start of the new year, the way he had spoken so naturally, it made her suddenly feel like they had known each other for years. She could not be blamed for being filled with happiness at the thought. And yet, a day would surely come when they would have to say their goodbyes. Until then, however, it would not do any harm to behave as they were old friends. He was a naive yet incredibly unique young man. As they walked, she wondered how long this fleeting feeling of friendship would last. She looked up wistfully at the sky, just the way Soujuurou had done earlier on their walk. The grandpa also mentioned that they were going to have to go their separate ways at one point. I'm calling it right now. A lot of people think that that little patch, because the sky was definitely his past, because he felt nostalgic for the sky, but he also felt nostalgic for the patch in the grass that looked like the other side of the world. I'm calling it right now. I think that that's gonna happen in a future, and it was part of Soujurou's memories that he had yet to experience. Because even though they said Aoko took 10 years of Soujurou's life, there's no written rule that said those 10 years specifically had to be a 10 years in the past, or they couldn't have been cut up to where, like, she could have taken some time from the future or some time from the past. You know what I mean? Wait 15 more years for an answer? Yeah. 2040 in Mahoyo 2. The night sky that feels quite holy along with the witch. Jesus fucking Christ. He was a naive yet incredibly unique young man. As they walked, she wondered how long this fleeting feeling of friendship would last. She looked up wistfully at the sky, just the way Soujuurou had done earlier on their walk. Every star was out now, without a cloud in the sky. The two strode down the mountain path, beneath the stars that lay ever beyond their reach. Planning! Takashi Takeuchi Kinoko Nasu. Yeah, I'm calling it right now. I think, like, when they finally say their goodbyes to each other, chat, it's gonna be on the other side of the world. And that's why, like, Soujuurou, it was like a really important part of his memory. Because, like, the night sky was his one regret, and that was used in the memory, right? That she took. And then the other, like, big regret that he has is probably saying goodbye to her. I'm calling it. That'll be cinema. I want to say something. I read Mahoyo this year, and last year I read OG Tsukihime. Tsukihime left me satisfied. This did not. It completely feels like it's missing more parts. Well, yeah, because it's... it is, technically. So, will the side stories be read? This Sunday morning, we're gonna do the side stuff, yeah. If the song's copyrighted, I'll just cut it out. No big deal. Twitch is less strict on copyright than YouTube is. Hold on, April 12th, because that's the VN's release date. When is April 12th? Is that Sunday? Oh, we're probably doing Monday. I mean, I guess I can do just a polling stream. Hey, look, there she is. Alice is looking at the stars too, chat. And this was my first visual novel, technically, too. Like, I know I've read FGO for years now, but first official Typhoon visual novel completed. Yeah, the voice acting was pretty good too. I was not ready for the animations and shit. Kind of blew me away. The visuals and all the sprites. Whoa, that's pretty. This truly has been our witch on the holy night. Mahoyo 2 supposedly takes place in summer, and Mahoyo 3 back in winter. The summer they were kind of alluding to when they said they were going to the beach when they went to the aquarium, right? Huh. Do I believe that there's magic here tonight? Believe. What? Wait, what the fuck is this? Now the most important question, Aoko or Alice? I like both of them. I don't know. I would probably say Aoko for sure until there was one thing Aoko did that really pissed me off. Oh, I think it was when it was definitely like the mage part of her talking because Aoko's like split between like being a mage and being a human, right? And that's kind of her whole character that I liked a lot. But there were times when like the mage part of her like came out where she was like she was just a fucking asshole. Soujurou's the real answer. Soujurou's awesome. True. It was on a lazy Sunday morning that I discovered the book. I should say though that like all the characters have their like they feel like people, which is I think maybe the best part of it. In terms of them being like complicated individuals that is just part of why Nasu's writing style is so fucking good, right? It was on a lazy Sunday morning that I discovered the book. What is this, chat? This isn't the extra chapter, is it? Did it just start that up? Was I an intruder? No. Adventurer. Either way, I'd make my way into the forbidden Kuonji Estate Library. The book instantly drew my attention as it looked like it had been intentionally hidden there on a bookshelf. It was large enough to double as a shield, and so I took great effort for me to remove it from the shelf. Flipping through, I realized it was a grimoire of rune magecraft, and a first edition at that. Surprised as I was by my find, my search came to a halt on the page I had been looking for. It was the rune for memory erasure that the Nordic gods had once used on a Valkyrie. Oh, wait, is this the fucking library scene where she saw something out the window that we're finally seeing? This is like the moment that she looked out the window and saw something amazing and that's what changed her mind about Soujuurou? Because she did go to the library and was like trying to research like memory erasure spells, but she changed her mind and completely like halted the research, right? Surprised as I was by my find, my search came to a halt on the page I had been looking for. It was a rune for memory erasure that the Nordic gods had once used on a Valkyrie. For minutes, I simply stared at the page where the rune mythology was laid out. And then, finally, I shut the book. I returned it to the shelf in an even harder to detect location than where I had originally found it. That's when it hit me. I'd seen this book before somewhere. When and where exactly had I seen it, though? Yeah, it was it was when he first invited me to spend time with him. The girl sitting before me had it in hand at that time. That must have been it. Unable to keep the smile off my face, I decided to put the book back exactly where I had found it. It would be most difficult to find when mixed in with the other books on the shelf. However, out of respect for her gracious efforts, I decided to pretend I'd never seen it at all. So is this Soujuurou? So this was... She had been reading it when she fell asleep in the foyer. This was the book she had in the foyer, I think? I shelved my discovery, so to speak. That's when I heard the shouting of a familiar voice in the main building. Where is this giant tree coming in from? What the fuck? Lately, he seemed to have found his calling as a housekeeper and had taken to cleaning every corner of the mansion. That was all well and good, but there were a few things that were here off limits, which neither Alice nor I dared touch. Wait. He was the type to open things without asking, which put us all in hot water. There had been an uproar when he released the ghost ship that Alice's mother had kept around. Catching that little speed demon known as the Cutty Snark had been quite the ordeal. I still felt bad for having to rely on that creepy golden wolf for help. What the fuck is happening? And before that, he'd lifted the seal on the trope of spirits in the basement, which had led to the even creepier people from the church coming to the mansion for an entire week. Going back even further, there was also the time he'd ventured unsolicited into Alice's room in the ensuing chaos. I fell into the mirror, and we almost ended up in an all-out war with Alice. Come to think of it, he really and truly lacked any capacity for learning.
もういい加減にしてよねあのバカ
The good mood I'd been in up until that moment was spoiled, and I went dashing out of the library. I imagined coming upon the architect of my troubles standing there in the hallway and giving him the swift drop kick into the face he deserved. As far as I was concerned, that would be just another fun day in the mansion. And so our little secret remained hidden on the bookshelf, likely never to be opened again. They took in Bayo? Yeah, I was confused by that. I was like, what the fuck? Just... New Year, Chapter 13, all scenarios read. That was it. What the fuck? That was a little weird epilogue. But obviously, like, the point of that was that they decided not to brainwash him. Or memory wipe him. They hid the book. Nice. That was it. Happy New Year! Chapter 13 is completed. Alright, and then for extra, when we go to archive, now we have this. An incident one day. So that, wait. Is this an extra? This says chapter 13. Wait, have we read that? Oh, we have read that. Oh, it would say new. This is it. The honey adventure is it, right? Extra. Oh, this is the epilogue specifically? Okay. And then we still haven't read the ploy stuff, so we might do that Sunday morning too. We'll read the ploy stuff, and then the honey adventure. The shortest Type Moon visual novel, yeah, because it's all straightforward, right? There's no, like, the other Type Moon visual novels have choices and endings and shit like that. All the ploys are like 10 minutes tops? Okay, so that won't be that long. We might do the ploys at the start of next stream and then start the honey adventure. All right. That was pretty good. I enjoyed it. There's still a lot of questions that I have, like, that I want answered, but, like, knowing... I would have been really disappointed, I think, if I didn't know that there's supposed to be more coming out. It's been over a decade since this released, right? But... yeah, the greater story that's being told, I'm very interested in. Thoughts on the moral of the story? What do you guys think the theme or the moral of the story was? I think it was just like humanity versus the mage world, because like this is supposed to be the visual novel that sets up that, right? Sets up how mages are different. And I think that's what I saw one of you asked on what my thoughts were on the grandfather's conversation with Soujuurou, and I think it was just that. I think it was just establishing like how different mages are. Like they're not human. They don't have the same morals that humans do. They don't see the world and life forms the way humans do. Like they're fundamentally like different creatures from humans essentially. And I thought that that's like basically what all of Witch on the Holy Night was, and why I liked Aoko and her character arc so much is she was someone that was going to live a normal human life until right before going into high school, she was forced to take on the role of family mage, right? Family magician. And that was kind of forced on her. And so she had been straddling this line between choosing the path of a mage versus choosing the path of a human. And that all comes together in like all the climaxes of this story, pretty much. Murder is wrong, true. And I was wondering, especially when Soujuurou was talking about his, because I was wondering like where he got that from. It was just the fact that they said like they never hurt each other as like the group of humans that they were, right? Like some of them would get taken away at times, and I don't know what happened to the person that he said like left the building and fell off a cliff or some shit, but like to him it was like instilled in them that like they never hurt other humans in their in whatever cult or whatever they were in, right? They were specifically like only hunting like other beasts, magical beasts. I can't kill a bear. Fended off wolves though. Bayo shit himself so bad he got confused and died to Soujurou's aura for real, for real. Well, he didn't die, but technically he'll never be the same again is what Toko said, right? Toko was like, he's useless now that he's been defeated by a human. His ego is no more. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Supposedly, Beowulf will be a character though in the sequel though, right? Because it sounds like, yeah, at the end there it sounds like they took him in. It's the fucking house pup now. I want to see Beowulf and Robin interact. That seems like it'd be funny. The dog and the bird. Bayo's century of humiliation. How did you like Type Moon's Super Saiyan moment? That was really cool. I thought the 5 music lasted a little too long, personally. Just at least for the music, just because, like, you want... Typically, when using music like that, you want it to, like, last just for, like, this crazy climactic moment, but it lasted for a while, I remember thinking to myself. But maybe that's also because I'm a slow reader, I don't know. Soujuurou is a big influence on Toko being chiller and K&K. I still don't know if they're like directly connected though. Like, do we have any direct? I guess I haven't finished K&K yet, but the thing that was drilling me was the fact that I know that Aoko goes and gives the glasses to Shiki, right? Because like I've seen the like CG shot or whatever of, and then it was also like made fun of in Carnival Phantasm, right? In Carnival Phantasm when she's given the glasses to Shiki. And so are there just like, there's always 2 Shikis like in the same timeline? Thoughts on Sonoji that you finished the story? He's like, he is not just an idiot, it's more complex. Yeah. I mean, I kind of got that from the beginning, though, because like his whole past was shrouded in mystery, and that's why I was always interested in learning more about him. You got the heads up about Soujurou's funky name ahead of already? Yeah, he's a very similar to the guy from Fate Stay Night that the principal or whatever the fuck he was, the teacher that was the master of caster. How far into K&K now are you now, by the way? What are your thoughts on it so far? I'm not a big fan of it, to be honest. The first episode I had tried to watch once or twice before and never even got through it just because it was so confusing, and I even knew, like, I understand that they're out of order. Like, I knew that even back when I tried to watch them. The music is amazing. The animation still holds up too, so those aren't my critiques. It's mainly just the story. And then, it's so vastly different from every other Nasuverse work that it's hard for me to even wrap my head around it. Like, Mystic Eyes are like the only thing that I understand. Nothing else makes sense. Fuck, what else? How far I am. I just finished the first Fujino episode, which is episode 3, I think. And Fujino, I said, because I had only watched half of it, and I watched the second half of it last night, and I said in my Discord as soon as I finished it, I was like, wait a second, Fujino is literally just Proto-Sakura. Like, from character design down to backstory, she's literally Proto-Sakura. That's crazy. They're like almost obviously not one-to-one, but like, there's so many similarities between Fujino and Sakura that I was like, they're totally Proto-Sakura. Nasu reused a lot of stuff in there. Wait until you meet Proto-Kire. Oh, great. Unemployment changes people. Oh, and I was also gonna say that the I was surprised at how gory K&K was, because like I knew it was gonna be violent because the rating on it was like rated R, right? The movies are. But I was kind of expecting like Heaven's Feel level of violence, but it's like it's definitely, I would say, like a step up from even what you saw in Heaven's Feel in terms of gore. Soujuurou is like the 10th draft and is the first essence or source. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier too, because when the grandpa had the conversation with him, the grandpa says that your name having a number in it is quite odd, and then I was like, oh, okay, is he like the 10th version of whatever the fuck they were doing there then? For some reason, the out-of-nature order of K&K didn't bother me. I usually don't mind stories like that either. It's not the out-of-order nature that bothered me. It was like how... Like, I feel like you don't even need to watch the first episode, to be completely honest. I haven't watched the full thing yet. I'm just giving my thoughts at the moment after finishing episode 3, but the first episode, like, did nothing for me. I don't think it just confused the fuck out of me. Whole thing clicked for me after the 5th movie? Okay, yeah, so I'll keep watching. I've only finished the 3rd, but I do plan to... everyone was saying that, like, there's gonna be some K&K references in the Mahoyo collab, and so my community was telling me that I should watch the K&K movies before I get to the collab next week, and so I'll try to binge them this weekend for sure. Not references, straight up spoilers? Oh, okay. Old FGO, old FSNVN would be like that too if recent anime didn't censor so much. K&K was basically unfiltered. It was fun trying to interpret what Nasu was trying to say in K&K. Yeah, we had that conversation in my Discord where they were like, what did we say? Because I had there were some interesting things that I was picking apart. Let me see what I said. Oh, I was just interpreting like the Shiki herself being like a split personality, and then like after she wakes up, the personalities like merged or something like that. Two personalities fused into one. And every case of the detective agency kind of is just open and shut each movie, which I wasn't a huge fan of. Like, it didn't seem like there was like a big overarching story aside from just Shiki herself, I guess. Like, I kind of would have preferred. I think Fujino is at least creating a larger overarching narrative, but at least the first couple movies don't really bring up like any goal or anything other than just figuring out whatever the fuck's going on with Shiki. And Waka was asking me about the butterfly dragonfly metaphor, and I was like, bro, that shit went over my head. I was like, I definitely didn't look that deep into it. The float and fly shit. Do they? I mean, I get what it meant, but I didn't like overanalyze it with the characters in terms of like, I got that like floating meant that they were like stagnant in life, where flying meant they were like more motivated and going towards something. And do they fall? Do they fly? Or do they float? It was so overly metaphorical that I was like, I don't even want to try to wrap my brain around this. At one point, I was looking up Taoist principles. Average Nasu MC with mental disorders, for real. And average, can we just say like average male main character, also average male MC push always has to be like some normal fucking dude that gets dragged into things that he doesn't understand and is overshadowed by women that are much more powerful than he is. It's like every fucking one, and they gotta have some mental illness. It's definitely a running trend. Nashu has a fetish, another one. I think he said in an interview recently about the big women thing. There was like an interview not that long ago, or like recently, I think, that I read, where he said something about like the interviewer asked him about the big women always appearing in his stories, and he was like, really? I actually hadn't noticed that. Everyone was like, bullshit. I hadn't noticed. All right, chat. I am hungry. I feel like I'm gonna go get some food. But yeah, overall thoughts are good. I don't know if I'm gonna write like an overarching essay or thoughts on it, because I think it's good. I enjoyed it. And I'm excited to finally get back into FGO and read some FGO stories. It's been a while. Now that we've finished my first Type Moon visual novel, Witch on the Holy Night, got a lot more context. Let it cool down, I will say, yeah, for sure. Well, we're doing one more Witch on... I was just saying that because we're doing one more Witch on the Holy Night stream Sunday morning for the extra chapter and the ploy stuff. But I don't know if I'm gonna write... I don't know if I ever will, like, write up a whole synopsis with my thoughts or anything, because there's not... I feel like there's not too much to say, just because my experience and understanding of the Nasuverse lore and how these things worked within the mage world, I already had a lot of that understood going into this visual novel, and I feel like that's what the visual novel was overarching trying to get across, was just how mages are different from humans and their morality and how their outlook on life is just completely different from the average humans. And obviously, like I said, Aoko's character arc is very interesting because she's torn between the mage world and the human world, and then Soujuurou getting wrapped up into all this is very interesting because he comes from some weird cult in the woods that we still don't have a lot of knowledge on. I'm sure we'll get more on that whenever the fuck Witch on the Holy Night 2 comes out. Nasu being the youngest of 7 older sisters might explain that. Holy shit. Nasu says he has it in his head. Up to Mahoyo 6? There's no way. Max, would you say this is a perfect gateway to enter the Nasuverse? I don't think there's ever a perfect, but I would say it's good. Like this, if you're interested to learn about, like this is probably what I'll say, like going forward, that Witch on the Holy, like how long does this take to complete? 20 to 30 hours, something like that? If you got 20 to 30 hours and you want to read it's a damn good story with damn good art. It's a good story, good ass art, good soundtrack. It's just a good experience overall, and it will introduce you to the world of mages and mystics within the Nasuverse that sets up a lot of the mechanics for how the Nasuverse works, I would say for sure. Which is why I feel like there's not a lot for me to say other than I enjoyed it and I enjoyed the character arcs, because like there wasn't any like new information I really gained from reading this. But other than like 5 and Aoko, I loved Aoko's character arc and the understanding, getting more information on the true magic. There's 5 of them. Aoko possesses the 5th one. The 2nd is the Kaleidoscope. 3rd is Heaven's Feel. 1st and 4th are still shrouded in mystery. And then 5th is Aoko's. But they also mentioned that like 1 was like an opposite of Aoko's in some way. That after Aoko used the 5th, the 1st would react in some way. And so I wonder if the 1st is actual time travel, but Aoko's 5th magic is like localized time. Like she can manipulate time on like a personal scale, which is interesting. Maybe it's not even, I don't know. I was gonna say something with memories too, but I don't know. They kind of made it seem, or they alluded to, like the 1st had something to do with time travel as well. What's the next on the VN playlist? Fate Stay Night or Tsukihime remake? Definitely Tsukihime. I'd like to get to it before we get to the moon shit this summer, but maybe we'll try to get to it before the end of the year, because the Christmas event or whatever at the end of the year. What is it called? What's the ARC unit coming out at the end of the year? Phantasmoon, yes, from Carnival Phantasm. Phantasmoon! I wanted to play Fate Extra Record before the summer event with all the moon shit that's going to be going on in OC3, but yeah, that didn't happen. When the fuck is Extra Remake coming out? VTuber arc, pretty much, yeah. So we might, maybe we'll probably try to read Tsukihime before the end of the year then, maybe before Phantasmoon comes out. We also have the Fate arcade rerun, yeah, and that's right around the corner. I do plan on reading that. But, yeah, I don't know. I was waiting on Fate Extra Record to be able to play that before, because originally I wanted to play Fate Extra Record before reading the arcade collab, because it kind of had to do with some extra stuff, right? That didn't happen, and then I also wanted to read Fate Extra Record, or play Fate Extra Record, to be able to understand a lot of the moon cell bullshit that was going to be happening, but oh well. Give them time. OC3 has nothing to do with Tsukihime, it's closer to CCC. Right. But it has to do with the moon regardless. Emulate Fate Extra on PC. I'm not a fan of emulators. I've said this plenty of times, but I'm not a fan of fan translations, and I'm not a fan of emulating shit. I just don't have a good history with either of those things. Good experiences, I should say. You can watch the FGO trailer for Mahoyo now. It shows the visualization of the 5 magics if you want to see that. Phantasmoon is Kagetsu Toya. It's like a whole extra thing. Don't worry about it. Alright, we won't worry about it. Alright, Do we want to watch the fucking Mahoyo trailers? I feel like we just leave that for the... We'll leave that for when I do my rolls on Monday, perhaps. Or maybe we do the... Maybe we do rolls Sunday as well. I've been waiting so long, man. I'm excited for Aoko rolls. All right, chat. I think that's gonna have to do it, though. Thanks for hanging, everybody. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go get some food. But Witch on the Holy Night, good. I don't even want to rate it. Like, I feel like ratings are so kind of dumb. I've never been a fan of like rating things, to be honest. I give it like an 8 out of 10 if you really wanted a rating out of me. Like, only critiques I have are like minor gripes, to be honest. It was good overall. I enjoyed it a lot. Some points like dragged on that more than I would have liked. But Nasu's writing is fantastic. I really enjoyed all the character arcs. The lore drops were all cool. Definitely sets up the wider Nasuverse and like Mage World for people that are interested. And I'm just interested to see like what happens next, because like the story definitely feels unfinished, but I'm glad that I didn't know that going into this. Like, it wasn't until halfway through this story that people started telling me, oh yeah, like there's supposed to be like a Witch on the Holy Night 2 and 3, like it's supposed to be a sequel, or there's supposed to be a trilogy. And I was like, wait, what? I didn't know that. And so at least people told me that ahead of time, or I probably would have been a little disappointed by the ending. But Flat Snark is goated. One of the best paced Type Moon visual novels for me, and the art is so like, coming from FGO and seeing all the animations and different sprite movements that they did, or just like the angles, like having like the faces really big or like just under the eye line, like funny things like that. Like, I loved all the sprite placements, and the movements and the animations were all really fucking cool. Very good, amazing art. Koyama killed it, and the background artist. Seems Nasu doesn't know either that there's a trilogy. All right, that's gonna have to do it though, chat. Thank you all so much for watching. If you're watching on YouTube, leave a thumbs up, leave a comment down below if you would like to support the channel, because leaving comments and likes supports the channel. It's a free way to support the channel if you would like to, because interactions in general just push the video out there in the algorithm for other people to see. But if you would like to leave a comment and you can't think of one, you can leave one. The same comment as the first, I think the comment I told y'all to leave on the first episode or first part of this playthrough was Soujuurou, my goat. I want you guys to leave that one again, because Soujuurou Shizuki is my goat. Soujuurou, my goat. Leave that comment down below. I would appreciate it. I see all the comments. I read all my comments. Would appreciate it, guys. But yeah, leave a thumbs up, leave the comment down below, Soujuurou, my goat, and I will see you guys in the next video. We got one more Witch on the Holy Night stream. We're gonna do that extra part, and then we're starting the collab next week. Very excited for it. But peace out, everyone. Love y'all, and I'll catch y'all next time. Bye-bye. Have a good Friday, everybody. Peace.